There are 24 games left in the European LCS for the first half of the season.
Everybody's positions are currently up for grabs. We could have a change in the first and second place with third and fourth.
So Giants have a record of taking down some top 4 teams. Absolutely anything can happen. Against All Authority could drop to 7th and lose their position to the Giants. And Dragonborns, who knows, they could pull a rabbit out the hat and beat everybody and avoid the bottom 2. With so many games left to play, the pressure is on for all of the teams to perform.
Guten Tag, everyone, and welcome to our studios here in super sunny Cologne for the second day of our LCS weekend. Great stuff yesterday with a game for the League of Legends history books between AAA and Gambit, EG with a phenomenal win over Fnatic and Froggen pulling in XPK, and Dragonborns finally securing a victory. And of course, we have 4 great matchups lined up for you today. But first, let's take a look at some of the highlights from yesterday. In our first game of the day, the Dragonborns looked to break their losing streak versus Gambit. Straight off the bat, Alex Ish shows just how strong he is on Kha'Zix, taking down Xuxe.
First blood, he does take him down.
After a 2-for-2 trade around Dragon, Hosan hangs around and secures an awesome steal.
His timing is piercing arrow. Can he steal it?
He does! He got it! Brilliant play from Hosan.
Dragonborns put up a good fight, but in the end, Gambit pulls the game in their favor with this team fight around Baron.
He's going to get the resets on towards Alex Ish. Alex Ish still alive. Hosan does go down, though. That's a tragedy for Yamato Cannon. He's trying to run away from this one, and Dragonborns suddenly falling left, right, center. And now it's going to be Gambit shoving straight up the mid lane.
Fnatic has been looking unstoppable the last couple of weeks, but EG certainly came into this one fighting. The first blood goes to Froggen after Fnatic face check in the river.
One more hit, the shield comes out. Is the ignite going to be enough? The heal comes out. Can he manage to survive from this one? No, he won't. The stun card finally comes out from Froggen.
EG is looking very strong in this matchup, securing the first inhibitor after 21 minutes and a 3-for-1 team fight.
It's the entire team, and Fnatic are getting absolutely slaughtered on their own inhibitor turret.
After half an hour, EG dangerously engage at the top inhibitor, but Froggen saves the day by pulling an XPK.
He's going to go down. He just managed to get caught out. Peke gets in there, gets one, gets a reset, gets a second. Can he get the third? It doesn't matter because Froggen's backdoored, and he's taken down 2 Nexus turrets.
Great outburst of joy of EG as they secure this much needed and huge win. And for the third match of the day, we have the first real test for Against All Authority's new lineup, a match against Gambit. As Elise gets caught in his own jungle, an amazing play by Diamond allows him to keep away first blood from Virtual.
Diamond back towards him, will chomp in. There's a flash over, and the repel at the last second for Diamond.
As the game pushes the 58-minute mark, a final engagement gives Gambit a 4-for-0 and well-deserved win over AAA.
Broken up as the box goes down from Thresh, and Against All Authority disengaged. No getting caught there in the cocoon, but they turn around on towards Diamond. Genja getting hooked up. Alex Ish trying to get in the middle. The shockwave was brilliant again, but Alex is going to Zhonya's right on top of Virtual, and that will be a 1-for-0. But for how long as the Karthus ulti comes in there, and it's now 3 kills for nothing here.
It was a hard-fought battle, but Gambit racks up another win. In a clash at the bottom of the table, Giants are trying to claw their way into 6th place, while Dragonborns are trying to end their 14-game losing streak. As Dragonborns push down the middle lane, a huge engagement breaks out with a 3-for-1 trade for Dragonborns.
He will fall to Samex here in the end. Extermin going to use the last second Zhonya's. Will that buy enough time for the rest of the team to do the damage? Look at Jimbones at the back. He's going to be focusing on towards Movement, but he's very squishy here. He gets finished off by Zed in the end. That's a double kill, and that is 3-for-1.
Using their team comp perfectly, Dragonborns clean up a team fight.
It's ultimate, but he can still put bullet time down. Zed will shut down Shen here. There's the jump out from Xuxe. He's managed to get himself 2 kills, and that is a very quick ace coming out of the Dragonborns.
A big confidence boost for Dragonborns, racking up their first win in 14 games. Good stuff there, and now it's time to meet our casters for the first matchup, the charming Joe Miller and Trevor Quickshot Henry.
Thanks a lot, Shocks. And I'd like to add that Quickshot is very charming as well before we get
Thank
into
you, Joe.
that.
Tender and charming now from
Tender
you.
and charming.
Don't forget.
I'm getting more and more friendly as the weeks go on. So welcome, everybody, to day 2 here of week 9 of the European LCS. And the pressure is building with only a limited number of games left for each team. It's really time for each player to step up those games and secure some victories here in the last minutes. I remember that each game means more when you consider that the teams are looking to secure their spot in the summer split of the LCS. But first of all, let's have a look and take a look at the results from yesterday's play, starting, of course, with Gambit versus Dragonborns. Now, you see the score, a win for Gambit. It was by no means a clear-cut victory, though. Dragonborns showed us a bit of a taste, maybe, of things to come there as they played brilliantly against Gambit, but Gambit too strong for them in the end. Then we moved on to EG versus Fnatic, and a completely different EG, an EG that's been hidden somewhere here in the studio for pretty much the entire LCS, came out against an informed Fnatic and dominated them.
There's no other word for it. They simply destroyed the Fnatic lineup from the get-go. At first blood, Froggen was making play after play, and the team was coordinated. We'll see if they can keep that up later today. The third game from yesterday against Authority versus Gambit was arguably the highlight of the day. It was a 1-hour epic in which Gambit did come out above and pick up the win over against Authority, but it was just a really, really good performance from AAA, and they are definitely a team to be feared right now. Finally, Ozone Giants versus the Dragonborns. We've seen it on the little highlight reel there. Dragonborns, they were in control of the game for the majority of the match, and like we said, they played well against Gambit. They controlled the game against the Giants, and if they can keep that form up and that coordination, it's definitely stepping up their game, and it might be a little late, but better late than never.
Well, that leads us directly into the standings. So let's take a look at what those games impacted on yesterday. Starting at the top, of course, a new team now for us here in the top of the European LCS. Gambit, with their 2 wins yesterday, now 18-4 at the top, taking down Fnatic to that second spot. They're 17-5, of course, after their loss against EG yesterday. The 3rd and 4th spots are still up for contention here as well, with SK Gaming 13-9, and EG after that vital win yesterday at 12-10.
Now, of course, the bottom 4 table, Copenhagen Wolves against Authority and the Giants, are all within touching distance of one another, 9-14, 8-14, and 6-15. If they can pick up a couple of wins, they can actually close the gap on their opponents, SK and EG, and also, crucially, avoid that relegation position. Dragonborns, they're bringing up the rear with 5 wins, 17 losses. They broke their 14-loss streak yesterday against the Giants, and they'll be looking to pick up more wins today. The question is now, can the Dragonborns break anybody else's hearts by forcing them into that relegation position by picking up wins as we get closer to this week and next week?
Well, they need to. This is the time for, well, all of those 4 teams at the bottom to start stepping up because, as you said, they're all very, very tightly packed there at the bottom. This, of course, is our second to last week of games, and after Super Week 10 next week, we'll go into the promotion and relegation matches. Now, bear with us here. The system is definitely complicated, but we're going to run you through it. So, the teams ranked in 1st and 2nd will immediately qualify for the summer split. That's, of course, right now Gambit and Fnatic, as well as moving into the semi-finals for the playoffs. The teams positioned in 3 and 6, they'll play each other in the quarterfinal, as will the teams in the 4th and 5th position. Now, moving on from that, the losers of each quarterfinal, plus the 7th and 8th teams from LCS, right now Giants and the Dragonborns, will enter the summer promotion tournament.
Now, of course, that was the bracket. We're looking for the bracket. Let's take a look at this summer promotion tournament. This will feature 8 additional Challenger Circuit teams. As you can see from the graphic, we've got multiple stages to the promotion tournament. The first 4 amateur teams, which earned their spots, came from Lille and the ESL Go for Lols. They will battle off against the top 4 teams from this week's Challenger Circuit qualifier. That's there on the left-hand side of the bracket. Those are best of 3 games. The winners of those matches will then play the bottom 4 teams from the LCS in best of 5 promotion matches. You can see winner of match 1 versus LCS 8th, winner of match 2 versus LCS 7th, and so on and so forth. These 12 teams in the summer promotion tournament will be competing for 4 spots in the summer split of the League of Legends Championship Series and trying to earn their way to the World Championships at the end of the year, where they can compete with the best of the entire planet.
And of course, fighting for that regular play here in the LCS. plus the fact that you're living to play your game and getting paid for it on the side. This is the life pretty much of all these teams that we're talking about here. So as always, you can check out all the previous games, VOD statistics and the standings and schedules over on lolesports.com.
And don't forget, it is your last chance to vote for your favorite player for the All-Star team. The top 5 players from each region will be joining together to form their respective regional teams. These teams will then face off against one another head-to-head in China next month to determine who's going to get that extra spot at the World Championships. This isn't just a show match for fun. This actually has an impact because that 12th position at the World Championships will be determined from whose All-Star team picks it up. So make sure you cast your vote for your favorite top, mid, AD carry, support, and jungler. And don't wait too long because those polls do close tomorrow. That is the 15th, Monday, tomorrow. Go vote now, lolesports.com.
Yeah, not much time left for that one. And as you said, it will be fun. There's no doubt about that one. But fun is not really the name of the game. It's all about that extra spot for the World Championship. And a bit of fun as well. It's going to be a lot of fun. There's no doubt about it. So we know what happened yesterday and what is at stake here in the final 2 weeks of the LCS. Let's have a look at the games that we've got coming your way here from Cologne today. Starting off with the Giants versus EG. Now, Giants have defeated Evil Geniuses once before and be looking to topple them once again here to avoid that 7th position, just try and climb their way back up the ladder. Our second match of the day will be Fnatic versus Dragonborns. These two teams are sitting in 2nd and 8th position right now in the league table. And will the Dragonborns, this is the big question, be able to put together a plan to surprise the number 2 team in Europe?
Well, they surprised many yesterday. They played incredibly well against Gambit, who are currently number 1, and they put on a very good performance against Giants. So we'll see what they can do against Fnatic. Third game of the day will, of course, be Giants versus against All Authority. This is the battle for 6th place, and it's going to be between 2 teams for fighting for the 3rd time this season. With an incredibly strong performance that Against All Authority showed yesterday, the Giants will need to be ready for this particular matchup. Finally, probably the one most people are looking forward to, Gambit versus SK. This is the last time that these two teams will actually meet in the spring split, and currently SK Gaming is 0-3 down. They're desperately looking to avoid going 0-4 to Gambit, but in total, on all LAN performances, if they lose today, it'll be 0-11 at offline events against Gambit.
Yeah, that's definitely a statistic that Ocelot and his guys are going to want to change around for that one. Not the best stats that they've got against Gambit. So they're the games for today that we've got coming up, and we would love to know what you guys think about them. And Shox is going to tell you exactly how you can do that.
Thank you very much, Joe. Of course, we want to hear about anything LCS you have to say to us. And we also have a question for you today. Which North American player would you add into the European All-Star team and why? You can hit us up on Twitter at LOLesports, #LCS to give us your insights. Now, the Giants haven't had a good run the last couple of weeks, but the same could be said for the Evil Geniuses. They had a fantastic victory yesterday against Fnatic, but does one win mean they'll have their strength back? Will Giants grab a win and develop some momentum here, or will the Evil Geniuses continue theirs from yesterday? We'll find out in a couple of seconds.
Welcome back, ladies and gentlemen, to week 9 of the European LCS. First up for today, it's Giants versus Evil Geniuses. Now, EG are going to need to bring out their A game today, because if they lose too many games, they're going to be within touching distance of the in-form right now Copenhagen Wolves. This will be the final encounter between EG and Giants, with EG currently leading the head-to-head 2-1. But to be honest, Giants really need this win more in that 7th position right now.
Yeah, it's much more important to them. The game's very important for both teams for different reasons. You mentioned it already. Evil Geniuses want to push for 3rd because they don't want to fight the Copenhagen Wolves in that playoff bracket. Nobody wants to. They're looking really, really strong, and they actually run the risk of losing. On the other side of the coin for Giants, however, they really want to qualify for the spring playoffs themselves and not simply be relegated to the next Splits promotion tournament. After losing to Dragonborns yesterday, they'll need to pick up the tempo for this first game and come out swinging, because if they can pick up a win, it's just going to carry through to the rest of the games.
Right, and let's get into the nitty-gritty of this one and have a look at the two teams. Starting with the Giants for this one, on the blue side with Samax, Morden, Extermin, Jimbones, and Babetta.
And of course, for Evil Geniuses, Wicked, Snoopy, Froggen, Yellow Pete, and Crepo.
And I know that a lot of people are hoping that EG, if they do win by less kills today, because there are a lot of sore arms from press-ups from the whole fitness with Snoopy going on there. That's why I didn't even try it. I was like, it's nothing for me. Maybe I'll try it next time. So let's go in depth on 2 players from each of these teams, starting with Giants' support player, Babetta. He's been instrumental in the victories that Giants have picked up so far over the tougher opponents, and Gambit in particular.
Yeah, when you highlight that, he has the ability to set up plays and win team fights, but he's not consistently bringing that to the table. When we look at him playing specific champions, it really shines a lot more. He's going to need to keep his carry Jimbones safe, because yesterday it didn't really work out for them. They fell a lot of trouble in that bottom lane when dealing with Hosan and Muvert, and it's definitely something that he's going to have to work on. As we mentioned earlier, if he does have those comfort champions of Zyra or Sona, for example, that's what's going to help him actually pick up those team fight victories. And like we said, he really needs to figure out how to play from behind, because when they do fall behind, and this is something that the whole team actually struggles with, it makes their life very, very difficult.
Yeah, and Giants are one of the only teams that when they do fall behind are not scared of using the surrender feature in League of Legends. We've seen that already, I think 3 times from them over the course of the season.
It was
so
twice
far.
in one weekend, too.
Twice in 1 week, yeah. They weren't having a good weekend, that's for sure. And of course, for Evil Geniuses, their jungler with the big arms and the big beard, Snoopy. So, of course, last week, Jungle Malzahar is something that he brought to the table, carrying on that A to Z that he was doing on his stream. He brought yesterday, though, Volley Bearing against Fnatic, where he looked good, and Evil Geniuses themselves as a team looked incredibly dominant. He's been struggling, though, for most of the season, really, to make a big impact on his team's game. Of course, has played mostly traditionally these utility type junglers, but we have to say has also been starting to really branch out and pick everything up. So one thing that we know from Snoopy is that he's gonna have to be getting into these lanes and really backing up the likes of Froggen and Wicked in these solo lanes for Evil Geniuses, so that they get that control where Evil Geniuses really thrive.
Well, this is exactly what we've been talking about all season long. The solo laners of Froggen and Wicked haven't necessarily been stomping their matchups and winning outright, which means there's more pressure on Snoopy to actually help out in that early and the mid game. And this is what's been falling behind. Because he's not playing those utility junglers in the forms of like Maokai, for example, he's not able to get in there and snowball a lane, because he has to play more carry-type junglers. It worked out yesterday. The team were looking really, really good, and we'll have to see if they're channeling that same spirit and fire here today against the Giants.
Well, we shall see. Of course, EG versus Giants is definitely a matchup which is going to be decided in that laning phase. Both teams have had somewhat lackluster mid-game performances in the last few weeks of the LCS. With so much pressure at this stage of the tournament on every single player in the team, let's see how they view this upcoming game.
We don't really know anything about Giants, but I don't think they have an advantage, because all I think it's about is the individual skill of the team players and then how they work together as a team.
Overall, I've not seen too much innovation from their part. You always got to approach them with caution and not get caught off guard.
From EG, the best player is Froggen, of course. Wicked is at the moment with play.
I think the strongest player in Giants is the mid laner. I think Extermin always makes exceptional plays, and he plays really good overall. Even if they're playing at their best, I think we can beat them if we're playing at our best.
So a lot of respect shown from both teams, as you would expect between two professional teams, we have to say. But Wicked's final statement there was really the key point of the whole video, that he said, even if they're playing their best game and we're playing our best game, we should be able to beat them. We should be the stronger team there.
Now, that's an interesting point as well, because Evil Geniuses, let's be very frank about it, have not been at their best. They looked very good yesterday in one game, and this is going to be the test now for every Evil Geniuses fan out there. Have they refound that glory and strength in team play, or was that just a one-off because they prepped really hard for Fnatic? And we'll have to see how this matchup plays out. But, yeah, pretty strong words. You know, even if we go head-to-head and we're both, you know, firing in all cylinders, Wicked thinks they've got this.
Well, we'll have to see how that one all works out. There you can see EG on your screens. We're going to be getting here shortly into Champions League for our first game. And, you know, Giants, we have to say as well, something that we've touched on a fair bit in the past, that they, on their day, can pull off amazing performance. We've seen them beat Gambit twice this season. Out of 4 games, they've beaten twice. Like, that is a massive record for, you know, a team that's in 7th out of 8 teams right now against the top team in the LCS since yesterday, of course, when they overtook Fnatic with those 2 wins. But Giants, on their day, really can be a very dangerous outfit.
And the reasoning for that stems from their ability to do very well as a team. They actually have a very good team game. They have a very good team fight presence. They have good control and good timing. The problem that Giants has is they don't know how to play when they're at a disadvantage. When they have lost the laning phase or they've given up some advantages, they're not 100% sure how to claw back that control. And they're definitely going to need that against the likes of Evil Geniuses.
So we're going to get into the bans and the picks here and see how things are going to be going down. Giants, as the blue team, will have first ban and first pick from this one as well. And I can tell you we're already into the bans right now with all bans being completed. So we shall get that up for you in just a moment. Right now, Giants banning out Lux, Zed, and Thresh. Obviously, the Lux aimed at Froggen. We should probably touch on this, but this Lux ban is actually quite relevant because let's not forget, back in Lille, Giants were penalized for turning up late by having 2 of their bans removed. Now, the single ban that they went for there, where obviously it means everything, was Lux.
Yeah, so they've removed that. What it does mean, Anivia is still available. Anivia was actually played in that very same game, and Froggen was playing incredibly aggressive in that particular matchup, not playing sort of the farm up to 6 items, then pick fights. Over on the other side, Evil Geniuses have removed Kha'Zix, Cassidy, and Elise. That Elise is actually targeted at Morden, who has been running Elise in the jungle a number of times this season. And, of course, we'll see what they decide to play with. First pick for Exterminari was Twisted Fate straight out the gate. There was no moment's hesitation with that, and it's a very good pick indeed.
But as first pick, that's what really kind of throws me off on this one. We've seen that Fizz, the good old Fishman, has been a very strong counter to Twisted Fate in the games we've seen. So maybe we'll see that pulled out by Froggen in this one. But the things that we definitely know for EG is that Shen picked up here most likely for Wicked and Leona for Crepo. Now, Leona obviously has had the Thresh banned against him this time, but yesterday we saw against Fnatic how good his Leona is, until his teammates, you know, throw the opposition out of those ultimates.
I absolutely loved Crepo's Leona yesterday. He landed every single ability that he needed to. He comboed the CC perfectly, and you've got great powers of initiation here just from Shen and Leona alone. I was about to say this, but Kennen was left open, so Kennen is locked in. So is Zyra, definitely another high priority pick for the Giants. They're leaving their top laner open for counter pick, and I'd like to see who they want to run up there in terms of what's left to play. But quick fires on these picks for both teams.
Yeah, and EG, for me, got a very comfortable team here. There's a Fiddlesticks, which I'm not sure if that's going to be the choice coming into this one. Zyra is there as well, though.
So we'll see how this goes. Okay, first of all, Volibear, that's Snoopy going back to yesterday's jungler. Yellow Pete going for Varus. So that's a very good combination. The Chain of Corruption into Solar Flare is extremely, extremely powerful for them. What they are going to have to deal with, though, is the CC that Kennen and Zyra are both going to offer, because Zyra has been locked in. So we know that's going to be a Kennen-Zyra combo lane, most likely, because X is probably going to run Twisted Fate, which he has done a number of times this season already. It's going to be a battle of crowd control and who can land this more effectively, because there is such an immense amount of CC from both of these squads right now. And with Rumble being locked in, we've seen the combo of Rumble and Leona doing incredibly well, comboing all that damage and getting the equalizer to really burn through HP. Remember that this is 3.5 where the equalizer has changed. It doesn't have that initial burst, but the damage per second is significantly higher.
Yeah, the burn that you get from being on top of the equalizer is very strong. Final pick actually coming out for Evil Geniuses was Ahri, so that's going to be the choice here. Front, obviously Anivia was left open, didn't want to go with that here against Twisted Fate. I thought maybe we could see a Fizz after those Twisted Fate matchups against Fizz that we've seen in the past couple of weeks, but sadly, no Fish jokes today.
No, not this time.
It's going to be Fox jokes instead from Ahri.
Yeah, we'll have to see this. This is a wise choice from Froggen because of the mobility that Ahri offers with her ultimate. She's going to be able to stay out of range, jump out of the Cataclysm, jump off of the Equalizer, get out of range of the Slicing Maelstrom. Everything that Giants can use to lock her down, she can actually use to keep dancing around the entire team and effectively kite in and out and back and forth with all of her spells and abilities. So I really, really like that particular pickup. What it does also mean is you've got a lot of long-range initiation there as well in the form of the Charm, the Solar Flare coming out of Evil Geniuses. So a great final pick for the EG lineup.
Well, Evil Genius, I have to say, are on very comfortable champions here. I mean, Froggen with Ahri, yes, it's not quite as Anivia, but he'd also stopped playing Anivia for most of the season as well because he realized, well, I'm not going to get to play her anyway, so why would I spend so much time becoming the even stronger Anivia than I am right now. Snoopy on Volibear, as we said, was brilliant yesterday. We've seen Wicked on Shen earlier on in the season, which gained him that Bricked nickname, so we'll see how that one all works out in there. And of course, for Giant, Kennen again for Jim Bones.
Yeah, exactly. So it's gone back to him. He's had a couple of weeks where he hasn't been allowed to play it for a number of reasons, but I'd like to see how he performs. I definitely want to touch on Crepo's Leona for a second because out of all the games that Evil Geniuses have played, I believe it's 21 to date, this should be the 22nd game, Crepo has played 5 matches with Thresh, 5 matches with Sona, and 5 matches with Lulu. 15 of those games on 3 champions alone, and now his Leona, this should be his second time this season if I recall correctly. So a lot of time spent on a number of different picks, and exactly like I said, with comfort champions, it's going to come down to positioning and to landing those skill shots, because there's a lot of kill potential from both of these squads.
So here we go then, in-game with Giants versus Evil Geniuses. Our first game here of day 2 of week 9 of the European LCS. Giants starting on the blue side, Evil G on the red team. That's a new one. We know Evil Geniuses as a team which extensively researched level 1, and let's see if they've done it here against Giants.
They managed to push Snoopy out a little bit. Defensive start there from EG. Giants are doing something that they tend to do fairly often. They stack up, get that somewhat aggressive ward down, and then return to their lanes to play it out safely. What you can see from the positioning on the map is it does look like we're going to have those 2v1 swaps with both AD carries and support going up in the top lane. And you can see that already because they're setting up closely. Jims throws the little shuriken through the wall, and Crepo is immediately tagged with it. So they know he's there, but there's no vision just yet. And it's just a ping battle more than anything right now.
A very intense, time at the start of this one from both sides. As you see, Evil Genius is just backing away. Giants aren't going to be backing away from this one, though. They are going to go up to that bush just behind the red buff. Now, there is an EG ward down here in this corner bush, which is going to spot Giants' position now. And we'll see if they actually rotate away from the bottom side with Ahri and Shen and try and pick something up here.
It depends how long Giants stick around, because Exeter is prepping the card. They want to go for the steal. Froggen is already starting to come up and around, so they may collapse on them 4 versus 3. Crepo's going in. Can he get some stuns down?
They're going to go for this one. Extermin having to flash already, but look how low he's taken. Crepo going to get the first kill here, and now they're moving in towards Jimbo. Can they actually lock him down here, though, as the grasping roots come across, range out before they tie down Froggen, who will get some extra damage over Jimbones. But a great start again from Evil Geniuses, and they go instantly over the other side and try and take away that blue buff.
So we can see that Babetta set up around the side. Jims is going very aggressive as he's got some support now from Morden. This is going to be a 3 versus 3, and it looks like Giants want the fight.
Yeah, Morden going in for this one. Actually, the smite there will pick up the blue buff as Crepo going very, very low. One more hit should do it. Morden will pick that one up, but he has to flash away. There's a hail of arrows coming in. Babetta's still chasing around. They land the grasping root onto Yellow Pete, but Jimbones goes very low. He will cleanse away there, and Extermin is taken down Yellow Pete. Snoopy now going to get get knocked up. There's the stun card. Have they got the damage to finish up? Yes, Babetta picks up the kill. What is going on here? 3 minutes in, 4 kills. Giants 3-1 up.
Giants just turned that around completely, and the number of hit points on them was so incredibly low. The cleanse saved Jimbo's life. End of story. He cleansed off that ignite, got away to safety. Then Morden comes in and lands the knockup through the wall, slowing Snoopy down, and he managed to avoid the auto attack damage and wasn't able to, didn't go down in that engagement. So a good turnaround. Evil Genius is playing a tiny bit overconfident. They weren't expecting that fight, and that's what cost them their lives.
Yeah, and we talked about the whole reactionary play there from EG when they had that ward on the red buff, which was really nicely done from them. But Giants, on the other side, did exactly that over by their blue buff, and they came away with a good advantage from that one. 1,000 gold here, not even 4 minutes in.
And something that we haven't touched on just yet, if we go to the top lane, you'll see that Babetta, because he picked up the kill, he's got the red buff. So this is a red buff support Zyra with 575 range, is going to be able to just chunk down Varus and just continually get that true damage tick over and over and over. And it's, Zyra's one of the most harassy supports in the game, and with red buff, it's even more powerful.
Surprised that Morden went over to red buff there, considering the fact that he's got the red buff on and his support's got a red buff on, so they knew it wasn't there at the end of the day anyway, but he's still quite happily taking away a little bit more of the enemy jungle here, and we'll see what effect Babetta can have. If we think back to yesterday's game against Dragonborns, they had a real tough time, the AD carry and support of Jimbones and Babetta against Hosan and Moveit's aggression. This time around, though, they're the ones with the advantage there, as Froggen going very, very deep onto Extermin, going to get stunned up here. The wildcard's actually missing, and the push comes in onto the top as well. Babetta taking a lot of damage. Crepo going to be forced away, and that red buff keeping him slowed right down. Can they finish off here now? Jimbone's the one taking damage, and in the end, the Grasping Root's pushing around. Yellow Pete's still playing aggressive, but they can't finish off.
Really big mistake there from Giants in the mid lane. That's a flash from Froggen.
Yeah, flashes in there, actually missing the charm on towards Extermin, which probably would have got him the kill there if that would have ended up landing. But nicely done either way. Morden coming into middle, and a very hectic first 5 minutes of a match.
And definitely something that's exciting to watch. In that top lane, the reason no kill actually happened, Crepo is still very, very tanky with Leona, and the fact that Jimbones and Babetta were trying to focus the support. Yellow Pete stood there the entire time just bashing away on Kennen, landing auto attack after auto attack and simply going, well, if you focus the support, you're always going to lose that trade. You need to get the damage dealer, you need to get the threat, not the support.
Yeah, and actually, the first blood allowed Crepo there to pick up that Ruby Crystal as well, so that's something that really helps keep him alive in that fight. And there you see the importance of that first blood. Froggen just gone home as well. He's picked up himself a ward. Double Doran's ring coming into lane as well, so he's looking for that early game dominance over Exter.
And he's already got a good advantage built up with the CS, and he's playing very aggressive in that mid lane. Exter's decided to go for that KG's like he picked, so he's going to be generating gold. I wonder if he's going to upgrade that to a very quick Twin Shadows, which is something we've seen a number of Twisted Fates do this season. They, Destiny in, pop the ghosts, land the gold card, and then pick up kills. And when you look at all the damage and CC from the rest of his solo laners, that is a very, very scary combination.
Well, he is up at level 4 right now, and as I say that, he hits level 5, and so not too far away of his real tough point in the game when he hits that level 6, gets to Destiny, and he's able to make impacts across the map. Right now, though, Giants still holding on to that 1,000 gold lead. Actually, it's ticking just above 1,000, maybe 1,100 at this point. If you have a look down at the early CS here and how that's going, as we are going to see not quite a Grasping Root land onto Yellow Pete. So we can go back to the CS here. The solo laners, Rumble, Shen, they're in the bottom, of course, of this one. They're bang even right now. Mid lane, though, is where the real difference is. Is actually Crepo going to go in towards Jimbones. Again, we see that he has to use that cleanse to get away from Crepo, and that's the danger of Leona. When he presses go, he's going to go very aggressive as Froggen now going in towards Extermin. One more push, the Ignite is burning away, and Froggen is going to get the kill, but will he get away here from Morden? He's got hardly any life left. Morden, just narrowly missing that charm there. But he's going to see Wicked go straight in. The Ignite is burning away. Pots are running for Morden. He will just about stay alive.
What a dramatic play there. Froggen going so deep under the tower. That Stand United shield literally was the reason he saved. They've caught Jims again.
He's got no cleanse this time around, but a great grasping roots onto Yellow Pete will stop the initial pressure coming in from that backside. Jimbone survives.
He manages to get away, but now if we look to the bottom lane, Wicked is sneaking around behind Snoopy. If Samux doesn't get the recall, he's in a little bit of trouble. The bear wants the Yordle.
Wow, again, a great flash. We saw yesterday from Gambit some clutch micro play coming out of that. Was similar stuff there. Very much a last split-second decision to get that flash. Great timing out of Samux, definitely saving his life in that one. We are now, of course, at 3-2 in kills. Didn't think I'd be saying this about 6 months ago in an EG game.
Not at all, but it's great to see that Evil Geniuses have now started to ramp up that aggressive play, and more importantly, they're actually making it stick. That play in the middle lane, Froggen, started at the moment that Wicked hit 6. He had his Stand United available, carried on fighting, and thanks to that, Stand United shield, he got the kill and got away safely. They almost picked up a second kill thanks to that play as well. So he's 1-0-0, a 20 CS lead over his lane opponent, and now with that blasting one, he's really looking to stamp an authority on that lane.
So pressure from Giants in the top lane on towards the turret. That's Crepo just above half HP. Morden again going to look to come inside of this middle area, but Froggen, now he's got that ultimate up. Those 3 charges that you get are enough to make up massive amounts of ground, even with his flash down.
Yes, and if he manages to time it correctly, once those minions die, he'll get a lot of the damage onto his lane opponent as well. You can still see Morden is sniffing around, but I've noticed that with Wicked going back, his assist and his CS, he's actually picked up a Phage as his first item. So it's a slightly different pickup to what we usually see out of Shen's, and they've gone aggressive.
Here we go, Train of Corruption. He's down another great grasping roots, but is it going to be enough here? Jimbone's super low, and EG don't want to follow that one up. They wanted to alleviate the pressure on their turret there. Jimbone's again managing just to get away, using the flash this time around. And he's got a lot of lives here, Jimbones.
Yeah, that's so true. Kennen, I've always called him the Electro Hamster. Maybe he needs to be an Electro Kitty Cat with 9 lives in that top lane. Gets away safely, but that's purely because Crepo just missed the Zenith Blade thanks to the flash. He had a really good engage. He actually flashed into the Q stun, the Shield of Daybreak, and then tried to follow it up with the Zenith, but obviously wasn't anticipating the angle of Jimbone's flash to safety and wasn't able to get the kill. But a good play nevertheless, and an aggressive play actually out of that duo lane.
Yeah, always nice to see as both middle players now have that blue buff. And that will mean that they can get more involved. Exterminate's level 7 now. We should point that out. Destiny is available to him, but where is he going to be pushing in? This top lane, we're seeing his AD carrying support now coming back into the lane, so they're probably going to try and freeze that out a little bit if Extermin wants to get involved there.
So what you can actually see now in terms of Jimbones and Babette up in the top lane, they were playing very, very aggressive and shoving that lane down. They were actually playing super aggressive. Now that the Twisted Fate is Destiny, they want their opponents to push towards them to set them up for kills. I don't know when Exter's going to decide to do it because of Froggen's early build and ability power. He's got very good wave clear and can force Twisted Fate to either lose CS or obviously, stay there and farm. Evil Geniuses were trying to set up here for a dragon, but they realized there's too many members missing. They had no idea where Twisted Fate was, no idea where Jarvan was, and at the time, they couldn't see Rumble on the map either. They decided to back away, but they've got a lot of vision, and that's going to be the next objective if they can get a kill advantage.
Yeah, I think they saw that ward come down from Giants over the top of the Dragon Pit. Wicked going to actually lose this tower here. You did see the lane switch came in after the last back out of that EG top lane, the AD carry and support lane.
So they swapped them around. I wonder if that's because Wicked is struggling a little bit against Rumble. Not necessarily in the best matchup, and they've caught Exter.
Yeah, they've managed to land in there, and the charm can Froggen get through it. That's a lot of damage. Ignite is burning. They do get the kill. Froggen going to be locked
Stand
up
United.
here, but here comes Shen with that Stand United. And I tell you what, I think they could have turned that around there, maybe got a kill. Wicked had the Ignite available.
They definitely could have, but while that's going on in the top lane, they know they've pulled Shen away. Snoopy's doing the best he can to defend, and Jimbones and Babette are just push at the moment. Wicked is swinging around to try and help out. He's about to catch Zyra out, and luckily that ward will give them vision, and they're going to back away.
Yeah, nice little push as a reaction to that one from Giants. Having a tough time, and we talked about that from Froggen. double Doran's ring at the start indicated that he was gonna be going very, very deep and aggressive to try and take down this Twisted Fate. The Twin Shadows was picked up as you predicted earlier on, so once he gets involved around the map, which honestly he's level 8 now, I'd kind of expected to see that a little bit more up until this point, but when he finally does, that Twin Shadows is going to be a big impact on the game.
They were thinking about going aggressive there onto Snoopy. The Slicing Maelstrom is still up for Jimbones. You could see they got him stunned and locked up, but decided against the dive. They know Stand United is down, so ideally they want to be picking a battle in that window of opportunity. It's around about a 200-second cooldown, so that's a long time for that Stand United to be down, but it's also their window of safety where they know if the 2v1 is going to be an actual 2v1, they get a lot of free damage onto Wicked.
And Babetta landing a lot of those grasping roots, some clutch ones so far. It's down in the bottom lane. Actually, Rumble going to be in a lot of trouble, and well, he's just melted from that one. The CC chained together, as we are going to see Xemi once again taking a lot of damage. Actually, it was Twin Shadows that he threw out there that stopped Froggen going that extra leap through.
Great play in the bottom. They just completely insta-gib Rubble, landing the CC chain together, Solar Flare, Ignite, chain, like just everything. And they just destroyed him. Froggen once again winning that 1v1. And this is something we haven't actually seen Froggen do all too often this season, completely dominating his lane opponent. 114 CS with the bottom tower going down, or the middle tower going down, as well as that kill in bottom. It just means a free dragon for Evil Geniuses. They don't necessarily have the vision that they need, but it's safe because there's no one from Giants to defend it.
That brings EG right back level here in terms of gold, but Babetta and Jimbones still putting pressure down here onto this top lane, and Wicked knows that someone's going to have to come help him out here if he's to hold on to this one. Looks like Volibear will be headed north here on the map as Wicked misses the taunt there on towards Jimbones, which could have slowed down the rate at which they're pushing this one. Volibear is coming in, and that ward that we saw from Babetta in the jungle earlier on gives a very early sign when someone comes up to help. They're going to see that coming in.
This is exactly what they were doing when they were pushing the top lane earlier during the laning phase. They had full vision of the river and the tri-bush. They knew everybody that was coming in, and they've got enough counter-initiates to back away to safety. So it was a very, very good play. Now, the two members of Giants are just going to try push down this bottom tower. Yellow Pete may get there in time to pick up some CS, but it does look like that tower will go down relatively soon. Yellow Pete has drunk that elixir of fortitude, which he's had from much earlier in the game. He used that when they picked up the kill on Rumble, so he's got that temporary power boost for the next couple of minutes.
Yeah, Blade of the Ruin King added in for both of the AD carries at this stage of the game as well. We talked about Wicked's Phage being picked up now. We see the Haunting Guys as the Solar Flare comes down onto Samox, but in the end they don't follow on.
No, not at all. Now, Solar Flare's on a relatively short cooldown, so it's not the end of the world if you throw that out. It's about a minute and a half or so before it'll be up and available again. And it's something that if you are playing Leona, make sure you try it. Set it up. If you get a good stun, you can follow it up with the rest of the CC and pick up some kills, especially when you got Varus, who's got the percentage HP damage.
Yeah, definitely a CC train that a Leona Varus has there. You're not going to get out of it, even if you've got a cleanse, which is the sad thing at level 6. And look at Froggen here, going very aggressive on towards Jimbones. Actually goes back in there right at the last second. The Slicing Maelstrom finished off. There is a flash taunt, and Babetta is in all kinds of trouble now. Surely going to be finished off. He lands a grasping root, won't be enough. Meanwhile, down at the bottom, ironically, we see Morden coming in. Twisted Fate going to get involved as well, so forget bottom as Froggen gets shut down by Jimbones. He came back in afterwards. In the bottom lane, actually, Samox took down Crepo, but Yellow Pete picked up the kill onto Samox as well.
So 2 kills for 2 at the end of the day. Evil Genius is pushing the bottom lane, while Giants pushing the mid lane. Morden eats a taunt and a couple of turret hits to slow down that pressure. But good Destiny usage from Exter. It's the first time that we've actually seen him use his ultimate, and he did manage to pick up a kill, so he'll need to continue doing that as this matchup continues. Advantage Evil Geniuses because they got the second tower, whereas Giants did not.
Push that lane right out as well, but both Snoopy and Yellow Pete decided not to go any further with that. Let's have a look at some of the item pickups here, because Ari has just finished that Abyssal Scepter.
So it's obviously magic resistance to help out against the likes of Zyra, as well as Twisted Fate, as well as Rumble, and obviously the benefit of removing that magic resistance of your opponent adds all of that extra damage. The one thing that we need to keep a very close eye on is the synchronized swimming team of Froggen and Wicked, because every single time their ultimates are up and available, they dive onto the same target. Now, Crepo is trying to jump in here behind Cannon. Jimbones has some ultimates has his Lightning Rush available in the second and Cleanse, so I don't expect him to go down, but he's decided to recall. He may get caught.
Yeah, there's a ward down from Frog, and they're going to go in here for Jimbones. Can he escape the bear? No, he gets flung back. Charm will actually miss that, but they clean up a kill. An easy 3-on-1 there for EG, but good reactionary play.
There was no vision in the river there, so Jimbones had no idea that Crepo was coming up from the river to set that one up. He thought he had time to recall away from Ari, but obviously had no indication that Crepo's Leona was there to pick up the kill. So two members of Giants now trying to defend this top turret, and wisely EG now with no vision of the tri-bush area and the blue bush area decide, let's not stick around, we could be collapsed upon.
Trinity Force finish there as the first item for Wicked as well, so he's going full on that one. We talked about the fact that, you know, early on in the season he earned that whole Bricked nickname for building a ridiculously tanky Shen. And now on this time, going to be looking to make a bit more of an impact in terms of kills in this game as well with that build. So Yellow Pete and Crepo are again headed up towards his top side, so it looks like they want to get rid of that final outer turret that stands for the Giants.
Good thinking though from Giants. They're aware of this aggression and they've actually sent numbers to meet the wave literally the second it gets within range of the tower. So they hold that one off for a little bit longer. And the fact that Wicked has gone for that Trinity Force Shen tells you he wants to be a damage threat. He's not happy playing tank and playing split pusher. He wants to be somebody that Giants need to be afraid of, because albeit he doesn't have burst or consistent damage like an AD, if you give him enough time in a fight, he will chunk you down with that passive and those Vorpal blades of his. So, you know, very good pickup. It synergizes very well with his entire kit, you know, the HP, the movement speed, attack speed, etc., etc. Right now, though, Giants, they've pushed out that wave. They're holding this top lane turret. They don't know that there's a pink ward in that bush, so Evil Geniuses have full vision of their opponents. We do see that Destiny is available for Exeter, as is Stand United for Wicked. So if a fight happens, you could immediately have those two champions joining the party to play.
So many wards down on this top side of the map as well. And if you look at Giants, you have to give them some real big credit for their warding right now. Look at it. They've literally got wards across the entire map. One's just timed out in the south side of the river there, but they've got a lot of vision in place right now. And we talked about the fact that when they're in the lead, they can do very well. It's when they're behind that they seem to struggle for ideas and, you know, how to turn that game back in their favor. Right now, it looks like they're going to set up a counter trap with Morden waiting.
Morden may be looking to try get the hop over the wall into a slam dunk cataclysm. We see the Blade of the Ruined Kings come down. Here's the fight.
There we go. Zyra going to get the knock-up. Chain of Corruption comes down for Yellow Pete. Is going aggressive here on towards Jimbones, and both teams kind of half in, half out. Should we go? Should we not? And in the end, they decide to back away. But Extermin is headed towards his top lane, which tells me he might get that Destiny in, and they may try and follow up.
Now, Stand United is still available, so if anybody gets caught up by a Grasping Roots, you can expect that Destiny coming in. The entire time that Exeter was away, though, allowed Froggen to carry on pushing this mid lane. So he's got down to the inner turret, and he's got a big CS advantage thanks to that early advantage that he picked up. The early ability power and wave clearing just made Exeter really have to play super defensive.
Yeah, and his Destiny's not really had the impact, I think we can safely say, that, you know, other Twisted Fates up until now, which have really won games, have had, you know, the Xpeke's Twisted Fates, the Froggen Twisted Fate from yesterday even. You know, we saw how often they were moving around the map, and that's where Twisted Fate excels, you know, that's the point of Twisted Fate almost, is to be a third man in a lane to really help out when it comes to ganks, and that's just not quite happened this time around for Extermin. However, Jimbones and Mabetta are once again pushing the top lane, and they will take the inner turret.
So very nicely done, but the Solar Flare lands instantly cleansed by Jimbones. He's going to manage to get away, but summon a spell blown. And you're talking about the Twisted Fate usage. It's up to each individual player to change the destiny of the game with the use of that ultimate.
Oh. I can groan at that one.
But what we do see, thanks to the tower advantage and some, you know, early game pressure, that initial kill lead that the Giants built up for themselves, they do still have a 2,000 gold advantage. It may not feel like they're in the lead as far as gold is concerned, but it's because they're not making the plays. They're not the ones being very aggressive. They're not the ones picking the fights, as it were. But they are ahead in gold, and that is sort of what matters right now.
So, Dragon being started here by Evil Geniuses. There's no Destiny. There's no vision. I was just about to save them doing that, and Destiny is going to get popped. That will reveal the entire EG team.
So we'll see right now, Giants are coming in here. They decide not to use any of their ultimates and effectively don't even challenge for that one as the EG ward wears out. But the rest of Giants, they're just going to group up and take a free tower. They'll be happy with this trade.
Now this zoning is very, very good from Giants. They knew that Evil Geniuses had gone bottom side. They know that they've got positional advantage on this middle lane, and as such, you're going to use it to take down a second inner turret of the game here. This is a great call from them.
This is something that you almost never see from Evil Geniuses, giving up 2 map objectives like that simply because of poor positioning. Now we see the rest of Giants, they're stacked up as 5 up here in the top lane tower. That was Blade of the Ruined King actually used from Kennen. They want to carry on because Froggen's not here.
Froggen's not here. He was pushing that bottom lane. It's going to be recalling back in, and as soon as Giants realize that he's no longer pushing this bottom lane, they will back away. And I have to credit Giants here on the way that they're playing this game. They look very, very coordinated.
That was a great play, and it was exactly like you said, thanks to the vision, thanks to the zoning of being 5-man stack above the Dragon. They knew that they had the speed to rush that middle lane, take both of those towers in exchange for a Drake. That's a trade that any team will take any day of the week. And very, very crucially, before that build-up, the Lich Bane was completed for Twisted Fate. So he's got a very nice damage spike. He's got that additional movement speed and obviously going to carry on running. I also want to touch that Samax has got his Rylai's Crystal Scepter. So the slow from the Equalizer is obviously going to be insurmountable as well.
Now, what are EG going to play with the cards that they've got right now? It looks like a mid-push may be the option that they're going to go for. Giants starting to rotate back around from the blue buff that they've just taken to try and defend this inner turret. Kennen off on the top side, actually. And will he get involved? Actually, we are going to see the Zenith Blade land. There's a Chain of Corruption coming in. Zyra ulti is going to knock a lot of them up, but Froggen joins the fight from the side. Krepo has finally gone down, and Kennen stunning pretty much the entire team with this one. The action breaking off left and right as we are going to see Stan United used, but it won't channel through. Wicked going to fall here as well. What a fight for Giants. Can they get in on towards Froggen, though? Jim Bones is trying to chase him down. Extermin is there as well. He doesn't have much mana to work with, and you know that an Ahri with lots of health and lots of mana still could still turn around and do the damage. In the end, Froggen, one of only 2 of EG that survived.
Froggen was not there quickly enough, and Giants had the perfect opportunity to engage. They landed a lot of abilities together and managed to pick it up. Samax, he's picked the fight though.
He's going to go right in here, but can he put enough damage down here onto Froggen? It looks like
yes,
Froggen now going to be on cooldowns. Giant and Samax says thank you very much for the kill and for the blue buff.
Rylai's Crystal Scepter held Froggen in place. He had no flash, he had no ultimate to dash away. So at the end of that, that's a 4-for-0 exchange, and Jimbo's playing incredibly brave at the front, just relying on that lightning rush to get to safety. But he does, and that's what's important. They pick up those kills, they pick up the CS, they defend the tower, and this is a big advantage for Giants right now.
A nice position for them to be in. 5,000 gold almost here. Here's the difference between these two. Jimbones is significantly ahead here in the gold totals. Actually has got almost a 2,000 gold lead over his opposite number. Samax here being chased down. Another great grasping roots coming out of Babetta.
Now, Babetta's Zyra is probably the reason that the Giants defeated Gambit, a couple of weeks ago. He is really, really, really good with that champion. He has good grasping roots, he has good ultimates. The previous team fight, I think he knocked up 3 members of Evil Geniuses and zoned out the 4th with just his ultimate alone. And it was comboed with everybody in a Cataclysm. So it just stacks on top of one another and gives you such great zone control. A massive pickup comes from that Jimbone's gold lead, which you mentioned. Infinity Edge completed and the makings of a Zeal. He's very close to having that wrapped up as well.
Yeah, I think you're very right there with Babetta, who's actually going to get hit here with pretty much everything from Krepo. They are going to lock him down, and just as we're praising him, he gets caught out. Just putting a ward down, guys, but they're going to push Froggen here at the bottom lane. Zhonya's will be used. He's going to be chased down here by Samax. Can he get the damage down onto Extermin? Wild cards come through. It's not going to matter, though. Samax gets the kill.
Now take a look at this. I believe Destiny has been used, so Exterminator knows where the rest of Evil Geniuses are. They sniffed that gank coming. They trade 1 for 1, and you have to feel if you're going to trade a support for a mid laner, you'll be happy with that trade at the end of the day. But Froggen almost picked up a kill there in that 2v1 engagement. Exter went very, very low indeed, and it was only because of the Rylai's slow from Samax that Exter got away. Samax may have overstayed his welcome though, because Leona wants blood and is chasing the little Yordle down.
Well, here is Krepo coming in from the side. The question is, can Samax dodge everything? And, well, the answer is no to that one. Wicked coming in from the side. The rest of EG closing in. Samax goes down. And I don't think that was needed, actually, from Samus. I think he should have gone when when Extermin popped that Destiny, and they saw that they were coming down.
I completely agree with you. He's seen that Evil Geniuses were backing away, moving back up the river, so he felt he could stick around a little bit longer. Jims gets a couple of auto attacks onto the mid inhibitor turret, while Morden is pushing to the top one. But again, it's not really worth the gold that you give away in that kill. You can actually see by Froggen's positioning, he was like, can I go for this fight? Do I want to take this fight? But in the end, he decides to not go for that particular engagement and save his ultimate for the next big team fight.
In the meantime, Evil Genius is pushing down towards his bottom inner turret here with Crepo, Snoopy, and Yellow Pete there. That turret is gonna be taken down. Yeah, nothing that Extermin could really do without, the risk of that Leona just pouncing on him and landing all that CC one after another, especially with the Chain of Corruption being available for Yellow Pete as well. So a nice little pickup from EG. They're still behind though by 2 turrets and 3,400 gold.
So Giants actually making a mistake of their own. They got pushed out of that bottom lane. They had their members all over the map in the middle and top and lost a turret completely for free. You can see that the stacking of Evil Geniuses for the most part in this bottom lane, or towards the bottom, they're almost getting ready for Dragon. Giants have the time for it, and they're here as a 5 as well. Now, Giants gave up the previous Drake in exchange for those 2 turrets, so let's see what Evil Geniuses decide to do, because it looks like Giants this time around want the objective.
Yeah, and that Dragon at this stage of the game not going to last very long. Finished off there with the Smite of Morden. Wicked is going to be pushing towards the outer turret here in that top lane, the final outer turret that stands here for Giants. I feel like I said that about 20 minutes ago, to be honest. Well, they are finally going to be taking that one out, and I'm just wondering what Giants will decide to counter that with here.
Well, they're stacked fairly tightly towards this red buff area, and it looks like Samus is going to pick a fight now with Wicked. He's going to go in. You can see Destiny's been used, and take a look for the gold card.
Yeah, Wicked in a lot of trouble here. Actually, will dash away from that one. The gold card not quite in range to get the stun down. There's a flash from Wicked.
Twice.
And he's going to try and get away, but there's the harpoon landing. Wicked slowed to a crawl. Another shadow dash. Is he going to get away? No, it's not. Samus finishes off.
Wicked did 2 things there. What I completely lost it. First of all, he shadow dashed out of range of the gold card. So the first time it couldn't happen. Then, as Exter got in range to land the gold card, he flashed out of it a second time. And if it wasn't for such a low cooldown on that spell, he may actually have gotten away from the 3rd effective hit of it. What it does mean now, those Giants have stacked up for Baron, and I wonder if EG can defend.
I'm wondering if they're even going to bother with this one. It is going very low as the Solar Flare does go down. The Baron's got 2,500 hit points left, but EG are going to engage for the fight, but Better goes down. Where are they going to go next? Cataclysm going to be used right in the middle of the fight here by Morden. There's a slicing Maelstrom, and it is doing exactly what it says on the tin, slicing through EG. Froggen going to fall down here at the end, and that is 5 kills for 3. A triple kill in the end for Extermin and the Baron pickup. What a play out of Giants.
They aced Evil Geniuses. The key members of the team, the carries, all have Baron buff remaining. They're going to barrel down this middle lane, and Brickett is going to have to channel his inner giant killer with those double giant belts, because he's defending against 3 giants.
Well, there are 3 of them coming. I see what you did there. Threw me off my game. As the turret does go down, let's get back into it, because Giants are not stopping here. They know that they've got a good amount of time. We're going to see the first inhibitor of the match go down. We saw Wiki just kind of posturing there to scare them away. Am I going to Shadow Dash you or am I not? In the end, Giants say, let's not even risk that happening to us. Let's back away. This must be a ton of gold for Jim Bones to spend when he goes home here. Extermin as well. Look at that, 2,300 for Jim Bones. 2.7 on Extermin. Rumble has actually, I think, just spent up there as well. Just had an elixir in, obviously got that. Leandris got the Crystal Scepter, got a needlessly large rod. There's another needlessly large rod picked up by Twist of Fate. The Phantom Dancer was selected by Jim Bones there on Kennen. So Giants getting a huge spike from that last fight.
Yeah, the gold advantage they have right now is over 9,000. It's so high and so good. The one thing that plays into their favor is the fact that they've got this gold right now, right? What's going to end up happening is that Yellow Pete's going to start to outscale Jim Bones as we start getting into these next 5, 10, 15 minutes, because Kennen is an early to mid-game AD carry. He doesn't necessarily have that same really decimating impact in the super late game. He does have a Phantom Dancer completed above Yellow Pete, but it's going to be up to Evil Geniuses to stall long enough for Yellow Yellow Pete to balance out those damage numbers. Right now, 4 members of Giants are stacked in the top. They might be a bit overconfident because Samix isn't there.
Yeah, Morden actually taking a lot of damage here, but I say a lot of damage, a lot of abilities. The damage wasn't really there. He's going to go back in. Crepo quite low as they try and lock down Snoopy. Wicked going to go back in. There's the chain of corruption. Slicing Maelstrom comes down with the equalizer. They're going to try and lock down Yellow Pete. Can he get away? No. Double kill coming out for Jimbones. Crepo going to fall as well. That's a triple for Kennen, and Jimbones is going right into the base. He wants more from this one. He's forced Froggen away. Second inhibitor turret is down. The inhibitor itself is going to fall. Meanwhile, Jimbones is hammering away on the first Nexus turret as Froggen comes out of the base with the home guard boots. That flies him into position, lands the charm onto Jimbones. Now they try and focus down Snoopy here, right under the turret. Morden picks up that kill. Jimbones is still dealing with Froggen up on the top side, and the Nexus is going to go down, and Giants pick up another vital victory against the top team, beating Evil Geniuses.
Why, oh why did they not ban Kennen? This is a question that will be ringing true as soon as this team starts talking. Giants picking up a massive and much needed victory here today. It was a good game, it was a close game, but a couple of team fight victories for Giants once they exited the laning phase propelled them, and they really just stomped home that victory.
Yeah, that Kennen 5-1-10 in the end. We talked about, they need to make that advantage work now to push through the game. That's exactly what the Giants went for. That's it from me in Quick Shot for this one. We're going to go over to the analysis desk to break things down with Demon and Jason.
Yes, thank you very much. What a fantastic start to Sunday in Week 9. We are building up so big here right now that everybody knows promotion and relegation is on everyone's mind right now. And, 7th place Giants, they are chasing on the heels of 6th. They don't want to be in that relegation fight. They want to be playing in the promotion series. And, well, it could well happen against all authorities. They're not too far away from them, and that is a massive win for Giants. How do they do this? So that's Evil Geniuses they've beaten twice. That's Gambit they've beaten twice. Right. But everybody else, they fall apart to.
I want to say half is because they're on comfort champions. We finally saw Jimbones yet again on that Kennen, and we saw Babetta on his Zyre, which was so impactful throughout the entire game, which we'll actually get into replay in a little bit, but that was just them playing so well. Like, I was talking to the entire game, seeing how they were, being really aggressive in the top lane, what they're trying to do, really control where Snoopy's going. Because of that, Samix could get fed. You saw Extra having a lot of problems in the mid lane, but it didn't matter in the end. He didn't really make any impact in the mid to early, or the early to mid game with these ultimates, but it didn't matter because they just kept focusing on certain objectives, focusing on controlling EG and where they're moving, and from that, they were able to pick up that win.
And they seem to do that, We've heard Evil Geniuses talk about it. They've thought the way of getting around their problems is to go sort of semi-solo queue style. Go out without too many cares, get aggressive in there. And they were kind of trying it, but you can't mix that up against Giants. They've proven against Gambit that when Chaos is reigning supreme, they are very good. And it's kind of the same with Dragon Balls. That's kind of how they got caught out before. So let's get into the replays, Jason. We had many replays really to choose from, but we've highlighted 2 particular ones.
Yeah, the first one we're going to show you is about the 23-40 minute mark. It was the first major team fight we see. Giants have about a 2,000 gold lead. It's 5-7, but it's when EG's being aggressive. They're pushing their second middle inner turret here. Let's get the replay on your screen and just show you what kind of happens and show you why we highlight this in particular, because we're going to have Jimbones. He's going to get caught eventually here, but it's the whole combo of Giants setup that we're going to see that really is the key point. But Babetta, Morden, and Samix are going to be the key players in this. We'll show you, and we'll slow it down right when we get to there. Where you see Jimbones, you're going to see him get caught, and then Crepo kind of makes the call, hey, let's go in. I have their AD carry. We can probably pick him up. Doesn't have cleanse available, but he does have his flash, as you're going to see. He was able to get away from that Varus ultimate. You see the Zyre ulti come in, and then, of course, the Jarvan Cataclysm to lock 3 members of EG up. And from that, the Zyre ultimate goes up. The Rumble ultimate, which is the key point, is just straight across the entire Cataclysm. So Crepo, Wicked, and Snoopy are all sitting inside of that. You have the Riley's Crystal Scepter, and I believe you have Leandros at that, or only the Hunting Guys at that point. But the damage that comes out of that, since the Rumble Ultimate was changed from burst to the damage over time, just destroys the rest of EG. They're able to pick up these 3 kills, and we're able to take a nice, or more of a solid lead after that. Froggen obviously was able to escape, but it doesn't matter. You got the key members down, you got Snoopy, you got Yellow Pete down. That's all you really have to do to win these fights.
Yeah, and there was a couple of things that happened after that as well. That was a 3-0. I think the scores were, 6-7 there. So very close games, so very tight. There was back and forth action. There was kills down the bottom, kills in the mid lane. And then Samux got caught out for Evil Genius. Oh, maybe Evil Genius is going to get back into it. But then Wicked got caught. He tried the Great Escape. And this is what led up to this fight. So while they were going for it, and you said it exactly as it happened, you said, Rumble used Flash there. He had his ulti. Why didn't he use his ulti? and this is exactly why. It was the Baron fight.
Yeah, he was thinking 2 steps ahead right there. He's like, hey, I can blow my flash, get the slow on a Shen because I have the Crystal Scepter. We can pick up that kill, and then we can force Evil Genius to fight a position where my Rumble Ultimate will be really dominating. Unfortunately, it didn't really work out in that in the end, but the threat, that's the point. The threat of him being able to put that down top you is really what kills you. So the replay we're going to show you now is when Giants are going for this Baron in a 5v4 situation. 29.5 minutes in, they're up 4,000 gold. So they've kept this lead against Evil Geniuses for the last, 6-7 minutes, and we're going to show you the replay right now and just see the coordination of Giants because it was very close to Evil Geniuses being able to pick this up. The Baron dropped to about 600 health at one point, and we saw Morden actually flash in to hit it a couple of times just to finish it off. So let's get the replay going and I'll show you what happens. So, Krepo, he kind of unfortunately whiffs his ultimate, wasn't able to lock anyone Giants down, and then you see just the confusion in Evil Genius' side, just like a couple seconds before, where they're, should we go in? Should we back away? I don't know exactly what we want to do, but they do commit to it. Yellow Pete gets a nice ultimate here, and you see Froggen coming up from the side, but that Rumble ultimate just kind of separates them. It prevents Snoopy from getting into the entire enemy team. It forces him to flash. Of course, Beta does go down in the end, but then you see Morden come in from the side. He zones Yellow Pete, zones Froggen, but it doesn't matter. We have Extra, you have Samix, you have Jimbones all attacking the member of Evil Geniuses. We saw Morden flash in, pick up the Baron, and then Jimbones, he splashes out. Because of the wall that was created with that Cataclysm, he wanted to get safe, flashes on the other side of it, and he's like, hey, I got my ultimate up, let me see what I can do. Ends up picking up these kills, the ace, and a great play out of Giants to pick up that Baron and to really control it. Like, they played it like a chess game. They're like thinking a couple steps ahead, and it worked out well for them.
And like Joe Miller said, it does exactly what it says on the tin. It literally sliced Evil Geniuses apart. And obviously that leads us to the MVP. And the whiz was, of course, Jimbones. I mean, it takes the team, of course, to win these games. But Jimbones really played supreme, we thought, in there. He got AD Cannon back. So many times at the start of the season, he was just panned against him. But they seem to just let it slip through.
Yeah, and there's also another reason we picked him. Because yesterday we saw him in his match. He got shut down level 1 and just got pushed out of lane 2 or 3 times in a row. Yeah, and he just had such a tough time, but you see when he finally does get a champion he's comfortable on, he can excel so much. He was able to get those 3 assists right off the bat from that level 1 early aggression that we saw, and that's what he can do if you give him that champion.
Yeah, so we are of course going to go over to the main stage and get an interview with Samux over with Shox.
Thank you very much. I'm here with Samux, who was on Rumble, the top laner. Congratulations, great game. In the beginning, didn't go very well, but then you pulled it in your favor. So can you tell us about the game?
Yeah, at the beginning, the early game was bad, but we managed to get some turrets and get the gold back. So we could win some team fights and get the Nashor. So we won like that.
Okay. Very important win for you guys. You weren't doing very well, and now it seems that you found your mojo back. So did you train more? Did you scout more? How did you get back to your form?
Yeah, we're starting to train more strategy into the game, and we are training more hours.
Thank you very much, Samix. So remember that you can hit us up on Twitter, as today we want to know which North American player would you add into the European All-Star team and why. You know how to reach us. Tweet us at LOL Esports, #LCS. For now, the Dragonborns pulled up some crazy strats in the past, and they always want to give us an action-packed match. I personally can't wait to see what they can pull out of their Dragon Hats versus Fnatic. So Fnatic versus Dragonborns will be coming up after the break, and we'll also be having a talk with EG's Yellow Pete, so don't go anywhere. for day 2 of week 9, here at the European LCS. And now, before we dive into our next game, I'm joined by Yellow Pete, AD carry for Team EG. And of course, the first question, Pete, what happened there in the game? Very much aggression from your side in the beginning, but then you've kind of lost it.
Well, we had this really nice ward on the red buff, which made us spot them and spot the invade, and we knew they didn't have a jungler, so we just kind of went for it and tried to get the buff and also the kill, and it worked out really well. But then we kind of misjudged the timing on their jungler, and at the same time didn't have smite anymore in Snoopy, so like the blue invade that we followed up with was definitely a mistake, and that brought us a little bit behind, although we even got back from that. So in the end, like the latest advantage that we had, I think we kind of lost through playing a little bit too passively again. But yeah, overall, it wasn't the worst of games, but still kind of disappointing.
And also the momentum, of course. Just one more question about that game is that you didn't ban out the cannon, and you were directly up against him in lane, so you had to have, you could get rooted by Zyra and get stunned by cannon. Was that something you didn't think of beforehand, or?
No, we definitely knew that Jimbo plays cannon, so we just judged other bans to be more important. And I don't think it was really necessarily that much of a problem in this game. On lane, neither on lane or in team fights. It was other factors that made us lose.
Okay. Bigger than the loss, of course, that you lost the momentum. Yesterday, a great performance against Fnatic, and now it's going downhill a little bit again. So what happened between yesterday and today?
Nothing special. I mean, it sounds really weird, like losing or winning against like the first place team and then losing against the last place team, but it's, well, it can always happen. Like there's a little bit of variance in team's performance, and well, we had a good day yesterday, and today we weren't as lucky.
Okay, but you're still feeling confident, I can see that. Now, let's talk a little bit about the change LCS has brought to your life, because you were one of the teams that traveled the most in Season 2, and now you're coming to this LCS structure. So guide us through how your life has changed.
Well, it's more settled down now, obviously. Like we used to travel the whole world, basically, and also like a lot of international travel, intercontinental travel, so we'd be tired a lot. We wouldn't have like a lot of time to practice in some months, so that's been changed, and we now we can actually settle down and kind of schedule everything around the game, which is nice. I kind of miss the aspect of traveling different countries a little bit, but at the same time it'll still be possible with international events such as World Finals and maybe even China. So yeah.
Absolutely. Talking about China, as you are the teams that has had the most experience last year playing against, playing in Korea for a while, a lot of American tournaments, in Taiwan even. So how do you judge how the regions will do at the All-Star game?
I think EU has a fair shot at winning it. We have some very talented players, so it's really interesting because how strong the teams in the region are. Doesn't really matter too much, just as long as you can assemble like a super strong team out of the individual players. So I don't expect it to necessarily be what people expect it to be, like NA going 5th or something. So it's a little bit more complicated than that, and mainly comes down to how well the All-Star teams can adjust to each other in a short period of time that they have to prepare, and basically build up synergy as quickly as possible.
All right. Finally, you're of course from Germany, and now you live in Cologne. So how are you enjoying the city?
It's been treating me well. I like it. It's a nice city. We have water, and yeah, I don't know. It's just generally a nice city to live in. Although it doesn't really matter too much for us. Like most of our daily schedule is for practice and all that stuff, so we can't really go around and enjoy everything all the time. But it's still nice to live here, yeah, for sure.
Eyes on the prize, a lot of practice. Thank you very much, Yellow Pete.
You're welcome.
Now it's time for the second match of today, so let's throw it over to our casters again, Joe and Quickshot.
Thanks a lot, Shox. It's time to get our second match of the day underway. It's Fnatic against the Dragonborns. Coming into this week, Dragonborns were 4 for 16, but after their 2 games yesterday and that win against the Giants, they're now 5 for 17. Fnatic, on the other hand, are still flying high, despite that loss yesterday, at 17 for 5. We'll see if their confidence has been shaken, though, with that loss, that heavy loss, I think we can safely say, against Evil Geniuses yesterday. The last time these two teams met ended in a win for Fnatic, as did the first time that they went head-to-head. Dragonborns need to turn that around here and pull off an upset for the sake of their LCS careers, to be honest.
Yeah, especially because Giants just picked up a victory now as well. So the Dragonborns, they're a team that sort of revel in chaos and playing super aggressive. Their champions always fit that sort of play style. And thinking back to the Fnatic games, I still remember when Hosan was playing Needly. Hosan was battling against Xpek's Needly in the middle. It was crazy, crazy, crazy. So we'll see if they've figured out how to convert that chaos into objective and map control. Against Fnatic, they're really going to need to find a way to deal with the map-aware Soaz and Xpeke and try to exploit some weaknesses. Yesterday, the Dragonborns did demonstrate a noticeable improvement in their coordination and their control because they were playing a great team effort against both Gambit and then, of course, the win against the Giants.
So let's have a look at the lineups for both of these teams then, starting out with Fnatic, and of course, starting in their top lane with Soaz, Cyanide in the jungle, Peke in the mid lane, and the AD carrying support, Yellow Star and N-Rated.
And of course, for the Dragonborns, Yamato Cannon, Maluno, Shushe, Hosan, and Muvat.
Let's talk about the games featured in this the matchup. You know, the mini games, if we can really call them that, and the head-to-head. This time around, we've highlighted the support players, and first up, the support of Fnatic, of course, N-Rated.
So, of course, N-Rated, first and foremost, he is the caller and the team leader for Fnatic in-game. His current stats: 21 kills, 57 deaths, 121 assists overall. He's currently got the first gold per minute of all support players. He's 1 ahead of Edward and 20 ahead of the person in third place. So significantly further ahead as far as gold is concerned. He's actually a player that has been drawing bans throughout the season. Thresh and Leona in particular have been banned out a number of times, and it allows the rest of his team to actually play those preferred picks, which is why they've got so many wins under their belt. Yesterday, he played an last week, absolutely sublime Leona play when comboed with Soaz's Rumble. And yesterday, his Nunu against EG, it didn't really have much of an impact.
So let's have a look at his opposite number in this one for the Dragonborns and their support player, Mover. Now, it's a bit of a different story for Mover, we have to say. He's currently bottom place support player in the statistics, ranking even behind the already replaced Corralius for this point. Mover, you know, as a player, he's not stood out statistically, but we have seen some good plays from him. We have to say that. He's definitely going to have to step things up. But, as I said, with the support play, if you're playing something like Sona or Thresh even that we've seen from him, one play can change the way that your team goes around. But he's going to have to constantly make these big plays if Dragonborns are going to have a chance to close that gap on the rest of the bottom teams. And yesterday, we can't forget how aggressive he played along with Hosan in that bottom lane over Giants. They really did actually dominate that bottom lane and stop Giants having really any chance to get that AD carrying support farmed up.
So this is something that we've seen out of Hosan and Mover a couple of times in the past. When they were playing against SK, they also dominated that lane. When they played yesterday against Giants, they dominated that lane. It's a situation where the support players can affect an individual player like Hosan, who's arguably one of the superstars in the team, as well as supporting the entire team. When you compare him to players like Dude, N-Rated, and Edward, they've got a very big effect on the entire team game, setting up matches, setting up team fight victories and wins. And this is definitely something that Movert's going to need to do more of because his AD carry Hosan is so incredibly good. So it's one of these situations where you almost feel if Hosan was paired with somebody like Edward, for example, what would those lane situations turn out to be like?
Well, Mover, we know he's got to step things up, but yesterday was definitely a start to getting things going and getting things rolling in the very much later stage of the season that we're in right now. Of course, Fnatic going to be showing clear focus and determination, not wanting to have another upset loss against a team that had been on a losing streak up until yesterday. Do the Dragonborns have what it takes to pull out a surprise today, though? Let's hear what the players have to think.
Dragonborn, they had a lot of troubles by swapping players around.
So they just need to stick with one lineup and focus and try to improve together as a team, not change a player that fails.
Fnatic is a really experienced team. I don't think they will underestimate us.
We don't go overconfident like we did in the past with Copenhagen Wolves. Now we take every game serious, we focus and we try to win it.
If we just stop making our own mistakes, I think we can pull it through.
And there's a very valid point at the end from Mover that if you concentrate on your own game first and get that going well, chances are you're going to be doing well in the league itself. So that's something that Dragonborns obviously focus on. Their 2 games yesterday. The first up was against Gambit. It was a loss at the end. It extended their losing streak to 0 for 14. However, they look really, really good, and they brought that through for their games against Giants. And today, if everything's gone to plan in their whole comeback in these final 2 weeks of the season, then you never know. We could be seeing another upset today from Dragonborns.
It was a hard-fought loss. It's exactly like we said. They've been working on their own game lately, and yesterday was actually arguably the first time we've ever seen the team working really as a 5-man unit. They were coordinated, they were controlled, they were moving around the map as a unit, and they were making plays as a unit, which is something we've genuinely not seen for 8 weeks here in the LCS. So it's great to see that coming out, and we'll see how they're going to handle Fnatic, who arguably are the best map-playing team in the LCS right now.
So here we go then with the bans and the picks, and no real surprises from Fnatic. Looks taken out there. We saw Shushe's impact play with it earlier on in the season. Those oh my lord moments he certainly produced. Draven for Hosan. Hosan, as we said, is definitely up there with the best AD carries in terms of his skill. It's not quite translated into, victories for Dragonborns, but Draven is one thing to take away. Thresh also, yes, that's something that N-Rated might want to play, but also a safe ban, in my opinion, to get out. Leona and Elise then aimed at Fnatic from Dragonborns.
Yeah, so taking those out of play, they still have one ban left. Zed, Twisted Fate, Shen, Varus are all still available for selection. So these are very high priority picks that pretty much lets Fnatic decide how and where they want to go. Removing that Twisted Fate immediately takes that map presence away. We've seen yesterday, Xpeke was running Katarina with Flash and Ignite. I believe it's the first time he's ran Ignite with her. He does tend to go for that teleport Flash. And like we're talking about, those comfort picks, those preferred champion selections of Zed has been locked in. Another key thing to note out is both Nasus and Volibear were available. So we'll see what they want to run. Maluna's actually been running Jungle Udyr as well. So that's another possibility if they want to go that route.
Well, right now they are hovering over Jarvan, which wouldn't surprise me. Maluno is a strong Jarvan player, has made an impact with him before, up until now in the season as well. What will they go for now? Because Zed has been a favorite for Yamato Cannon in the last games that we've seen him. Obviously, his first games, really, technically. He's been heavily playing Zed, but that's taken away this time here. So interested to see whether they'll just, go straight in and think Shen, maybe, for this one.
The difficulty therefore as well, they don't know who's going to be playing Zed. It could go to Soaz, it could go to Xpeke. So the Dragonborns are going to need to play a little bit of guesswork here as to who's going to pick up that particular champion. If they do decide to go for that Kha'Zix, we might see that being played by Shushe. He's used it a couple of times in that mid lane. It's also a champion that's, bounced back and forth. Interestingly for Maluno, this is only going to be the 3rd time that he's played Jarvan. It's one of the picks that he does try to get his hands on a lot, but he's only played it twice previously. He has a KDA of 22 on that champion.
100% win ratio with him as well. So
2 out of 2.
That's, I suppose, statistically, and me being the stat man, I should know this. A good pick for him. 2 out of 2, 100%. Let's see if we can carry that on here today. What a Fnatic gonna go with here? Switching between Volibear, between Nocturne there as well. So Nocturne or Volibear, we'll see which one goes in. I'd say that Volibear is the more realistic of the 2 choices. Of course, a champion that has been playing a hell of a lot right now. I'd say probably has about 100% pick ratio in the last games that we've been seeing him all over the place.
So Cyanide has run Nocturne once before, if memory serves correctly, and I believe he actually built the Frozen Mallet on him. Went very, very aggressive, played a very much paranoia equals kill game. Every time that ultimate was up, he would dive in and chase. When you consider the combo of having a Nocturne and a Zed diving onto anybody, it's a very scary combination. And Fnatic have still not revealed who the solo laners are. Picking Zyra, we've seen Xpeke actually play AP Zyra in the past before. He's currently sitting on Ghost and Flash for summoner spells. So it's a different set of summoner spells than we're used to using, which implies to me we may see a different champion out of him in this particular matchup, which means he could be going for Zyra. What it does mean for Dragonborns, they're playing complete guesswork here. They have no idea who their solo laners are going to be. They don't know who they're going to be matching up against because Zyra could be support, could be mid. Zed could be mid, could be top, could even be, well, it's not going to be jungle, but could be. And, you know, a lot of different options here for the Dragonborns to deal with and try to predict.
So they've got that Kha'Zix in there, which, as I said, top, middle lane. Jarvan, we're going to go out. I'm gonna go out on a limb and say it'll probably be in the jungle there with Maluno. Misfortune, another strong carry here.
Kale's available. Now,
it's true.
In terms of the supports, we've also got Lulu, and with Kale, I was just looking at the combo there of the Zed and the Nocturne, and the idea of somebody tunneling in, diving onto you with Deathmark, with Paranoia, to immediately just go, look, I'm going to intervention this and peace, I'm out. It's a very, very powerful combination, and it's something that we've seen Shushe play time and time again. So Shushe probably going to be Kale in the mid, Yamato's probably going to be Kha'Zix in the top lane, and then obviously Maluno on that Jarvan. And again, we're seeing the Dragonborns actually leaving their support pick to last. I think they did that against Giants yesterday as well, if my memory serves me.
Yeah, which is at that point when I say maybe we'll see something funky coming out.
Yep.
And that wasn't
not to be.
But maybe today. I am very optimistic about something like that. Fnatic right now hovering over Caitlyn here for their AD carry role. And will it be that Zyra in the support, or will they go for something else in the mid lane? No, just reactionary there after that Kale pickup.
So there's a lot of damage threats here from Fnatic already, and depending on now that Jace has been locked in, we can pretty much guarantee who's going where. That's going to be Zed in the mid lane. Soaz is going to be playing Jace. They could actually swap that around and go for 2v1s, 1v2s, that sort of thing. But having a Twitch-Zyra combination, every single member of Fnatic is a damage threat. It takes Zyra a little bit longer to get into that position, but you'll see the likes of a KG's Lucky Pick, maybe going to Morella Nomicon, which is the standard now, maybe even getting a Zhonya's Hourglass, depending on how well the lane goes. So they've got so many damage threats. What it also means for Dragonborns, that single target Kale intervention is not going to be enough to save the entire team. So I wouldn't be surprised to see the likes of a Lulu in this particular matchup have that additional shield and life-saving ability. If not Lulu, probably Sona, I think, for some team CC and things like that. Or they're going to throw it right out and
Malphite.
I'm not believing that yet.
No, I'm not either. But Mover looks pretty serious there. We've got the player cam on him right now, and doesn't seem to be that much of a troll from my view.
So, okay, Malphite being locked in, that's going to be support Kale then, is my guess. Kale, Misfortune bottom lane. Probably Maluno in the jungle. You can see Flash teleport with Yamato Cannon, so I think he's going to be taking Malphite in this particular situation. We'll see how they all swap around, but I have no idea. I'm just trying to make sense of this composition. Again, you've got a number of damage threats. You've got a scary amount of initiation. Jarvan as well as Malphite diving into your team. You're going to have Shushe going, I got to reset. And depending on whoever's got the most HP will then be the target of the intervention. So I think Dragonborns are saying, look, Hosan, we're sorry, bro. You're going to get dived and die, but we're going to let Jarvan, Malphite, and Kha'Zix clean house, I think. But I got no idea how this is going to play out.
Yeah, and Kale, you know, we talked about the intervention now that might not have the biggest of roles when you've got such damage across the board. And then to put it into the support role may be a good reaction to that entire setup for you. So something a little bit different here coming out for Dragonborns. And honestly, I think you've got to take risks at this stage. Dragonborns, honestly, have got nothing to lose at this point. Yes, they got rid of that losing streak. But I talked about this whilst we were doing rehearsals today. That was just one small piece of a very large jigsaw that they have to get together if they're going to survive here and be in the LCS for next season. So risks, in my opinion, are good right now from Dragonborn's side. Really interested to see, though, how this one all works out for them. Fnatic, on the other hand, you know, they're in a position themselves where they want to reclaim that first spot. They don't want to let Gambit start running away with things as we head into Super Week 10.
No, they definitely want to try, you know, get some of that momentum back with such a heavy-handed loss yesterday. They're looking to pick up a victory here and gain some more confidence in their matchup. There is one thing I do want to point out about the Fnatic roster right now. There's no traditional tank in that lineup. So if they fall behind, if they are unable to win team fights and get kills, they're going to be very squishy and very easy targets for that Malphite and Jarvan and Kha'Zix. So it's a fairly risky composition, actually out of both teams, to be very frank and to be very fair. But it's like you said, with you're back against the wall with almost nothing to lose, why not pull something out unexpected? Because against a team that's used to being in control and knowing, hey, I know how this team plays, I know how they move. Hell, who knows how top lane Malphite and support Kale is going to work, because you don't see this in professional play all that often.
So here we go then, Fnatic versus Dragonborns. Fnatic on the blue side. Things didn't go too well for them yesterday against EG at level 1. They face-checked straight into a bush and ended up with Soaz going down for the first blood in that one. Something tells me that they won't do the same today.
No, fool me once, shame on me, fool me twice. Well, there you go. This time they're playing defensive. We do see the job and flag toss coming out, revealing Peke, and he's pretty much just going to dance there and say, yeah, I know you're there, you know I'm here. What are you going to do about it? What we do see, though, is that the Dragonborns have already indicated they want to do the lane swap. They're going to try and put their Kale and Misfortune combo up in the top lane to deal with Soaz's Jace. He's going to have a little bit of an easier time CSing, both under the tower and from range, because he has range, whereas Yamato Cannon is going to be trying to do the best that he can to survive. And it does look like a recall's coming in very soon.
Yeah, I think Fnatic actually in the end have decided, you know what, we don't want that to happen. We're going to send Jace towards that bottom lane here as they all start to go up the middle. Zyra is on the top side of the jungle as well. So both AD carries and supports going to be in the top lane by the looks of things, with Dragonborns having the start here on the big goblins.
So we do see Xpeke helping out as well on those raid camp. It looks like he's moving out of experience range, so it doesn't even look like he's going to steal some of that. Jace is going to be helping out on this red buff, and you can see that both Enrated and Yellowstar getting the wolf camp just to help even out that difference of the double golems that Hosan and Nuva have been able to pick up. So, interesting decision here from Fnatic. There were some very, very strong words from Soaz on his Facebook page yesterday saying, I don't know why we did that 1v2. A couple of expletives in there and saying he doesn't like it, and you know, being very strongly worded, let's put it that way. So I think this is definitely him going, I don't want a 1v2, I want a duel, I want to go 1v1, and we'll see how it plays out.
Well, we will see how it plays out, and that's exactly the wish that he's going to get from this one. Going head-to-head against Malphite, and there we see Hosan's early aggression coming out. Yellowstar taking a lot of damage. Actually, the Grastion Root did land onto Move there, but he will walk away. Lots of damage early in that top lane.
Yeah, these teams are riding a knife edge, but there's one thing we have to point out. Both Yellowstar as well as two other members of Fnatic have that red pot. Elixir of Fortitudes are there, so they're going to have that plus 15 AD and give or take 130 to 150 HP at this low level if they go aggressive. We do see Maluno sniffing around the bottom lane. Soaz is going to get caught.
Yeah, they want to go in, don't quite get the knock up, but there's a lot of damage coming in. Soaz, though, will pop that Elixir there. We saw his health just getting that boost there, and that's exactly why it is so useful, not just because of the extra stats that you get from it, but that little boost of safety in your HP.
And he saved his summoner spell as well, so he still has flash available. Grasping Roots go out by Enrated, doesn't catch anybody, which means Cyanide cannot come in for the gank, and you can actually see a red ping there on Cyanide's position. There's no vision from Dragonborns, but knowing how this works, they knew he's there, and Pekka's been jumped on.
Yeah, Shushe going in for this one, but it looks like Pekka might have the better of him here. The Void Spikes come out, there's a flashback, it's very close, but Shushe gets the first blood. What a turn of events there in the middle. All the summoners were used. Great first blood.
Peke had no energy. He couldn't use his ability, so he couldn't get first blood. They traded flashes back and forth. There was a glimmer of light, and the insect stood on the ninja and picked up that first blood kill. So well played by Shushe. He's going to go back, pick up some item advantage, and not only did he get that, you know, very early strong performance, that was on top of the Elixir of Fortitude. So he bursted through that additional HP that Peke had. Well played, Shushe, and we'll see if he can take control of this lane with an additional longsword.
One thing, of course, that we don't talk about too much anymore is the fact that Shushe won Season 1 with Fnatic, so he got a bit of a grudge to settle in this one as well, as we are seeing Hosan going aggressive again onto Yellowstar. Got to be careful against this setup, though, especially until Kale hits that level 6, because the Grasping Roots can mean the end very quickly.
Yeah, as soon as you get caught out, Twitch is a deceptive amount of damage at early levels with that expunge. If you can get a couple of stacks up, it hits really, really hard. I do see that in terms of that Divine Blessing, it hasn't been leveled up. I want to see what Movert is leveling up, and he's got 1 point into each of his abilities. I want to see what the focus is. But before we get to that, Cyanide is sniffing around this top lane. If a Grasping Roots doesn't land, I don't expect him to go in, but he is actually going in now.
Yeah, Hosan actually comes around. There's a flash away. Exhaust comes down onto Cyanide. The Fear Tether not quite going the way they wanted. His Yellowstar is actually really low in there. Hosan not got any mana left whatsoever right now, as Xpeke was in trouble again in that middle lane. They forced him out of lane once again, and he is now burning through pots just to try and stay there and get some farm.
So a good actual gank there from Cyanide in the top lane. He manages to get the flash and the exhaust out of his opponent. So Hosan is left with only barrier as far as that summoner spell is concerned. And like we said, get caught by a root, and that's it. You're going to get plucked like a weed. But we do see Yellowstar taking a lot of damage there and forced a little bit backwards out of that lane. Rosman's gotten again. That was just tentative. And Movement, he wants blood here.
Yeah, going straight in there south towards Yellowstar, and just his presence really forcing that Fnatic dual lane to back away from things. Yellowstar was quite low, as we've seen Soaz here going in towards Yamato Cannon, and Shard just slowing him right down. But I see maybe a sign of things to come in that bottom lane. Soaz right now does have a healthy CS lead on him. Malphite forced to go in for that Doran shield at the start to give him that extra protection. Tia picked up early for Soaz though.
That synergizes really well with Malphite's kit. The armor, the health, the HP regen, it literally stacks with everything. Soaz has gone quite aggressive onto Yamato, simply sidesteps the knock-up and says, no, not today, bro. And is not afraid of this fight at all. He might win this.
Yeah, goes through the acceleration gate, and has hit the shock blast as well, and Maluno's like, cheers, Yamato, came down to help. Now I've got half HP and I might have to go back. There's Shushay jumping in onto Peke. Peke going for the same here. And we are going to see a lot of damage coming down onto Shushay, but not enough to finish him.
So a little bit of a mistake there from Shushay. He could have optimized his survival there by waiting on his ultimate, going invisible, getting the damage reduction as the mark was about to pop, but he actually did it before. So the effect wore off and he took the full damage from the death mark. But nevertheless, it secured what Peke wanted it to do. It forced him out of the lane, it pushed him back, and it allows Peke to just take a couple extra CS and try to get a little bit of a gold lead. What we did see a moment or two earlier was that Yellowstar and Rated backed in that top lane to be the first buy. And because we see that Yellowstar's a little bit behind in CS, he doesn't have that additional Vamp Scepter that Misfortune has, and that's a big difference in attack damage right now.
There's movement coming up. They know that Cyanide, actually that was a blue ping on Cyanide's position. Actually put the pink ward down and cleared out, so they definitely do know that it was there. So we'll see, most likely they're not going too aggressive for now. Ward will spot him backing away towards that middle lane. So let's take a look after 7 minutes 40 seconds here. There's a 400 gold lead coming out of Dragonborns, obviously that first blood in for Shushay, really helping out things here as well. Not quite the bad start that Fnatic had yesterday against Evil Geniuses though.
No, not quite, but they did give up first blood and then went on to lose. So maybe it's a bit too early to be saying that right now, but we'll see how it plays out. What I do like now, Yellowstar, realizing he's a little bit under pressure, is now coming to the mid lane. There's no death mark available, but they're picking this fight with Shushay.
Now let's see if they can get in there. He is going to be invisible as he pops up. There is the flash coming down. Can he get the finisher? Yes, he can. Spraying and praying, and it gets them the kill, and that's the danger of the Twitch. I mean, they'd obviously not called that he was gone, or they thought he'd gone out of lane in terms of a recall back to base. Great play out of Yellowstar.
Yeah, great coordination. They got all the damage down. Picker's in a little bit of trouble, but he's just going to use that clone to hop, skip, and jump to safety. And then we see Yellowstar returning to lane. Because he started with that red pot, he invested money into those potions and that, temporary buff. He's actually behind a full Vamp Scepter as far as damage is concerned. But with the kill that he's picked up, he's decided to prioritize those Berserker's Greaves instead of evening out on damage. What it immediately tells you is Yellowstar's not looking to out-trade and battle with Hosan. He wants to be mobile, he wants to gank, and he wants to kite. And that's what he's going to be playing with the sneaky Invisible Rat.
Yeah, and already that working out nicely as he visits that middle lane. Now we see Shushay going to be taking the blue buff here. As he goes back in up against Peke. We'll see if Cyanide is going to be so kind. Doesn't look like it though. Cyanide going to have that for himself.
So he's got that blue buff. It's just going to let him, really spam his abilities. And the fact that he's level 6 as well means that his paranoia cooldown is going to be significantly less. At rank 1, it's 144 seconds. So with, some cooldown reduction in there on that blue buff, it's obviously going to help him out just a little bit. There's some pressure up in the top lane, but you could actually see in the minimap, Maluno was showing his face there to expect his Z. So a good start by Dragonborns overall, getting that first blood and CSing relatively well. But thanks to that range that Soaz's Jace has in the bottom lane or the solo lane, he's pulling further ahead of Yamato Cannon.
Well, we can see that Malphite already starting to be very, very tanky here with Yamato Cannon. And got that Giant's Belt in along with that Doran shield from earlier. Hosan and Move It just kind of back away and take themselves the golems. Want every little last advantage that they can get from this one. And to be honest, Hosan does have that lead in CS over Yellowstar, who's just pushed that wave out. and he, with that, is 14 CS behind. Should be able to go back home here in a second and buy up once again, though.
Yeah, so he's going to spend a little bit more money. We haven't seen too much back and forth between those in the last minute or so, but in the early game exchanges, it was extremely aggressive, and both teams just prioritizing the poke and the focus over last hitting and CSing. Taking a look at Movert's Kayle, he's definitely maxing out that heal, the Divine Blessing, over his other abilities, which is to be expected. And with that intervention is available, if anybody does get in trouble, he's just going to buy them those couple extra seconds of life.
Yeah, and so as you know, he's a mean force with Jace. He was really the first one that brought that Jace out against Curse at Gamescom last year during the Season 2 European Championship. So, you know, his history goes right back to pretty much day one of Jace competitively. Certainly a champion which we've not seen him pull out all that much in the LCS so far as he goes in there onto Yamato Cannon. But there is Maluno coming in from the backside. Has he gone too far in this one? The acceleration gate is down, but there is Cataclysm. The flash going to be used, but Yamato Cannon flashes in there as well. Maluno hammers down for the kill.
Such great coordination from Maluno and from Yamato Cannon. Good patience from Soaz, not burning his flash early. Xpeke gets dived on by Shushe, but uses that shadow of his to dive to safety. And another kill for Dragonborn. So this is what we've seen out of them yesterday. When they did make the plays, when they did make aggressive movements on the map, it was coordinated, it was well-timed, and it worked. So advantage Dragonborns right now with that gold lead and kill lead.
And I have to apologize to Soaz. They're giving him that good old commentator's curse as I talk about him. He ends up dying in the lane. So sorry for that one, Soaz. But Dragonborn's leading here, healthy 400 gold plus that extra kill coming in onto the jungle. That's going to help them overall. There's a giant spell. Obviously is there for Malphite, but the chain vest coming in as well. He's going to be headed up towards that Sunfire Cape, which today I remembered its name.
Well done, well done. You know, what I want to see from Yamato Cannon is how he plays the split push, because yesterday he wasn't around against Gambit when he needed to be. He was trying to split push with Zed, he was trying to farm and play the map, but his presence and his damage was really, really needed in that matchup. So I'm hoping they've learned from some of the mistakes yesterday, and Yamato's going to be more of a presence on the map, especially with that heavy engaged team that they have right now. Maluno is sniffing around in this top lane, and Yellowstar and Rated, they're kind of signaling they want to pick a fight, but Maluno's right here.
Yeah, they're going to try and get in, and Rated will flash away. Actually, will manage to land the Stranglehold Thorns there, which knock Maluno up into a Yellowstar, put the damage down. That'll be enough to force Maluno away, but Zyra without that flash in there, got no boots either, so that's going to be a prime target for Dragonborn.
Yeah, definitely. Cataclysm's going to come up soon as well. Pekka's gone into Shushe.
Wow, he's gone straight in there on that one. Shushe actually picked that fight. Oh, look at the damage coming in. Ignite is ticking away as well. One more. No, he just about gets away until Cyanide pops a Paranoia and they get the kill.
Up in the top lane, the fight's not over.
Oh, there is, wow, a last second ultimate coming out of Mover. That's going to save Hosan for now. The poison not ticking away to be able to get the kill. And again, clutch play coming out right at the very last second from Mover.
And that is exactly what we were talking about, the power of that intervention, using the ultimate just to save the life of Hosan, but he did save it, and that is what matters. Hosan maintains that 20 CS advantage in the top lane, uses bullet time just to back away safely and lose less by obviously shoving that wave out and remaining even. In the mid lane, it was a very good trade for Xpeke. With the damage items that he had, he actually popped Shushe in that 1v1 pretty much completely, and it was just that last tick of damage that Cyanide landed to actually pick up the killing blow.
Yeah, nicely done. Dragonborn's here going to look to force Yellowstar and Rated away. And that Vamp Scepter is really going to help out Hosan, not to mention the heal coming out of Kayle as well. We've not really touched on that one, but obviously that gives Hosan and Mover a lot more sustain in that lane.
So it's a fairly healthy heal. It's at rank 4 right now for Kayle, 195 hit points on about a 15-second cooldown. So it's helpful, but it's very similar to Taric in many ways. He has some sustain, but he's not known as a sustained support, so to speak. So he's there for primarily a lot of the additional things he offers. The attack damage, the ranged poke, the intervention, and obviously helping Hosan out just to get a good channel on those bullet times when the team fights occur. For the time being, the first tower goes down. It's Fnatic securing it in that top lane. They've been a little bit more aggressive against the counterparts when they have been in the lane, because Enrated's trying to land those roots and actually pick up some kills.
Oh, Hosan going in on towards Enrated with this one. Enrated actually got no mana here, and Hosan chunking him down. The double up not going to be enough to finish off the kill, and he doesn't want to go completely aggressive on that one as Cyanide headed to bottom.
He is sitting there right now. Yamato gets knocked back, and here's the fight.
This could be bad news for Dragon Balls, but Maluno comes in from the side. Can they lock down Cyanide? Yes, they can. The Unstoppable Force was in there as well. They managed to get both of them with that. Unfortunately, not locking up that second kill, but here is Hosan and Yellowstar going head-to-head in the top lane. Yellowstar wins that one pretty convincingly.
Enrated played a very good bait in that top lane. He was waiting for Hosan to go aggressive, knowing that he would. And after Hosan jumps in there, they trade 1-for-1 in terms of kills. But Dragonborns, because of the kill in the bottom lane and the superior positioning, they're going to pick themselves up a dragon, and that's a good play. You trade even on kills, but get team gold at 975. Obviously, the advantage is for you.
Except they lost the middle tower as well there with XPK
spotted.
pulling that one off. He even managed to zip over onto the Wraiths to steal away that little bit extra.
Nick the Wraith cap.
And that leaves us at 2-for-0 in turrets for Fnatic. Obviously, the outer turrets in the top and the middle lane. And that translates at this point to a around about 1,500 gold lead for Fnatic. If you look down there individually, XPK, despite a lot of early pressure that he faced out of Shushay and Maluno, is ahead right now by a good 800 gold. And talking about that pressure, you know, he's still done a very good job in terms of CSing.
So Shushay, after getting first blood, wasn't able to stamp an authority on the lane. He picked up that advantage, but he didn't continually convert it or you know, keep XPK on the back foot. And Peke, as you've seen in those last trades, is actually one out. Enrated right now has got a pink ward in this bush, so he knows that there's no vision from Dragonborns. And Mover can already sniff it. Very, very cheeky ward. Just lands on Enrated's head, and he's just going to stand there saying, yeah, I'm aware of this.
Just having a dance.
I know that's there. And obviously he's got the pink, and he's just going to clear it out instantly. And it's heartbreaking when you lose a ward that way.
There's Yellowstar as well. Mover is coming in on top of him. The ward put down as well, so that's two wards that I'm not sure they're going to clear that second one out. But Fnatic here looking like they may want to get this turret away.
Now looking like they want to push it, but Shushay, after he almost gets hit by that shockwave, decides to just go aggressive, clear the wave out as quickly as possible. Cyanide is up in the top lane. He's going to go toe-to-toe with Yamada. There's a 2-level difference. He spell shields the slow though.
Yeah, spell shields that slow, and is just going to be walking away from that one. Nice reactions from Cyanide. Oh, Yamato Cannon just trying to stamp his authority on Silent, say, I've got that Sunfire cape in there, I got a little bit of armor as well, extra from that cloth armor, and I got my boots in case I need to run away or chase you. However, he doesn't want to overstay his welcome here because we are going to see Jace coming in, but you can see the damage already that he's able to put onto someone like Cyanide.
Cyanide's hanging around. He was trying to actually bait out and engage there just a little bit. He was hoping for the Unstoppable Force and then was thinking, I can just run to safety and let Soaz clean up. But that's a very, very beefy Yamada Cannon. Roughly 2,400 hit points with that Granite Shield active. In comparison to about the 1,900 or so hit points of Soaz, it's going to take a while for Soaz to chunk it down. And he's decided to go for that Black Cleaver as his first item. Going to go for that Armor Shred. It's a slightly interesting pickup because with... Oh, they've got on Shushay.
Yeah, Shushay here going to be in a little bit of trouble. Let's see if he can get finished off there. Not quite, as Maluno is going to lock down XPK, but for how long? XPK actually standing and trading with him a little bit there. Shushay did come to back up, but of course didn't want to get too involved. Of course, Peke, with the right cooldowns, and if he'd had that energy back, could have probably got in again on him.
Yeah, Peke, he didn't have the energy, and that was the only reason he couldn't pick up that kill onto Shushay. But well played by Maluno. What ends up happening as well is that Cataclysm is now down for effectively nothing, and it just means Maluno's ganking power is a little bit weaker. Yellowstar slowed Hosan, but the rusking miss moose. Bleh.
Hosan gonna get ulted onto here as the ultimate comes out from Nocturne as well. This could be 2 kills right here for Fnatic, and it will be. Teleport coming down though, it's a double kill for the Rat. Yamato Cannon gets rooted up on his impact there into the lane, and now they're gonna try and turn it around. There is the Unstoppable Force used on towards XPK. Are they gonna go in fully for this one? This is dangerous as Shushay comes around. The barrier used out, Shushay going very low. Maluno coming in, flashes used by both Enrated and Yellowstar to get away. In the end, it's a 2-for-0 in favor of Fnatic.
Crazy, crazy fight, and Enrated landing the Blah roots at the end of the fight, and that's really what mattered. Maluno and Shushay both burning their flashes to effectively do nothing. He's still hanging around on the side, and Shushay's going to be careful. He's jumped back in.
Yeah, but he's missed actually on towards XPK there. The Ignite went down. Now they turn in on towards Maluno. The ulti's going to pop in a second here. Is it going to be enough to get the finishing kill for them? Cyanide still chasing down, but here comes Hosan. It's the never-ending story here in the bottom lane as Misfortune struts away into range. Is he going to get the kill? Yes, he will. Cyanide goes down.
Cyanide taking one for the team, deciding to pull Hosan away to the side. I wonder if he could have actually managed to get away if he carried on running. But nevertheless, they got the top inner turret as well as the bottom turret in exchange for that 2-for-1 at the end of the day. They lost one, picked up two themselves. Fnatic will be happy with the trade. They've extended that gold lead a good amount thanks to the craziness that ensued. And it was very, very well played overall. Have to mention N-Rated's roots. He landed so many moments that literally locked down Dragonborns and prevented them from dealing the amount of damage they really wanted to.
Yeah, I expected straight after that teleport that the unstoppable force would come down, and that could have got very bad for Fnatic, but no, he's just held in place as soon as he lands into the lane. So, Shusha here going to be going about picking up that blue buff. If we look at the CS now, he's starting to really get out of hand between him and Xpeke. 165 to 230 right now.
It's something that Peke does very well with Zed is farming those Wraith camps, both of his opponents and his own. If you watch any of his streams or any of his Zed matches, he does it all the time. As soon as that tower is being pushed, he'll steal away his enemy Wraiths, or if his tower is not at any danger of being taken down, he'll finish up his Wraith camp as well. So it's a little deceptive in saying that the gold count is completely even, but nevertheless, he's got a good advantage. Bloodthirster completed as well as that Brutalizer and the makings of a Last Whisper. The story right now for Fnatic is Twitch. 4-0, he's 15 CS behind, but that is a very, very powerful rat. And he's solo pushing this bottom lane because Dragonborns, they know where the enemy are. They know they were stacked in the middle, and Yellowstar's just got free farm and free pressure.
Yep, he is going to keep pushing this one down. Hosan is going to come across here to cover up and soak up that CS. Doesn't want to be losing that at this stage of things and losing the advantage that he's nicely built up in terms of that CS, especially when you factor in the fact that he's 4-0 behind. Has to do that as Fnatic start Baron.
Soaz is going to play a little bit of interference here. He ran into the jungle as soon as Dragon got started. So he knew where the members of Dragonborns were, and he literally just said, hey, look at me, I'm sort of on your side of the territory. Makes him think Yellowstar's going in for this. He wants it.
He's going to go straight in on top of Hosan. Who's going to win this one? Spray and Pray comes in. Cyanide joins the fight as Yellowstar already locks up that kill. Yellowstar now unstoppable at 5-0-0. This turret is not going to last long with that amount of Fnatic players hammering away on it. Yamato Cannon did come in from the side, but he was pretty much alone there with just Kale for backup. They decide to leave it, and that's a second inner turret gone for Dragonborns.
5 towers to 0 right now. Fnatic are, as we said at the beginning of the game, are in map control, and this is what Dragonborns need to figure out how to counter. They need to either group up as 5 and force towers, or force the fights, because what happened there is they tried to go for mid lane and sort of went, well, we don't really know, do we want to go, do we not want to go? And Fnatic said, just push bottom, just go for it, and they managed to make it work. So Dragonborns, if you're stacked up and you can push 1 or 2 towers down, do it. You may lose an inner, but you'll get that map presence back of your opponent's side of the jungle.
So right now, things are going to slow down as Fnatic went back to buy up a little bit. We see Twitch, Bloodthirster, Zeal, Last Whisper. Pretty similar to what we've got with Zed right now, actually. Bloodthirster, Last Whisper got a Brutalizer in there as well. There's a Black Cleaver with Jace. So, we talked before we started about this one, there's no real big tank in there for Fnatic, but there is a lot of damage.
Yeah, that's the thing. It comes down to who gets that first pick. If either team gets an early kill, that team's going to win the team fight because they've got so many damage threats and so many damage sources. Fnatic are stacked up here as 4, but you've got Yamato Cannon sniffing around from the side. He wants to jump in, but he's been completely zoned out by N-Rated. N-Rated's used his ultimate for that.
They're going to get knocked up there on by N-Rated. He's down to half HP just from that little bit of action there. So not sure that Fnatic will be too upset with that one as the acceleration gate goes down. There's a shot blast coming through. Didn't quite have the range to connect on Chushe, but Fnatic are pushing up this middle lane.
So with the usage of that ultimate from N-Rated Zyra, that's their clear line of initiation. You can have Nocturne and Zed diving in there, but that's a very risky play because if they don't get the kill thanks to intervention, cheeky smite there, if they don't get the kill thanks to intervention, then they're going to be in and amongst 5 members of Dragonborns. They don't have that clear tank initiator like Malphite or Jarvan on their side. And it just means Fnatic really needs to pick their battles wisely, because if they don't, they could lose it quite clearly.
Well, right now they're doing a good job of farming their way through. 212 to 188 is the difference between Jace and Malphite at this stage. Yellow Star, of course, we don't really need to touch on his CS. It's the kills that are making the difference there at 5-0-0 compared to a 1-3-0 Misfortune. We've seen that that battle is very much one-sided when they go head-to-head.
And if he does go down, that's going to be a very big bounty gold going over to his opponents, which Dragonborns are definitely looking forward to actually picking up. Something I was touching on with Jace's Black Cleaver, it's not a traditional pickup because he can't quickly stack a lot of those Black Cleaver armor shreds. He does have AoE damage, which will shred from multiple targets at least once, but you know, you tend to have fast auto attackers, a lot of AoE, you know, a lot of spells that can do it. Okay, he wants to maybe pick a fight with Yamato, but that's a lot of armor. That's a lot of armor and health to get through.
It's like, if anyone else would have been there, I would have gone in for that one.
So the rest of Fnatic?
Yeah, and that's the counter to, you know, that big armored up Rock is bringing the entire team down to see if he can have a go at Yamato Cannon. We are going to see Xpeke going in there first. Jace is coming around the side. There's the shock blast. It will connect. Are they going to knock him away? Yes, they will. He's pinged around and will be finished off in the end by Xpeke. Nice play from Fnatic.
Xpeke on Zed did a lot of damage in that engagement. He chunked through 50% of Malphite with that Warden's Mail, Giant's Belt, and Sunfire Cape. And a lot of that is because of the double stacking of that Brutalizer and that Last Whisper. It's going to shred a huge chunk of that armor. So, well played. They pick up the kill. This is something we've seen Fnatic do against a number of teams. When they played SK a couple of weeks ago, they just camped Kevin over and over and over and picked up kills, and Kevin singed over and over and over. And if Yamato Cannon is alone in those lanes, they will do the same again, because it means they can take any objective they want in a 5v4 situation.
Yeah, take that big tank out of it and things can get a lot easier. That Last Whisper, as you said, doing the work. They've got 2 of them in there, plus the Black Cleavers as well, and the Brutalizer. It's a really great position that Fnatic have worked themselves into at this point. They're around about a 6,000 gold lead up until now, so you know, things all going to plan. They had that loss against Evil Geniuses yesterday. We wondered if that was going to shake them up. Dragonborns, again, they don't look bad here in this game, but you can see who's the more experienced and really coordinated team right now. Yeah, at least till this point.
No, you're 100% right. Fnatic are in control of the tempo, and Dragonborns are looking to make a play to take that back. You can see with that Oracle's Elixir on move rate, clearing out wards around Baron, they're actually pulling Fnatic towards them. This is Dragonborn saying, look, we want to fight on our terms. We want to arrest control back from their opponents. And they were trying to do something around Baron, but they're not 100% sure on what they want to do. So once Fnatic showed up, they sort of went, oh, okay, hang on a second, we're not quite sure about this, and they start to back away. But nevertheless, it's what they need to do to balance this game back out, is force engagements on their terms, pick fights where they're comfortable to have those fights being picked, and not right now while Hosan is miles away in that top lane.
Well, he's headed down now, and they've cleared out a good amount of wards. Enrated did just come around, threw another ward in there, managed to land the grasping roots, but Dragonborns do have the positioning here on Baron. Question is, will they be in a position to really start it off? And with Xpeke pushing that middle lane, it looks like the answer to that one is in fact going to be no. But Xpeke now in a bit of no man's land. He's going to have to get himself quickly away as he possibly can. And look at the damage there coming out onto Hosan, but they are managing to track Xpeke down. The flag was already thrown by Maluno, so he can't use that to get in. Meanwhile, at the backside, they've actually started fighting here against Yamato Cannon. Fnatic coming split into this one. Zed gonna join the fight again. Looks like Fnatic want to get in on the fight here. Yamato Cannon, the tank, almost taken down. The rest of the team gonna be destroyed here. That's a double kill, a triple kill, a quadra kill coming out for Jace. Can they get over and get the Penta? Do they care about the Penta? They've got an open base with a 30-second spawn on Yamato Cannon right now. They're going to take 2 inhibitor turrets, and imagine both inhibitors will fall along with that as well.
With 20 seconds on the clock, they may even decide to carry on for the win. They have minions in the middle lane, they have minions in the bottom lane, and that was Fnatic decimating the Dragonborns. Xpeke used his death mark on the tank. He used that on Yamato Cannon and dropped his hit points to 0. Fnatic are going to pick up a victory here, 11-4. They're going to focus down the Nexus. Movement couldn't even get intervention off there. I mean, he was just dropped so quickly. The amount of damage from Fnatic was just too high.
Yeah, and it was Soaz who picked up that final kill there as well. So we're going to give him a kind of honorary pentakill for that one. He killed all 5 of them. It was just a bit delayed. A delayed pentakill there for Soaz. Great performance from Fnatic. Looking very, very solid here. And not what Dragonborns were looking for, really. After that win yesterday that broke their run of bad form. They may slip back into it again. Obviously, it's very early stages to be talking about another bad run of games. But what we know from this is that Fnatic have taken the points and put the pressure back on Gambit up at the top. That's it for me and Trevor here on the Casters Desk. We're going to go over to Demon and Jason to break down the plays.
Yes, thank you very much, and well, a convincing victory towards the end there. It started off so well for the Dragonborns, Shushi getting that first blood. We thought, oh, are we on for another upset here? But it wasn't to be, and well, it was actually a very dominant performance towards the end there. Fnatic kind of had full control, and Dragonborns seemed a little lost for what to do.
Well, we saw one thing in the beginning of the game when you mentioned Shushe getting the first blood. I wanted to point out that Hosan, yet again, like he did against Giants yesterday, he tried to push Yellowstar out of lane at level 1. He got there at level 2 because they were on the top side, got the double golems, applied the pressure very early on, got him very low, but wasn't able to do enough damage to force him to just go straight back since he had that red pot on him. But it was just really cool to see because he kept that little bit of an advantage he made early on and kept it going the entire game with like a nice 20 CS advantage. Obviously, it didn't really matter when Yellowstar had 5 kills, but still it shows that that's a really like a strategy he likes to use early on.
Yeah, so we have the one replay. I mean, it was actually hard pressed to find a good replay from that game because it was kind of just like a slow one victory, sort of grinded out. It's always hard to find when the other team is not really quite battling back into it, but they did try and battle back into the bottom. It was a long, drawn-out fight, but really, it was all about Yellowstar down that bottom lane.
Yeah, it was. Well, the thing is, we're going to showcase in the spotlight just Hosan. He overextended a couple of times where Sane would just come in with the ultimate, pick up the kill, and you can't really do that against Nocturne. You don't really see him played much anymore, so it might be a thing of where you're not used to it. But we're going to 3-point on your screen in a second. It's 19 minutes in, 3-3. It's not really that much of a lead for Fnatic, but as you're going to see, Yellowstar with that Bloodthirster, with those Berserker Greaves, just able to tear through Hosan, not to mention Sane coming in from the side. So what a show. I mean, it was a nice engage out of Hosan. He was able to dodge Desire ultimate. The K ultimate came in from the side as well. He tried to burst down and raid it in time, but it wasn't enough. Since he Sane come in, they're going to pick up these kills. Yellowstar, obviously, I mean, he's sitting at pretty much full health at that point. Gets knocked down about half, but doesn't matter. Double kill with the expunge. And then the questionable thing right here is seeing Yamato Cannon teleport in just at this point. We were looking at each other like, not sure if that's really a good move because you look on the minimap, you have Xpeke coming in from the top side. He's pretty much going to be all alone here, and it just seems like maybe a little bit of miscommunication on his part.
Yeah, and it wasn't quite in it at the moment, and he's just. And you can see this was kind of the craziness. He just got away, and it took a lot of tankiness to get in there. But and Yamato Cannon, it's just, what sort of impact do you think he's had on Dragonborn since they've had these changes around? Obviously, Spontex used to be in there, and the reasons they've changed it, despite the fact Spontex being very high in, probably the stats compared to everyone else, it was just that they weren't really having the team communications. Do you feel it's kind of worked out for them so far?
Well, we saw yesterday when he played Zed, they just seemed to meld together as a team really well. We've talked about him in the previous weeks about, in week 1 or 2, Maluna was having a tough time kind of getting into the team and synergizing well. Yamato was having that problem the first week, but we finally saw some sort of life in him, but it just seemed right there that communication wasn't really there. You saw a lot of indecisiveness, especially when we saw Fnatic, they were just pushing up the mid lane, and we saw 5 members of Dragonborns head towards Baron, but they're like, crap, we can't do this because Xpeke is still pushing mid lane. It's just stuff like that. Yeah. But it might just come with comfort, might come with time, and it might be able to melt together if they can get into the second half or in the summer split of LCS.
So the MVP, of course, he was Yellowstar. So he's the man of the match and really played a fantastic Twitch. Pulling out the Twitch, going aggressive. I think he ended up 5-0-4 towards the end there. So very good performance by him. And he was the roaming ganker. And actually, we saw a couple of situations where Peke was sat in the bush and he was sat ready. And this time he was with Yellowstar. Normally, it's like Soaz he's sat with. We all see Peke and Soaz roaming around. But this time they were like, sorry, Soaz, we got this guy. He's managing to get all the kills. Despite the end, Soaz got the quadra kill, of course, towards the end there. But fantastic performance from Fnatic and really regaining from where they set off and fell apart, honestly, against Evil Geniuses yesterday. So we are going to head over to the studio to see who Shox has from Fnatic.
Thank you very much. I'm here with Soaz. First off, Soaz, you didn't get a chance to talk yesterday, so is there anything you want to say about the loss versus EG from your point of view?
From my point of view, we just did a call level 1 and we didn't really follow it, so I just died level 1 for no reason. After that, we swap lane because the bottom lane have a huge advantage with golems and for the wolf as well. So they wanted to swap lane. I didn't really wanted to, but we just swap lane, and Wicked had like 40 CS more than me,
So if he was split pushing, if I try to get some creep or whatever, TF just teleported and killed me. So the game was over, in my opinion, at 10 minutes or something like that. So they just snowballed the game. And even though Frogan didn't expect it at the Nexus, if he was in the fight, he could have just killed us and finished the game anyways.
All right, so not the best game yesterday. And today we saw you say, well, you know, I just want to go 1 versus 1. I don't like it being 1 versus 2. So you got to be up against Malphite with the Jace you pulled out again. So how did that game go?
I prefer to be 1 versus 1 because all the time we swap lane, I end up by having so much less farm than the other top lane, and I don't really like it. So I prefer to be 1 versus 1, and the matchup against Malphite is like, I cannot, there is no way I can kill him. I can farm, I can have more farm than him by pushing the lane. But they have possibility to kill me with Jarvan, which is a good ganker and stuff like that.
Okay. Good game from you. You pulled out that Jace again. You're known to bring out new champions in that top lane, and the vote for the All-Star game is really, really close between you and Wicked. So is there anything you want to say about that?
I think Wicked is a great top laner, but you have really low champion pool, and it might be in disfavor against Korean, so vote for me.
All right, merci beaucoup, Soaz. All right, I just want to take another second to remind you of our Twitter question for today. Which North American player would you add into the European All-Star team, and why? Hit us up at LOL Esports, #LCS. And now, Against All Authority is close to catching up to the Copenhagen Wolves, but they'll have to conquer the Spanish Armada here. AAA versus Giants in a few minutes. Don't go anywhere.
The Giants are currently in 7th place, and they have a possibility of challenging for 5th. When they're playing an opponent that they know, that they can prepare for, that they understand, they play well. But the unknown is what really messes them up. They tend to do well in the lanes individually, and I believe if they get in-game leadership when it matters, they'll be able to pick up more victories more often.
Welcome back, ladies and gentlemen, to the League of Legends Championship Series studios here in Cologne. So, against all authorities, it's all about Dude right now. And honestly, we saw them against Gambit. They looked fantastic.
Yes, he did. I mean, every single play you saw in the bottom lane with him and Nono, just the comfort level that evolved from there is just ridiculous. The whole play style has changed. They've been just doing a phenomenal job. And it's really an 80 carry support lane that people can be scared of.
Yeah, and you know, overall, against all authority, they actually have a legitimate problem right now because Giants looked good against Team of Geniuses. This is kind of the battle for 6th and 7th right now. And if Giants get the win, I think they'll be equal on wins with AAA. I think they're actually equal losses as well. They will be if Giants were to win.
Yeah, but I mean, we've seen against authority from what they used to be a couple of weeks ago to when Dude finally came in a team. It's just a completely different team. Like they changed so much. You saw them go head to head against Gambit. It made them work for that game, which we haven't seen Gambit really do in a long time. They've just been stopping teams left and right. But against authority, if they continue on this trend, if they keep practicing every single day, every single week, they could continue to hold that spot.
Well, the new Dude is the man we want to talk about. He had a fantastic first week, and in the first 3 games, they won the 2 of them, and he actually only died 4 times in those 3 games. You know, he had a fantastic assist record, only got the 1 kill, so he's not a scumbag, so it's okay. But everything in that team seems to have picked up, improved. You know, bearing in mind these guys can both speak French to each other now, the duo lane, and at that instantly, you know, everybody can react quicker. We saw the same thing happen with the Copenhagen Wolves. Once that final completion lineup of Bjergsen coming back, everybody suddenly speaking Danish, everybody could react quicker. And
the thing is, we've known Nono as being a really good AD carry. Like we've seen him on Vayne, we've seen him Ezreal so many times do a phenomenal job, but it's just that laning phase. He never seemed to do amazingly well in it, but now with Dude, he's finally able to shine. And it's really nice to see how it's really refreshing to see how different it is.
Well, the question is, are they peaking at the right time though? Because they're coming into the promotion relegation series. That's kind of the time, if you're down there, I guess that's the time you want to shine.
Yeah, I mean, if you're going to get that second win, you might as well get towards the end of the season because you're going to need it if you do end up going down in the relegation matches to win those because it's going to be a long journey to get those, I believe, best of 5 games to really keep your spot.
Yeah, absolutely. Anyway, this week, we got a chance to visit Against All Authority House, of course, their brand new gaming house here in Cologne. Let's see how the teams are coping with living together and which of the players is assigned to doing the dishes.
Even if your gaming house is not the cleanest, I invite you to take a look, and especially in my room, because she's so... Oh, hey! Hello everyone, welcome to the AA Mansion. Let's go, I will show you the house.
Yeah, so I'm just joined the gaming house. It's very new for me.
For me, it's different because I was living near to my parents.
I want to show you this painting because I just painted it and I think it's pretty well. I can sell it and earn a lot of money. Yeah. Now I will show you the kitchen where my mate Jude is cleaning the dishes. Because as you can see, he's carrying everywhere, in-game and even in the real life.
Now that we live together, it's a lot harder in terms of cleaning and keeping everything clean.
The second one is a refrigerator for stuff like pizza, ice cream, good stuff.
The hard part there is the cooking. We can cook for us, but for 5 people it's kinda hard and we cook the same.
Normal food with meat, yogurt and some vegetables like tomato. Okay, let's go. I will show you my room. Welcome in my room, the cleanest room of the gaming house for sure. And I will show you the cupboard where I put all my stuff, like my clothes, the gaming stuff, and I put everything. I will show you then my bed, my babouche, Moroccan shoes, and the bannier from a fan, which I'm really proud about it. We are not only gamers, we spend a lot of time out of computer, not in front of computer, by reading books or doing other stuff. And as well, I try to improve my English. And now we are here in the most important part of the gaming house, the gaming room, where we practice and chill out.
So before, practicing was kind of hard for us because we are on the hotel. We had no PC and no good connection.
We can practice together a lot easier.
It's easy to create a relationship between us, to be more friendly because we all live together.
Now we are here, it's for the game, so we have to have a different point of view as before. So yeah, that's an opportunity for us to be 5 members of the same team and in the same house to communicate and to create some friendship.
Everyone is near to each other and we practicing together, watching replay together. It's like a family now and we work hard on it.
A very grin-happy team there, or at least 3 of them anyway, let's put it that way.
I was expecting a mirror in Nono's room for him to practice his smile.
Yeah,
He's
just to
always
sit
grinning.
staring, grinning at himself.
He would never look away.
But at least, you know, he can fall back on his painting career if he needs to, of course. So the next game is going to be Giants versus Against All Authority, as you've just seen there. And this is really a battle to stay out of 7th place. Relegation spot that Giants currently reside in. But of course, we've already just seen Giants. They've just picked up a win against EG.
Yeah, and you know, we can say that the favorite for this game looks like it will be Against All Authority, but after the way Giants played earlier, it's really up in the air at this point. But no, you have to know Against All Authority are 2 up against Giants following the win last week. And we saw yesterday how impactful Dude can be, but can he continue to play this solid? Because the Giants seem to be running out of steam. We saw that breath of fresh air come out of nowhere for the Giants against EG earlier. But we'll see if they can pick up a much-needed win versus Against All Authority.
So let's take a look at the teams, of course. For Giants, they are going to be the blue side. It is Samax, Morden, Extermin, Jim Bones, and Babetta.
Of course, over on the Against All Authority side, Freddy122, Virtual, Schleya, and of course, the man from the video, Nono and Dude.
The dishwasher, Dude. Supporting everywhere, of course. Let's take a moment to look at the highlighted plays from each team. For Giants, it's all about Extermin. He's the man that we've been looking towards and actually had a pretty good game just a few moments ago.
Yes, he did. Extermin currently has the 2nd lowest KDA out of all mid players. He's been playing a lot of AP assassins lately, like Diana, Twisted Fate, Cassin, so you expect some more kills, but hopefully we'll be working on that in the future. And of course, whenever Giants are having a good game, you always see this man at the forefront of the team. He really needs to reach that level once again to help build this confidence back in the team.
And of course, for Against All Authorities, this time it's all about their new support dude, Dude.
Dude has died only 4 times in the last 3 games and ended up with 1 kill and those 34 assists. He has shown over these past 2 weeks how good of a support he is. He's creating opportunities for No to pick up kills. His stush yesterday was insane, and I wouldn't be surprised to see targeted bans against him. The new life Dude has given to his team completely changed their playstyle, as we saw yesterday in their match, or in their brutally close match versus Gambit Gaming.
It was a very, very close matchup. A 60-minute game. First 60-minute game we've had for a while here in the LCS, I believe, as well. So it's been a while. But it's proper epic, and honestly, it could have gone either way. So Against All Authorities, they're looking good. We've just seen Giants 2 games ago. They've beaten EG already today. You know, they're actually 2-1 against Evil Geniuses, I believe, and they're 2-1 against Gambit. Why can't they do this against everyone else?
I'm not sure. I'm not sure if it's where the team is underestimating them or they just seem to rise to the challenge. They're like, oh, we're against one of the top teams in Europe. We should really go use every ability we can to kind of beat them.
From that point of view, I wonder if it's a motivational issue. So this is actually a legitimate problem that every sports star in every game, certainly football, you always see it in football, the lower teams, the lesser teams, which is a horrible phrase, but you know, when you're down the bottom, you technically are a lower team or a lesser team to the guys at the top. But when they get against them teams, the motivational is so high. But they have struggles to do it against the top. And roles reversed, the top teams, which we will probably with Evil Geniuses, probably put every bit of preparation into that Fnatic game in day 1, and then probably didn't really prepare so much for Giants.
And the thing that really surprised me was, I mean, we can all honestly say we didn't expect that amazing of a game when Giants versus EG played, but we also saw some signs of them kind of, I don't want to say it really, but kind of giving up, where they just seemed to not really care too much. They were just giving away kills, but just out of nowhere, they just come at you full force and catch you off guard. And that might have been their plan all along. Maybe they'll be able to pick up enough wins to actually take that 6th place spot back.
Well, it'll be interesting to see whether Kennen sneaks his way through the picks and bans. Of course, picks and bans coming up in just a moment. There's in close on Samax. Samax, the man we saw with the interviews earlier on. Very good performance from them guys. How is he going to be able to lead his team through these picks and bans? What are we expecting to be taken away other than AD Kennen?
Yeah, well, that was actually the first thing I was going to say right there. But, you know, we should probably take Thresh away from Dude. That would be a smart play for Giants, as we do see it taken away right off the bat. But Extra, you have to focus on with bans a little bit, unless you want to see Schlea maybe play that Kassadin. That would be a nice ban to take away. And also Morden, he's very tricky when you want to try to ban him out, because he plays a lot of different junglers, like, you know, Dr. Mundo. We've seen Elise out of him, but he also can play the really conventional ones like Nasus, like Volibear. So you might want to take away a couple of things away from him, but mostly it's the Against All Authorities bot lane that you want to focus on. Maybe get Nono out of his comfort zone.
The Babetta eyebrows, and now the Extermin eyebrows giving to us. Any more eyebrows from the teams that's going to come out there? And
I can't do that. I'm actually sad. I can't do the eyebrow lift. I can move my ears.
Move your eyebrows?
I can move my ears, but not my eyebrows. Like, I can do the rock one where you lift one up, but that's about it.
The Rock. Wow. There's a smiley man, though. He doesn't want to grin to the camera. Bless him. It's no. Now he's grinning. I swear, I mean, he's got an infectious grin. I think everybody watching the stream now is probably smiling. It's one of those infectious smiles that everybody's like, yeah, he's a really happy dude.
And the thing is, you can probably look at it and be like, he's probably just putting that on for the camera, but we've been with him outside of LCS, and he's always smiling. That's just his personality.
The main one for me is when they lost to Copenhagen Wolves. They were the first team to lose to them, and he had a big, broad grin across his face. He was so happy for the Wolves that they just got their first victory.
Yeah, I mean, that's great sportsmanship out of him, though. And you don't really see that too often out of players nowadays, just to be happy for another team to win. We saw it with EG versus Copenhagen Wolves at Lille. EG was just so happy for them because that was such a good game, back and forth, non-stop. But that's a sportsmanship you come to really enjoy out of these teams.
Yeah, they were all stood on the middle of the stage. It was great to see. So you can see the teams, they are preparing. It's Against All Authorities we're just waiting for. And actually, the delay that we had here was they were the wrong side. So Giants should be on the blue team. They were on the red team. And it was like, when they went to pick some bands, like, hold on a minute. What are you doing? We're meant to be on that side. It's our advantage. Or is it an advantage? Whoa, that's a definitely statistical problem we'll have to look at. And I know the people at Riot definitely look at this. They keep their eyes on this one. I say the people. I am one of those people. I always forget that. I always forget that I am actually a Rioter. We feel a little abandoned over here.
But still, we do have picks and bans coming in right now. Thresh and Renekton taken away from Giants, and Kennen being taken away from Against All Authority. And I wouldn't be surprised really to see maybe the Jarvan and Rumble kind of looked at, because that was such a key champions for Giants to beat beat Evil Geniuses.
Well, it's, you know, Thresh being banned out, Kennen being taken away as well as Renekton and Kha'Zix. And Kha'Zix, well, we've seen some pretty amazing plays from Kha'Zix lately, but we've also seen some pretty average ones as well. So it's interesting to see that they've taken that away from Extermin, because I don't ever remember Extermin or Samux having a go on the Kha'Zix.
That is really is interesting, because maybe they just don't want it picked, you know, flat out. They weren't really planning on playing it. They don't want anyone to kind of catch them off guard with the Giant side. But the Shen and Elise coming in, we still have that Rumble available. We have the Jarvan available, and those, like we were just saying, those are the key champions they needed for Evil Geniuses. Will they run that again? I guess we're going to find out as time does go on.
So Shen and Elise, which leaves a number of things open. And Jarvan being one of them, of course, Volibear in there as well as Nasus. Kind of the familiar junglers we've seen a lot lately. And it does look like Diana, though, is going to be picked up for Schlea, of course. We have had Extermin playing Diana quite a few times lately.
Quite a bit indeed. And I'm looking at this right now, Demon. I think if we see Rumble locked in for Giants, I think we're going to see D-Wood on Janna again. Okay. I think that's always a good potential. You know, that shield will help anyone inside the circle. You can knock everyone else away that tries to get in there and help out. You can heal them while they're taking the damage over time from Rumble. And he's actually played a phenomenal Janna the first time he actually made his debut.
So since I didn't get to see that debut, how did he build Janna? Did he go the same way that Patoy's been building it in Elements, which is pretty heavy AP actually? They've got Morella Nomicon in there.
No, it was just a standard support build, just trying to help his team out. But you know, I was actually kind of caught off guard by Patoy doing that in Elements, but it's really effective. Like the cooldown reduction you get, the healing reduction, which is really key when 80 carries are building so much lifesteal these days. We could always see them actually kind of use that, but you know, against Authority, they do lock on the Diana, and they have another champion to go here in Virtual. They could always go for their jungler, but they do take Zyra, which is a very smart job by them, because we know Babetta can play Zyra. We saw previously just how phenomenal every single one of his ultimates were. And then Extra also can play Zyra in the mid lane.
Yeah, trying to actually go for the disruption possibly here for against the Giants. A very close record actually between these teams. They're obviously always played each other a number of times. Both came through from the LCS qualifiers that were live qualifiers in Warsaw, of course. So they know each other very well. Let's see what Giants are going to go with here. What were you expecting? You're expecting the AD carrying supports here?
Well, it's a tough call, because they're going to give away what they're actually going to be going for. I mean, they already showed the Jarvan, so that kind of shows you what they're going to go for, trying to lock you down kind of composition. They could always go for their support here, or maybe maybe even a Ryze. I mean, we haven't seen Extra play him that much, but Ryze does fairly well against Diana. You build naturally tanky, you're going to be able to lock someone down so she can't assassinate anyone in your back line, but that's what we'll find out.
Corellius isn't here, but Giants are looking like they're going to take Sona away nevertheless. And Ashe also being picked up. So last second switch to Varus. That does make more sense to me.
Yeah, well, Ashe is one of the champions like Ashe Misfortune that Jim Bones likes to play when he doesn't have that cannon available. But Varus, I mean, I have to say, he kind of came out of nowhere in LCS. I mean, we knew he was played in Korea quite a bit. We knew Yellow Pete was working on it back in Season 2 and early Season 3, but it just seems like everyone realized, wow, he's very strong. He's really strong in the lane phase, and also with the current meta, everyone's stacking health, everyone's stacking armor. That percent health damage you're going to do is really effective.
So, on towards Against All Authority. Decisions have to be made here. They've had a number of bans against them, namely Renekton and Thresh, two big champions that Against All Authorities like to rely on. Freddy122, of course, on that Renekton.
I think we're going to see Ezreal come out of No-No again. It's a very safe champion right now.
It's something he always plays.
Yeah.
So it would not be a shock, I think it's safe to say.
I know I'm not really stretching out there for that prediction right there, but still, it's a very safe champion. It gets you out of the Jarvan, it gets you out of the Sona if you are timed it correctly. And as I say that, it goes for Vayne instead. So
just to completely throw us out and catch out any predictions. Nasus, of course, is going to get picked up. Does that mean we're going to see anything different from the Giants? We do see a Draven or Aurelia being hovered over, but Vayne being picked up there. Vayne against Varus.
It's okay. Varus is going to have the advantage in the laning phase quite a bit, but as Vayne approaches level 6, he should be able to take him head to head. It all just comes down to if No-No can dodge the Crescendo and dodge the ultimate of Varus, he will be able to take him in a 1v1 any day. But I wouldn't really expect them to go in a 2v2 situation. If you're going to use Vayne, you want to make sure he has an easy laning phase, make sure he is able to farm up enough for the late game where he's really effective. So I would assume we would see a lane switch out of them.
So Aurelia and Twisted Fate looking like they may well get locked in here by the Giants. Of course, Twisted Fate is a champion we saw Extermin playing against Evil Geniuses. Didn't use that ultimate too heavily, in fact. Didn't really get too involved, but could we see an Olaf? It would be ages since we saw Olaf. Week 1 absolutely dominated by Olaf, but that patch change that came in towards the Giants belt took him away. But it does look like that's what Samux wants to go towards.
I believe the last time we saw Olaf picked was actually Kevin out of SK, I think 2 weeks ago. And he did a great job. I mean, he played him back in week 1, like you're saying, and he just destroyed enemy teams. But, you know, with that pick, so he cannot be interrupted by anyone in the other team. So anyone that you're going to use, like the Wither is now useless, the Moonfall out of Diana is now useless, the Grasping Roots out of Zyra, not to mention the Ultimate is useless. So he's going to head straight for Vayne every single time right here. And no, he's got to play it really defensive now because they have a lot of abilities to actually grab him. And Kayle wouldn't be a bad pickup because if you want to protect that Vayne, that's probably the champion you want to use for it, and that would be another support out of Dio that we haven't seen.
I'm trying to figure out the team composition. We're going to have the support Zyra in there, which would mean top lane Kayle? What is Freddy122 going to play? I mean, bearing in mind he does play mid lane as well sometimes. He could switch around, so he actually could play that Diana up top. I would expect Zyra to be the support here, but it could be a support Kayle as well. This is confusing for me, let alone you.
I'm trying to look at it, and we could see Diana in the top lane. That always was a possibility. We could see Kayle in the mid lane, then the support Zyra. And we've seen Diana actually work quite well in the top lane if you know how to play her correctly. But he would be against an Olaf, which... Actually, no, so we're going to be in like a 1v2 situation.
Well, we've seen top lane Nasus as well.
Yes,
you know, as well as jungle Nasus. And we could have jungle, mid, or top lane Kayle, or support. I mean, they've got a lot of champions that are actually going to keep Giants guessing as well as us.
They're going to pull a Dragonborn, switch last second on us. And, and we'll be able to find out. But, you know, look at the compositions overall. We have a pretty...
They're waiting to switch. You can see the hot, but they're all sat with the mouses ready to transfer. So we're not going to get to see it. Actually, yes, we will, because we can see their hands ready and waiting to go with those transfers. Unfortunately, we're looking at Giants and not Against All Authority. So we won't see the switch, but it doesn't come in. So it's Freddy122 going to potentially be in that mid lane. So it's going to be the lane swaps coming around here. And it's going to be a top lane by the looks of it, Kayle.
I think it was actually going to be a mid lane Kayle because you're against Twisted Fate and he's running teleport. So to me, that's saying he wants to be able to follow him around. And whenever he comes in, you pop that Kayle on whoever he's going to hit it with. You keep them alive and you can turn that gank around completely. Top lane Diana, I mean, it works. It has always worked in the past. But I don't know how well Freddy actually plays Diana. I'm assuming if he's going to pick it and play a lane like that, then he's very competent with her.
One thing for sure, there's a hell of a lot of damage right there from Against All Authority.
Yeah, that is. You can't even kill one person now on Against All Authority. So if you do even get someone low, you have the Kayle ultimate to save them. And then you have, you know, Diana, you have Kayle, you have Vayne, you even have Zyra just beating on you the entire time. And Giants, they have a tanky lineup. I mean, they have Olaf, they have Jarvan, so they have the tankiness they need. But if Extra or Jimbones go down, they're going to miss a lot of damage, and Nono will be able to 1v1 Olaf as the game gets further in.
So here we go, ladies and gentlemen. We are live. It is Giants as the blue team, and the red team is Against All Authorities on your screen there. Lots of damage from both these teams, so we're expecting a bit of an action-packed foray into the battle on the Rift. So we'll see who is going to come out on top. Will they go for any level 1 engagements? That's a big question.
Well, with all the damage Against All Authority has, I mean, you kind of could go for it when you have that setup from Nanzas, you have the setup from Diana, and mostly the Zyra with that Grasping Roots, but it looks like they're going to just play a little passive, because like, to me right now, we're talking about the lane swap. You want to give Vayne an easy lane. If anything, early on, I think they want to just spot where the AD carry and support of Giants are going, just so you can kind of swap it in time before the game actually starts.
Swippity swap it?
Swip it, yeah.
I wasn't sure which way you were going with that one.
I don't even know where I was going with that one.
Is going to use that Demacia standard to keep scouting out those bushes. Looking like Giants want to go for a bit of an invade onto the red buff here. We did see it backfiring against Evil Geniuses, but this time, could they be successful? Of course, they did manage to batter them back at that blue buff, which potentially was a bit of a mistake by EG, but it doesn't look like Against All Authorities want to take the bait, and they are going to stick around in their own middle lane.
Yeah, they're all grouped up because they don't know exactly where they want to go just yet. They have wards to spot who's going where. They might have been able to catch a dude and been able to kind of respond to that in the end, but they're going to stay grouped up. We're going to have, it looks like the AD carry and support of Giants could be going into the top lane, but they'll be going top into another 2v2 situation. And we have Freddy12 and Shlaya both picking up a crystalline flask, so you're going to assume they're not going to necessarily win their lane, but they just want to be able to sustain long enough where they can become impactful.
So what do you think? We got a quick pause here, so they're obviously discussing something. You can see Samux took into the referee there, so they're trying to adjust something. But what are we expecting? Obviously, it looks like Against All Authorities and Giants both going to the top lane. Who wants to make that swap? It's got to be surely AAA want that swap because they don't want Vayne and Zyra versus Varus and Sona.
Yeah, if you do a 1v2 with Olaf versus that Vayne Zyra, he is obviously melee. He's going to build a farm with Undertow, but he's going to be harassed so much from range with the Vayne and Zyra combo. So you want to give him on also a safe lane. You know you're going to beat them with that Varus Sona combo. If you can kind of predict where they're going to go, you should be able to shut them down quite well. And Against Authority, you kind of almost have a composition where if you win early on, you're going to be able to snowball that as the game goes on because you can burst people down so quickly.
So we do see the switches. And Freddy12, do you think we're going to see him maybe being given the blue buff for that bottom lane to be solo a little bit and strong at the start?
That would make it easier for him to farm. I'm not 100% sure though if Virtual wants to give that away unless they plan on going for an invade themselves. They do have a ward down in the banana bush, but that's obviously not the ward you actually went down to spot anyone coming in from the jungle. But it looks like they actually have the sense of warding going to be starting at red.
And item-wise, we have a bit of a difference going on. Extermin started out boots and pots, whereas, of course, Shlaya has started out with a crystalline flask and pots. Something, you know, if you look towards the Chaos maybe played by Dignitas, obviously looking at Skara, always starting with that Fortitude pot.
Well, like I was saying before, I think he just wants to sustain long enough in lane just to get the items harassed down extra quite a bit. Because we've seen him pushed out in the EG game, like right off the bat. He would always, or he would get to lane, EG would kind of gank him there, and Froggen did a great job pushing him away. So if he can kind of do that right now with the harass, then he'll be able to obviously delay his level 6. He'll be able to take or capitalize on that, and he'll be able to push lane a lot harder.
So it doesn't look like blue buff's going to be given across. Slayer, of course, returning, and he is going to be sitting in the mid lane against Extermin. So that will be Twisted Fate versus Kel. Down the bottom lane, you can see it's going to be Olaf versus Diana. Diana being run as the solo mid laner, so double AP returning with a vengeance.
And the thing here is in that, we see already in the top lane, that's the damage of early level 2. If you can hit that before the other team, you can push them out. We saw that happen with Hosan and Dragonborns both games they played today and yesterday. And Giants doing the exact same thing. And we talked about they have the stronger team, or they have the stronger combo early on, and they're going to use that to their advantage.
Samux still not happy here. It's discussing something with that referee again. They didn't pause it for a short while, but it is Samux with his headset off and communicating something between the referees in his best English to German to Spanish that has to go between these referees, the Bundesliga referees, of course.
I still have no idea what that means.
Here, illegal. Bundesliga, you don't know what Bundesliga is?
I don't.
Wow.
I know what a 6-pointer is now, but not that one.
You realize that is the name of the German Football League?
Now I do.
Wow, it's like the NFL, you know, the Bundesliga.
Okay, that makes more sense. I know the Champions League.
How long have you been in Germany, man?
I know the Champions League.
You know the Champions League. Well done. That's a good start.
I know
That's
a
good
couple
start.
of the penalties in football, like the offsides one.
The offside rule, yeah, that's actually a tricky one. If you've learned that, that's of course we don't have an offside rule here in League of Legends. You can just go anywhere, and Peke would get caught by that offside rule many times, backdooring, and of course lately Froggen, who Crepo actually maintains that he should have had MVP in that game. It wasn't for Froggen doing that, you know, all-star spotlight performance that he did. He's like, there's no need for that. And the reason we lost the fight before that was because Froggen was doing that.
And the funny thing is, unannounced, is Joe and I were talking like, yeah, we're going to give it to Crepo this game. And then we see Froggen pull something off like that. And we look at each other like, we got to give it to Froggen now. I'm sorry, Crepo. We got to give it to Froggen after that.
Yeah, unfortunately. But, oh, well. Anyway, the game is resumed. You can see the players focusing on towards the screens. We are back into the action. And it is going to be all about... No! It's not going to be about anything because you see the boss come back in again. Well, it looks like it's going to be a PC reboot of Jim Bones, actually. It's him that's rebooted, despite the fact it was Samex that kept pausing it and discussing it. It's Jim Bones that is going to... actually, a lie. It is, of course, Jim Bones on the end there. Now, Samex is right here next to the camera. Wow. Wow.
It's okay,
Week
dude.
9.
I mean, you were
I just about learned the face of the player.
You were in North America. You have so many. You have 8 teams of 5. So come on, that's 40 people
I can
per
tell
each
you what
side.
all of those North American players look like. I know that. I've learned all those faces. And it's tricky actually to track between the difference between Babetta and Extermin. You just got to look which one's got less hair on top. Hey, I'm allowed to say it. I'm losing mine. It's all good.
Okay.
It's all good.
Well, I'm grain, unfortunately.
You're what?
I'm grain. So
you're grain.
Yeah. So my father, he grayed and bald at 21. I got the gray. My brother got the bald.
Grayed and bald at 21?
Yeah.
That's harsh.
Like
That
not
is
fully bald,
harsh.
but he was losing his hair at that point.
But luckily for you, it's your mother's side. Parents, I believe.
Yeah, he's bald too.
Anyway, deep conversation here for League of Legends. Pause friends talking about how you get bald. Well, you know, we have a reference right there on the screen, so it's all good. So we have a pause right now, of course. We're just waiting for the PC reboot. Jimbo is actually in the corner there. He's just typing something, so he looks like he's logging into the League of Legends as well. So you can see that happening. So hopefully once he gets back in the screen, we'll be happy and ready to go. So how do you judge these two teams right now? Obviously, we see the lanes, how they're going to sweat out. How do we see it, say, from the very early stages through to the mid stages and through to the end game?
Well, the thing is, I want to judge the game based on champions they picked, but each team has gotten the second wind out of nowhere in the season. I mean, well, we know where Against Authorities came from, but Dude coming into the team, and then Giants just kind of, out of nowhere, just got... It seems like they melded together back as a team. They got their second win, obviously, and they're able to finally take on EG and beat them yet again. But, you know, in terms of the rosters that they have right now, Against Authority needs sort of a decent early game. I mean, you have Vayne later on, so it doesn't really matter in the end, as long as you can hold on to that point. But if they can just snowball a little bit early on, they have the damage to take Giants out completely. And you have the K ultimate to back up any damage or any reply out of the Giants side. But if Jim Bones and Exter can kind of stay alive, if Exter can interact with the other lanes, which he didn't do against Evil Geniuses, he can really apply a lot of pressure, especially into this top lane when you have that Sona and you have that Varus.
So it does look like the teams are setting themselves up. There's already going back and forward. You can see we're going to try again, as Jim Bones says, so we'll see how it goes. And the unpause has come in, and they are back in the action. So here we go. It is Against All Authority versus Giants. Giants as the blue team, Against All Authorities as the red team. If you've missed the game, you missed the action, well, you've missed some fantastic games already. Evil Genius is upset by the Giants this morning, and Fnatic taking down the Dragonborns.
And you already see it in that top lane, just how well Jim Bones can really harass down Nono, just from the range from Hell of Arrows. Not to mention, this is the key thing, is that Giants have a great lane to push with, and Against Authority can't really push back that well. Vayne isn't one of those champions and kind of clear waves really quickly, so you have to keep attacking the entire time to keep the pressure off your turret. But we do see, you know, in that top lane, Jarvan's sticking around. Morden wants to make a play here, but we'll see if that actually can happen. And the same side, Virtual is sticking in the tri-bush.
Well, they are both junglers up, ready and waiting. Morden, of course, stood on top of Ward, so they know that he's there. And now we see Virtual. He's going to come around, but he's coming straight across. There's a flash use. Teleport coming in as well. They're going to get the slice straight across. Virtual seems to be the target. He's going to back away. And Slayer now trying to put the damage down, but it's going to reverse. Jim Bones laying the smack down on towards Slayer's backside. And he's going to keep him back. Doesn't decide to dive in. And Morden, well, reacted very well. A 3-on-4 situation. Twisted Fate finally joined it. Exterminate is up there in the tri-bush as well. It's going to be a 4-man push push from Giants here on the top turret.
I was going to say, that was not a smart play against Authority to go in there and try to go for an engage, because it forced the teleport out of Schleia, and if Extra stayed in that middle lane, it was pushing it. He would get such a level advantage over Schleia, not to mention the teleport being down that he'd be able to interact with all these different lanes, but like you're saying, that 4-man push to be able to get a very early turret here, and Schleia, he's going to have to come back top. Giants could keep pushing if they really want to.
Well, if they're going to keep on pushing the turret, why don't he put the Demacia standard down and help everyone out? We're just going to take it anyway. No help, no love from Morden on this Demacia standard there, but they do take the first turret nevertheless of the game. 4.5 minutes into this, so it's kind of the traditional, I guess you could say. It's kind of becoming a standard thing it was in North America, but it hasn't really attracted as much attention here in Europe with those lane swaps. But it wasn't a lane swap, it was just a pile on the top.
And it wasn't even intentional in the end out of either team right there, but the real trick is Giants had to do something to stop Nona from farming that lane. We do see some nice damage on Samus. Did he get it?
He's used the Ghost. He was trying to pile in towards Freddy, but the shield is on there. He did use the Ignite and Ghost there, so full-on dive attempts from Samus, but didn't have the damage.
So I was trying to point out that, you know, against Authority, they lost their top turret, but now they have a free lane for Nono to farm in. Giants has to stop that. They have to keep pushing the top lane or start grouping and, you know, forcing objectives in other places to really not allow Nono to freeze lane, which you see he's currently doing at this point. So if they keep letting Nono just farm up, that turret take early on will be a disadvantage to them instead of an advantage.
Well, Dude, he's trying to stay away. So what I'm seeing from Dude there, oh, actually going to get the root down and double plants on towards, but better keeping them away from that red buff. You are going to get in and get the ward down. Red buff will be spawning in around 1.5 minutes time. Looking like Dude was trying to stay away from Nono, so he's trying to feed as much experience as he can for the Nono right now.
And the thing is, it's a smart play. It really is, but he's going to need that level 6. He's going to need those amazing Zyra ultimates to stop Morden from being able to get in there and get that hard engage onto Nono. But, you know, he's leaving him alone in the lane right now. He's going to be leaving, and he's allowing Nono to pretty much freeze that lane as long as he keeps going to the mid lane to kind of counter that push that's going to be happening. Obviously, with those plants, with the grasping roots, and that Q, he's going to be able to clear the waves out, or it's going to help be able to clear the waves out relatively quickly. And they're shutting down Giants from trying to switch the pressure somewhere else. As you see, everyone on the team heading towards Dragon right now, and they're doing a phenomenal job. They're forcing Against Authority to react to them.
Very aggressive play from the Giants here, getting straight in on towards that Dragon. Hail of Arrows going down as well as the wildcard, so they really want this one. Just 6.5 minutes gone into this game. They've already got a turret, and now they're going to take down a Dragon. That's going to give them a 2,000 gold difference advantage, now building up over Against Authority.
And you see Freddy 1-2 left alone in this bottom lane. They knew Dragon was going on, and no one Against Authority came down to even help him here. This could be a 4-man dive and another turret going for Giants.
They're keeping the pressure going, and you can see the minion wave is there, so they should be able to get this one. It's a 4-man push. Middle-wise, Extermin has returned back there to keep Schleia busy, and it is going to go down. There's nothing at all they can do to this one. You see Virtual trying to come and help out Freddy 1-2. There's nothing they can do. It's another turret for Giants.
And that was a great job of them to really keep that pressure on. You see in the top lane, Nono still freezing that lane, and that might come back to haunt him in the end. If Giants keep this up, they can easily get that middle turret now with just a 5-man push straight up against Authority. And Extra, he is level 6 right now. He obviously had no chance to interact with any other lane here, but the ultimate will become more deadly since they have these outer turrets down. They can control the enemy jungle Against Authority.
Well, there's a big difference also built up in the CS. It's a 20 CS difference between Freddy 1-2 and Samux. Samux looking very strong here on Olaf in the early stages of the game. Meanwhile, the mid lane, Schleia and Extermin, well, it's very even between those two, despite the fact the roaming that Extermin's been doing. Schleia's kind of trying to keep up there, but of course it's all been about the fact that they reacted. It's just snowballing from that very early play where everybody piled up the top lane.
And this is where you're going to see what makes a good team a great team. If they can react to this properly, they're still freezing lane. I keep saying that because it really is so important for this game. If Against Authority keeps doing that, Nono will either get really far ahead of Jim Bones or they'll fall really far behind because they'll lose objectives. And we're going to see how that does pan out eventually as we do finally have Jim Bones going to be returning towards that top side. So the lane finally has pushed back out a little bit.
Well, we haven't seen Jim Bones going back and buy yet. Nono going back and buy yet. It's up to 54 CS. Oh, they're going in towards him. They get the stun card down. He managed to get the tumble just at the right time. Can he finish it off, though? One more hit will do it. No! Barrier comes through. Mana card. He's going to get away. The wild card's not going to land. Extermin takes a lot of tower damage. Now a lot of minion damage. Can they chase it down? Schleier's chosen in there. Hasn't quite got teleport available. It doesn't matter. He should be able to get the slowdown. The flash comes out from Extermin, but better. And the hail of arrows from Jim Bones managed to slow Schleier's descent.
And in the meantime, we do see blue being taken away from Morden right now. They have 2 people on that bottom side of the map. We see Virtual in the middle lane. If Morden wants to, they could go for some pressure on this tier 2 turret. A great disengage out of Giants in the end right there. And a great job to keep Nono, or at least keep the pressure on him, so he doesn't feel so safe in that lane, which he has been the past couple of minutes, pretty much sitting under his own turret.
So top lane at the moment is very much being held off and sustained. So, but Jimbone's returning back up there after successfully taking top and bottom. More than you can see just off the side, seeing if Freddy122 wants to take the bait. And I don't think he's going to fall for that one. Instead, is no with that pink ward, had vision, realized someone was there. Bit of poke on towards that mid lane turret. Extermin comes back in to clear that out. So, where do we stand? It's a 3,000 gold difference. It's a 2 tower difference and a dragon to Giants right now. 7th place Giants versus 6th place against All Authorities. The damage going on towards, but better. Can they get him down, though? There's not enough burst.
Great flash out of him right there to escape. Does a great job against Authority as well to try to set up the kill as we have Virtual come in towards the top side. We might see a 3-man push, but Jimbo, he has his ultimate available right now. He could really delay this if he needs to, and Exeter's ultimate won't be up for another 40 seconds at this point, but he already is moving over towards his top side. Well,
it's a 3-man push, but it's without the AD carry because Nono's in that mid lane, so they're not really going to get a massive amount of damage down on towards that turret. Instead, they are forced back just by that 2-man advantage. And while it's all happening, you can see Extermin, he's keeping busy in that mid lane, but Freddy122, he's managed to regain as much as he can, but still, there is that difference. Samux with a big advantage building towards this Freddy122 on Diana.
Yeah, at this point, it's a tricky point. They might be strong enough right now to finally go over some turret diving. I mean, they did take Dragon. They're going to have that coming up around 12 minutes in, but you have a Hex Drinker now picked up on Samux. He's going to be able to that magic resist to really go against that double AP composition. We should see Morden built into a Runic Bulwark, which will just hard counter against Soul Authority with that amount of magic resist built up. And with Vayne still kind of just not really ahead at this point, won't be doing that much damage until he is able to at least complete that Blade of the Rune King, but he might be going for a Bloodthirster as his first item.
Well, we'll see if he does manage to go for that. The BF sword, of course, the beginning workings. Could be anything, honestly. We don't know what these guys can go to. They have a number of options these days, which is the great part of the balance of League of Legends currently. Gives them many, many opportunities to go different ways, which actually is very different because normally with a Vayne, you'd see Phantom Dancer first item.
Well, it's Phantom Dancer, or nowadays it's Blade of the Rune King, since you got that attack speed on that item. You have the active to give you the extra speed, the heal as well. But I say Bloodthirster because he's going to need the sustain in these fights because you have Olaf diving you, you have potentially Jarvan diving you, even Extra if he gets into that backside. So he needs to stay alive. If he does that, he'll be able to destroy the other team.
Well, Extermin, meanwhile, continues the farming process in his mid lane and is starting to build up a small gap over Slayer now. 10 CS difference between the two. That will, of course, be balanced out a little bit as Slayer cleaves his way through this wave. And now Morden coming around. So, Dragon will be up in 50 seconds. Looks like Giants are backing off and ready, or getting in position to have a go at this one. Samux is going to clear that bottom wave and his prime position now. Ward goes down. And immediately pink comes out from Giants. They were aware of that one. Well, I expect to see the pink ward from Babetta going straight in towards that bush.
And the thing is, everything Giants are building right now is towards an engage. Like, they have the Twin Shadows now done on Twisted Fate, so they want to get that slow. They want to go for it. You have the Hex Drinker on Samux, who has the Ghost. He wants to rush into your team. Even if we're running double AP, he has a magic resist to kind of deal with that at this point. And they have the Sonar for the speed increase. They want to go for these fights. Like, they want to bait against Authority out of their own base, out of their comfort zone, and really start to take some wins here. But, I mean, taking Dragon is almost just as good. We hear a Ghost Pop.
What the?
Not sure if that was a mistake or not.
I think that was definitely a mistake by Virtual. Not too sure why he even put that Ghost down, and now he's just realized his mistake, and that may well cost him the game, you know. I mean, obviously, whether they're to turn this fight around, but that was absolutely meant that, you know, against All Authorities, they can't fight for this.
Yeah, well, I mean, I don't even think they could fight for it anyways because Giants are so much stronger. We see TSFA actually going into the top lane, but not hitting Diana.
Giving it away a little bit too soon. Didn't really get anything to lock down Freddy122.
But still, it doesn't matter. You see the rest of Giants are coming up towards this top side. They have against Authority caught with their pants down as you see Zyra pushing the middle lane. And the only one to really react to this is Virtual, and it won't be enough.
It's going to be enough, and it's going to be First Blood finally coming out here. 13 minutes in. No, meanwhile, is pushing that top lane. The teleport cancelled out there. He didn't want to go for his Slayer. Instead, he's going to try and push that middle turret. So they may even get a middle and top turret down here. No should take that turret down at the top there. It is going to be the inner bottom turret. The Giants do take down 3-0, but that could well be 3-2 if they get in there. Jimbo's reacts in the mid lane, saves it out. Top will go down.
And you really have to say, Jimbo's done a phenomenal job of keeping up in terms of CS with Nono, because he's been roaming around. He's applying a lot of pressure everywhere, but he's only about 10 CS behind at this point, which is exceptional considering the circumstances.
Well, as it stands, so let's have a look. 1-0. I can't believe there's only been one kill so far.
I was just going to say that. I was like, First Blood, what happened?
Yeah. It's been a pretty crazy, hectic start with a lot of towers going down, and towers eventually do win games with that Nexus being the defined target, but whether they're going to go for blue here. Jimbones is going to come across. I think he wants to try and steal it. There's a seed been planted there, though, so they know that he's coming by. Can he get the snipe off? Oh, not quite. That was very close, though, and it's Slayer that gets the blue.
We saw that happen yesterday with Hosan on Dragon, but unfortunately it didn't work out from there. And we do see item builds kind of coming to fruition right now for Against Authority. I think Crepo might be a little sad because Nashor's going to be quite toothless yet again, as we see Freddy 122 and Slayer both going for that item. They want that attack speed. They want to be able to shred down the enemy team. And it's the perfect items to pick up for that team because, you know, Dyna's passive does so much damage. Kale's AoE, not to mention the Reckoning off, or the passive off of her, is just going to shred through her targets. No, going to come in. He has got that Bloodthirster now, so that damage on towards that turret isn't going to be enough. The plants go down to try and keep him at bay. The stun card from Extermin, though, gets good damage on towards No, forces half of his health down. And that's going to give a lot of poke, but look at Samux. He's almost in the base right now. He's on the inhibitor turret. And Exter has his ultimate up. Like, they're trying to stall him as long as possible. Freddy 122's trying to back. He does get interrupted, though. And we're going to see Olaf keep pushing that top side, or maybe even come around the back, as you do see him put down a ward just to make sure he's safe. And he's fine to keep pushing, and in the end, Against Authority, if they're not going to lose their bottom turret, they're going to lose that middle turret. They're going to lose one, that's for sure. Freddy 122 having to react, but we can see the middle turret going down here. Giants get their 4th turret of the game and continue pushing straight up that mid lane. Samux continuing to keep his presence and the felt in that top lane, as bottom lane, sorry, on towards that inhibitor turret. And Against All Authorities, you would not think their performance against Giants was so spectacular right now, because they are really up against it here. 6,000 gold already down against Giants, just 15.5 minutes in this game. That is a huge lead. Yeah, that really is, because you see the item difference just building up right now. You have Exter, he has a Sheen, he's going for that Lich Bait, and they want to go for the quick pushing. They want to end this game early. They don't want to let it Against Authority get to that late game dominance that they really do have with their composition, and they're doing a phenomenal job of it. I mean, we've seen Samux just pushing that bottom lane the entire time, still hasn't left yet. He has 129 CS, he's sitting on about 800 gold right now, but he has a giant spot, he has a red pot, so if anyone does try to gank him, you're gonna have to send more than one person to do that. Yeah, that's the problem. The fact that Freddy 122 fell behind, there's just nothing he can do. It's the standard split push lane. Once you get that big disadvantage, you can't really do a great deal against it. And the problem is, for Against All Authorities, it's pulling another member towards them, and then it's giving the rest of Giants that massive advantage, and they are just piling down those turrets right now. So let's see where they're going to try and create something. Samux in that bottom lane. Will we see Extermin? He's heading this way. They want to go for No. Here comes the ultimate. They're going to get the Destiny on towards him. The stun card is there. Can they finish him off? Yes, they will this time. And Samux picks up the kill on No. Great job right then. Twisted Fate, Extra, amazing play out of him. He popped the ultimate a little bit early, just so if Vayne did ult up, try to stealth away, Samux would be able to spot him, get that slow, land that gold card. And that was a great pickup on No. The first time it didn't work out, but this time it did. And they're going to continue to push this bottom lane. Freddy 122, who's in the top lane, has to back out, has to really defend here. And that allows Jimbo to get a nice extra chunk of farm. And we've talked about, you know, them grouping up and pushing. He's pretty much bang even with No right now in CS. Well, and all this pressure in this bottom lane is going to create an opportunity in the middle lane, so they're going to either lose an inhibitor turret or the inner turret, and it's going to be one or the other for Against All Authorities. The choice is indeed theirs. They don't have Jimbones with them, though, on this push. He's just farming out that top lane, so the pressure's going to continue on there. Morden getting caught out there. The root comes in, but he was already sliding away. And Demon, I don't know, you could probably agree with me on this. This is the Giants we saw in the beginning of the season. The controlled chaos that they like to provide in these games really gives them a nice bit of an advantage. We do see Giants potentially getting caught there, but they do back away. And the thing Against Authority has, like the problem they're having is they don't have a solid engage right now. They don't have anyone who can get into the enemy team, especially with Virtual's Ghost being down. Well, that is going to be finally Against All Authority taking that middle turret down. Jimbones has shoved on that top wave, so there's a creep wave pushing on towards the top lane turret. We do see Extermin still down here. He's going to back away. That Sheen glistening. And what is he going to buy? Is he going to get towards that Lich Bane? Has he got enough? I don't think he has quite yet. We'll see which way he goes with that build. I'm expecting the Lich Bane to come out before the Zhonya's Hourglass. He hasn't even backed away. He's like, I see an opportunity forming here. Yeah, he might be able to get this kill over Turkey. He's going to wait in that bush. He does manage to get the stun card and the wild card, but he hasn't really got the damage to take down Slayer, of course. Could have tried to force intervention instead. He's just going to wipe out that creep wave. And Against All Authorities, they are so left wanting right now. They don't seem to have any answer to the aggression the Giants are showing. Yeah, they don't at all, and it's only going to get worse for them because you see Babette, he picked up an Oracle. He's going to clear out all the vision that Against Authority has in their jungle, which you see at this moment is pretty good. Like they're trying to keep their own jungle alive, trying to keep that farm going, that income of gold, but Dragon will be up in another 6 seconds. You see Giants just waiting for it. And we still have Samix. He hasn't even really been there for Dragon. He's just been pushed this entire time.
Oh, Crescendo not quite landing, but it doesn't matter. The wildcard came in there because the hail of arrows, and that is a very dead dude. And he didn't quite manage to escape this time around. He just walked straight in. Wasn't really, you know, he just wanted to get the ward down towards the Dragon, but unfortunately there was already a ward ready and waiting for him at blue buff.
And against Authority, they're trying to react to this. They're trying to go for a push on this middle lane as they kind of are circling around towards Dragon, but it's too late. That first turret is down. They're not going to be able to push that second turret down anytime soon. And now with that Dragon being taken, they got the gold from that, but now the lanes are pushed in against them, at least in the top and middle side, and they're going to be getting a lot more gold on top of that.
Well, they're trying to show some aggression here. They want to try and get in and steal the red buff, which may work out for them, but look at Morden. It's your traditional jungler. He doesn't want to give up. He's going to walk in. Will he get the smite? No. We tried to get the
Jimbone's got
balance in there. Jimbone's got it instead with the hail of arrows, I think he stole it with, yeah.
Also, he didn't get the blue earlier, but he redeemed himself by getting the red right there. So good job by him. It made that invade out of against Authority mean absolutely nothing. But we do see the Lich Bane now done on Exter. We see an Infinity Edge now done on Varus. They are leaps and bounds beyond against Authority in terms of items. They can start to force these fights. And with that Oracle, they could even potentially start to force a Baron because you have the % damage on Varus.
So, where will Giants strike next? 4-2 up in turrets. Mid lane, well, it's been shoved up once. The inhibitor turret in the bottom lane, that has been shoved up as well. The top lane has definitely had pressure. And looking across the board, you can see now, in terms of CS, Freddy122 has actually gained himself back in there because Samix has been shoving it. He's been able to have some free time with himself down that bottom lane. You can see the gold advantage, though. Just look at it across the board. All those turrets, all those dragons, it is building up across every single member of Giants right now.
I see Nono. He's trying to go in on to Morden here, but he doesn't really have the damage, but he's still going to be chasing away.
Well, he's going to keep on poking towards him, but like you mentioned, he didn't really have the damage to deal with Morden. Morden, of course, got that Giant's belt and the heart of... he wishes he had the heart of gold.
Heart of, are you bringing it back? Is it coming back to you?
Oh my god, Riot Secrets, it's been leaked. It's not, ladies and gentlemen.
RiotSecrets.doc.
Yeah.
But anyways, I mean, he's going to be built into the Aegis. He wants to get that Runic Bulwark to get that double AP composition just kind of nuked away. And we do see Freddy going in against Samix, but it's not effective against an Olaf who can just ult and just run away.
Well, he used that Ragnarok though, so, well, you know, I guess it forced that to be popped. It means he's not going to be available for the next fight, but it's a pretty quick reset, and I don't think they're going to be forcing any fights anytime soon, so they're just sort of amalgamating their big advantage they have right now. 3-0 up in kills, big gold advantage, 7-0 up in kills, in gold, sorry, and a 4-2 turret advantage, which equates to where are they going to show up next? Looking like top, as it's going to be Extermin split pushing bottom.
And the thing is, their aggression's kind of fallen back. They've been a little bit more passive now that they went back and bought after that last Dragon, but they need to keep that aggression on because against Authority, they're sticking this game. In CS, they're not really that far behind anywhere. They're down 20 in top with Diana and with Vayne, but that's really not that much in the end of it. But Giants with that Oracle, they're trying to deny a lot of vision. There are a lot of pink wards committed. We see Twistfate ulting into that top side.
He's going in towards the top lane, and it's more a case of just trying to get the damage down, and that's exactly what it's going to do. And it does look like it's going to be the tower going down. Yes, it will. There's nothing going to stop that one. Are they going to try and turn for it? Oh, this time Virtual has gone aggressive, but look at that, straight away catch him down. Virtual absolutely singled out and decimated. Cataclysm on his head. Freddy122, well, doesn't matter, ultimate used, but the damage wasn't on him. Instead, it's going to be Nono going down. There is a limit to his abilities, and it does look like Morden's going to get caught on towards Freddy122. Slide comes in, decimated, but better picking up the kill this time, and now there's not a great deal that can stop him getting towards his inhibitor turret.
That's only one that stands between them is Schleia and Diod. If Schleia comes in, he could potentially pick up a kill here, but Giants just going to go headfirst in this turret. They should be able to get that. They're going to be backing with quite a bit of gold as well, and Baron now is a very real possibility for Giants.
It's a real possibility, but it's the inhibitor they're going to take first, and there's 3 members of Against All Authority going to come out, but there is no authority that will stop Giants taking down. Oh, the route on towards Extermin. He might get dropped here. Yeah, he's going to be taken down. Finally, they do pick up the kill. It's the first kill of the game for Against All Authority, but honestly, it's more of an exit frag that we call in another game.
And still, I mean, it's a 10,000 gold difference, 6-1, 6 turrets to 2 at this point, 23 minutes in. This is a huge gold lead, and you're seeing it reflected in items, you're seeing it reflected in Giants and just how aggressive they're playing in terms of team fighting right there. And I gotta give credit to Babetta. That was a great flash crescendo right there onto Against All Authority. Wasn't really expecting it, even though Freddy, I mean, he was trailing Freddy the entire time, so Freddy knew he was there, but still, great turnaround by Giants, getting the kills and taking that gold home to buy.
So, where do we stand? Giants have a big advantage now. Inhibitor down 6-2 in turrets, and that gold lead, look at it, 11,000 gold at 23.5 minutes into the game. That is enormous right now. It is well over 30%, I feel. And it looking like potentially the Baron. You called it earlier on, it's where they could go, and there's honestly, I don't think against the authorities, even if they went in a straight 5v5 right now, they would have no chance, even with Baron hitting on Giants.
And the thing is, Giants don't really have to go for it. They can just, start. They can bait against authority into it, allow Twisted Fate to just start split pushing a little bit. You have the top inhibitor down, so someone has to respond to that. Send them bot lane, he can keep pushing up, just get a nice disengage with Giants, and then you'll be completely fine. You have the Crescendo to get away, you have the speed buff out of Sona to get away, not to mention that Varus ultimate.
So Extermin going in towards that top lane. And again, all lanes being shoved. There's absolutely no reason why they would go for Baron right now, because they have the pressure across the map anyway. They don't need to force it. It looks like they may well try and force something in this middle turret, though. We do see Samux heading towards there. The ping's coming down. Extermin, of course, he's going to keep them super minions shoving in the top lane. And the rest of Giants, they're starting to group in towards this middle turret.
It almost seems like Extra wants to be a little bit like Expect and Frog and saying, hey guys, I can do it too. But you see in the bottom lane, Samux still being aggressive. He doesn't want to leave that bottom lane alone at all. He's been pushing this entire game, getting that turret very low now. But still, you see Jibbones take out that middle tier 2 turret, and the rest of Giants looks like they might even head back towards Baron. I kind of want to say they are, but they did take a nice ward down in that Wraith bush, and they might be baiting in against Authority, and Dude might fall for it.
Oh no, you've got to move, Dude, and he does try and get out of there. He did just about get away. What are you doing, Freddy122? You can't just go blind checking a bush like that with his 4 members start there. Virtual this time, he's going to get caught out. They knew they were there. They already just saw him sliding towards it. Absolute crazy play. Freddy122 losing his mind a little bit there, and it does look like they're going to go in towards this bottom turret. Of course, it's already down half health, this bottom inhibitor turret, so I would expect them to push in towards it. Giants, of course, they can go from both angles. Samux, he's quite happily soloing that bottom lane, and it's going to be the middle turret going down, so another inhibitor gone. And Giants, they are setting up a great performance here. They are battling, they are fighting to get 6th place back, and this is an absolute talisman they are laying down coming into Super Week to really keep the pressure on towards Giants. This is definitely a race we're going to have to keep our eyes on, because remember, 7th and 8th place goes straight to relegation fights. 6th to 3rd, you could possibly get through, and right now that's SK Gaming versus one of these teams if positions would stay the same. So it is so vital, of course, that last battle, that last tournament. We're effectively going to have 3 Super Weeks running. It's going to be exhausting for the players, the teams, the casters, but it's going to be magnificent.
Magnificent completely, because this is where every team's been fighting for. You know, these bottom 4 teams, or actually sorry, even bottom 7 I have to say in the end, because they could potentially all lose their spots. They've been fighting this, or sorry, bottom 6, they've been fighting for this for, how long has it been now? 10 weeks or 9 weeks at this point to hold onto their spot in LCS. This is their lifestyle. This is what they do for a living. And why would you want to get rid of that when you get paid to play professionally in League of Legends? You do see, saying Baron started right now. All 3 inhibitors are down 26 minutes, and there's nothing against Authority can do to stop this. And Giants, it looks like they're trying to go for the close.
Yeah, it's one of those things you don't feel until it's gone, I guess.
Exactly,
the fact that you're paid to play this, there's so many million players of League of Legends that will be sat watching this and thinking, I wish that was my job. I wish that was my job. Don't worry, guys. Everybody thinks the same. You know, these players have a pretty awesome lifestyle overall. But as it stands, double minions, double super minions coming straight in. The top, the bottom, and the middle. All angles for Against All Authority. They're definitely up against it here. And the Giants, they have been massive in this game.
And you see, I mean, he's been trying to level up something to really help his team. He has his W leveled up, he has that Silver Bolts done, but he doesn't have any attack speed behind that. So he's not going to be doing too much damage against Authority. They're going to have to fight for here, because if they don't, they're going to lose their Nexus turrets and the game. And then we will see one final big glorious engage happening here, Demon.
Yeah, they're definitely building up towards it. Virtual's been caught out. One more shot, but the intervention comes in, and here comes Morton sliding into victory, and there's going to cataclysm and bounce on their heads, just hanging off the fountain, and Samux is pulling the damage down. Look at the side there. There's another execution coming out from the Giants, but it's going to be the Nexus that goes down. No does finish with a kill, but it's all about the Giants in their battle to try and claim 6th place off Against All Authority, who looked magnificent. It was yesterday against Gambit, but it wasn't to be today. Giants from the very start, 2 minutes in, were taking turrets.
Let me ask you this, Steeman. Did you expect this game to be that action-packed and end in 27 or 28 minutes?
I wasn't expecting it to be so quick and aggressive from the Giants. I think they caught Against All Authority and everybody else watching completely napping in that game.
Yeah, they really did. And you see them shaking hands. Great job by both teams. And Giants, I mean, where was the Giants the past 6 weeks? Like, where have they been?
Where is this team? And I mentioned it. They've done it against Evil Geniuses. They've done it against Gambit. finally, it seems to be transcending into battling the lesser teams that they are up against, which effectively they're fighting for positions for. So we're going to get over to our analysis desk and really take us through. It's a tricky one to take a highlight from, honestly, because it was a pretty one-sided performance from the Giants, Joe and Quickshot.
Yeah, very strong performance there coming out of Giants. That will actually put them tied now on wins and losses with Against All Authority, thanks to this amazing day that they've had here. As Demon rightly pointed out there, it's hard for us to pick some real amazing highlights out of that game because it was very thorough in terms of, okay, we get 4 men here, we take this turret, then we go here, we take this turret, we get a kill here, then we move here, and it was just really a perfect game from Giants.
I definitely want to add some, context to that, because from the very early moments when they took that top turret down and then rotated to the bottom turret, the Giants did something which was very, very impressive. They actually stopped killing the turret for a little while. They had the numbers advantage, and they allowed the turret to take down a couple of waves of minions and deny that experience and gold from their opponents. So instead of just rushing it down and taking it 10 or 15 seconds earlier, which would have made no difference to them, they denied more resources, and they did it intentionally on both the top lane and on the bottom lane, just taking away as much gold and as much experience from your opponents. So it was a great, great, great play. From the very get-go, that early gold advantage, it just snowballed. They did a very early dragon. They literally just got all the global objectives they could because they brute forced their way into those opening towers.
Yeah, and my notes from this one literally start pretty much every single point with Giants, ...
Yeah.
It's like Giants take this tower, they take this tower, they gank here, they take this, they take that, and it was just such a great game out of Giants. Against All Authority, I think you'll be a little bit disappointed that they couldn't put up any, contest to a lot of those objectives where they probably felt that if they did some things differently, they could have slowed down the way that Giants played that game, at least. But let's jump into our first replay.
All right, so let's set the tone for this. It is a big advantage for Giants, but this was the team fight that really catapulted them into the victory. Let's jump into the replay. It's 21 minutes 50 on the screen. There's about an 8,000 gold lead for the Giants, and you can see them pushing this top lane turret. Exter has already used his destiny, so it's just worn off. The vision has told him where every single member of his opponent's team are, and I just want to point out the positioning of Babetta, because he arrives a little bit late to the party, but it's actually key to the engagement. So we'll unpause this and follow it. Virtual immediately goes in for some aggression, but there's 2 very key reasons why this fight went in favor of Giants. First of all, they get the tower down. Secondly, Jim Bones completely zones out the opposing team with Chain of Corruption. Schlayer jumps in there again to distract the damage dealers of Schlayer and No-No. I'm not 100% sure why Morden almost wasted his Cataclysm on Virtual. I mean, it was so clear it was going down. But nevertheless, he jumps back in. And again, you see the damage dealers of Against All Authority. They start to stack up. And I want to highlight, where is Babetta? He's about to get into range. Look at this play from him. He jumps over the wall, flashes and crescendos, and locks up both, again, No-No and Schlayer. So the damage dealers of your AD carry and your mid laner were removed for the entirety of that fight. And Giants simply shredded their opponents down because it was 5 versus 3 for practically the majority of that game. They managed to pick up another kill and just rolled through to secure that inhibitor. And it was just a matter of really controlling the damage dealers of your opponents.
So let's pick an MVP out for that one. It was actually another one quite hard, another quite hard decision to make, because the way that Giants played was that everyone was involved in a lot of things there.
There was no single standout person that really, really shone, because they moved as a team, they played as a team, they were always together as a unit.
Yeah.
But we did decide to highlight one particular Giants member.
Yes, we went in the end for Morden on Jarvan, actually, who we saw, being involved, spending less time in the jungle than you normally see him in the jungle. But the key point was he was always with the team when they were pushing down those objectives, really getting involved. But I wish we almost had like an MVP for everyone award, that'd be really nice in this occasion, because Giants as a team were so very good.
Yeah.
And the coordination was at a level that I think this is their best show on that front throughout the season so far.
Yeah, I completely agree, because we do tend to see some of the chaotic games that they put in play. It's little moments and little skirmishes all over the map all the time. But in this particular situation, they were fluid and they flowed from one objective to the next, to invading, to towers, to dragons. So it was a very good, controlled game coming out of the Giants.
So congratulations once again then to the Giants on managing to tie up their wins and losses with Against All Authority with that win. That's it from us here on the analysis desk for this part, but we're going to go over to Shox on the main stage, and she's waiting there with the...
Thank you very much. I'm applause. I'm here with Babeta, and since Expeke can't pull Expekes anymore, we decided we'd use him to translate. Sorry, Expeke. Anyway, Babeta, so the game started off really slowly, no kills, but a lot of objectives securing from the Giants. So run us through your game.
La partida ha sido muy lenta, no ha habido muchas muertes, pero aún así habéis cogido mucha ventaja con objetivos. ¿Qué pensabais?
Sabíamos que AAA es un equipo que nos cuesta mucho, nos ha ganado 2 partidos y siempre nos crean muchos problemas en el limit porque nos dominan demasiado. Entonces, como nos ha costado mucho, veíamos muy difícil poder sacar kills con sus personajes y con TP y demás, hemos pensado que sería bueno ir sacando objetivos poco a poco, después de tirar torre rápido, hacer dragón, lo tenemos timeado ellos no, y aprovechar todo el rato el snowball de dragón.
Okay, so yeah, normally when they play against AAA, they get a bit behind in the early game, mid game, because the AA is good at controlling objectives. So they focus more on that, having good wards, good coverage on their jungle, and just trying not to focus on the kills, but more on the objectives, having Drake timed all the time perfectly, and just going for it every time they could.
All right. Seems that you've gotten your groove back just in time. You know, your focus level is really high. So what changed in your mindset between last week and now, where you can beat teams like EG and AAA?
Que habéis mejorado bastante, que ha cambiado en vuestra mentalidad de no poder ganar a muchos equipos a poder ganar a equipos como EG y ahora A.
Bueno, yo creo que no es cosa de mentalidad, es cuestión de un poco de cómo se hagan las partidas, por lo menos para nosotros. Es decir, igual que hemos ganado 2 partidas a Gambit, hemos perdido 3 contra vosotros, ¿sabes? O sea, va un poco a partidas, nos hemos mentalizado de que cada partida es diferente, no lo contamos como liga, sino como si fuera una eliminatoria, y a ganar cada partida y que se haga lo mejor posible.
Yeah, they don't see it like a bad streak or something like that. Like every game is different. You can have 2 bad games in a row, 2 good games in a row, and like he said, they beat Gambit twice, and they lost to Fnatic 3 times. But it's just different games. It's best of 1. They can win or they can lose, and they go into every game like not like a league, but like a single elimination game.
Okay. But in order for you guys to stay in LCS, of course, you're going to have to beat some up-and-coming teams, possibly. So do you think you have what it takes to beat teams like Alternate or MYM, and why are you stronger than them?
Para quedaros en la LCS tendréis que jugar posiblemente contra equipos buenos como MYM o Alternate. ¿Cómo creéis que lo haréis contra ellos?
Pues bueno, esperamos quedar sextos y que nos vaya bien los playoffs y no enfrentarnos a no tener que jugar la relegation esta. Pero cuando acabe el LCS, en el caso de que tengamos que jugarlo, estudiamos a esos equipos, sabemos que son fuertes. A mí sobre todo nos da bastante respeto, pero los conocemos bastante y creo que podemos dar bastante bien la talla.
Yeah, their aim is to get like spot 6, do good in the tournament and stay in the league without having to play the relegation. But if they have to, they're a bit not scared, but they respect MYM a lot because they are a really good team. But they still think they can beat them if they play their best.
Okay. Giants fighting. Thank you very much, Expeke and Babeta. All right, you got one last chance to hit us up on Twitter, and of course, give us your answer to today's Twitter question. Which North American player would you add into the European All-Star team and why? You can hit us up at LOL Esports, #LCS. And now in 3rd place, SK doesn't have the best record against Gambit or Fnatic. I'm sure Ocelot and his team will want to show us something and will want to show that they can bring down the big boys. Let's see if they can do it versus Gambit. Gambit versus SK Gaming, up next. Muchas gracias.
Welcome back to the European League Championship Series Week 9. Our final game of the day coming up here in just a little while is going to be an important clash. I think that's a bit of an understatement between SK Gaming and Gambit.
Yeah, it's going to be a very, very good game. I'm definitely looking forward to seeing how Ocelot has prepared for this matchup, because the last time they met, it didn't go so well. Let me put it politely.
Yeah, I think you're on the mark with that one. That might have been the second understatement of our opener here. So earlier on today, we asked you that Twitter question, which we've got some really interesting answers for here again. And of course, that Twitter question of today, Trevor?
Which NA LCS player?
Did you forget it?
No, I was waiting for the rest of the line. Which NA LCS player would you put into the EU All-Star team and why? I love asking questions like this because we actually track that, hashtag LCS and follow @LOL Esports, and the replies just fly. Absolutely everybody's got an opinion. And when you start talking about All-Stars, like who do you think is going to be the favorites? One of the trends which we have noticed is a lot of people talking about specifically top laners and AD carries. When we're watching it, that tends to be the most recommended positions coming through from what we've been seeing.
And that brings us nicely into our first response, actually, which was from @ChrisKillsYou. I would add TSN Dyrus because he's the best top NA and he would be great on the EU team. #TSN Team Dyrus. I've got one comment to start this one off, is that I think Europe, out of all the regions, has the biggest diversity in terms of, the skill pool of each player at the top, in the top lane, out of all the regions. I'm going to go out on a limb and say that.
It's a big claim, but I can see why you're saying that. When you think about the top laners from EU, like, even if you just think in the top 4 teams where you've got Kevin, Darian, Soaz, and Wicked, just in the champions they play, the styles that they have. We had a really, really good discussion earlier, actually, talking about how Darian and Kevin have fairly similar play styles, and I can't wait to hear Demon and actually Jason expand on that a little bit later. Dyrus in particular, he's a very solid performer. He's one of the most reliable top laners from NA, but I'm not quite sure if I would agree with that decision. I think I tend to lean a little bit more towards our second response's thoughts.
Well, our second response was from Train OFK. Again, sorry if I'm butchering your names. That's just going to happen all the time.
It's expected.
Based on current EU voting, I think Voyboy's playstyle would mesh really well with the rest of Gambit. See hero, kill hero.
Now, this is the one that I tend to, gravitate a little bit more towards because of Voyboy's playstyle. He's a lot more aggressive than most of the NA top laners. He's got a very, very good, very diverse champion pool. He even pulled out AP Tryndamere a couple of weeks ago just before it got nerfed. And he's a solid performer, an aggressive player, and he's one of the big playmakers for Curse. We heard St. Vicious talking earlier in the week, and he was saying how Nijak is a little bit more of a passive mid, and you need to have like 2 aggressive players in the team. And the aggressive players are himself and Voyboy. They are the ones that go in. They are the one that make the call. I'm picking this fight. I'm diving in. Follow me, and the team sort of follows with that. So I like the idea of that. I'd be interested to see how it would work on a team like Gambit in particular, because Darian doesn't necessarily fill that sort of, hyper-aggressive role, but he fills a lot more of the tanky. He likes to absorb damage. He takes the deaths for the team and allows the rest of the team to sort of carry.
So moving away for our final response here from that top lane and down towards the bottom, or at least to the AD carry. From @ExtremeVirusLol, I think I'd add Double Lift. His mechanical skills are so amazing, and he can really carry a game if he has the correct cover.
Now, that's a very interesting point. And first of all, he talks about the CLG playstyle of protecting Double Lift. Like, that's literally what the team is based around. Give Double Lift Vayne, keep him alive, and allow him to take out the entire opposition. If we transpose that player and put him on one of the EU teams, we don't really have that same sort of team play when it comes to defend the AD carry. I think we're a lot more about the solo laners here in EU. We tend to have really good top laners, really good mid laners, and that's what it comes to. If we were to put him in a team, say for example, I'm just trying to think of who would work quite well with, maybe a team like Gambit, maybe like even Evil Geniuses, with that level of coordination, with that level of team cover, I think he could do well, but every AD carry on this level has got great mechanical skill.
And he wouldn't be happy about Edward and Crepo being the scumbags that they are, stealing away all his kills from that.
I can imagine the Twitter responses that Double Lift would be saying after the game of his teammates securing his kills.
All his kills, yeah,
Yes,
that's
correct.
true. Thanks a lot, guys, for your responses. Always look forward to hearing what you've got to say. And as per usual, you can keep tweeting it, as me and Trevor here do have access to Twitter between the games, at LOL Esports using that hashtag LCS. But as I said earlier on, our final game of Week 9 will be a real highlight match with Gambit taking on SK Gaming. So let's pass it over to your commentators for this one, Demon and Jason.
Thank you very much, Joe and Quickshot. So we are going to get underway. Of course, it is going to be Gambit. You can see them on your screen, and you've just caught a glimpse of SK Gaming. So it is time for our final game of the week. It is going to be getting into this one. Week 9, all the action's been building up, and there have been some pretty damn impressive game. Of course, this will be the final time that these teams meet, and so far it stands at resounding 3-0 for Gambit Gaming. But that's not all, because in all competitions, according to Ocelot himself, the captain of SK Gaming, they currently stand at 10 wins without reply to the mighty Russians.
That's kind of interesting to see, because we saw back at Gamescom last year, there was a complete stomp in the finals of that. But still, we'll see how they do this time. And it's also going to be a comforting factor to Gambit, who, have fought with Fnatic to really maintain their first place as the season draws to a close. However, do not write off SK for this one, as both teams are ahead of Fnatic in the team KDA ratings. I would expect the mid lane to be a really big battlefield, because Ocelot has a higher KDA at this point, mostly because of his assists. Alex has more kills than him, but also has a higher KDA in the end. And we'll see how both teams revolve around this middle lane and how the middle lane reacts with every other lane.
Yeah, so of course, let's take a look at the lineups for Gambit. They're going to be the blue team, and it is going to be Darian, Diamond Brox, Alexic, Genja, and Edward.
And of course, on the SK side, Kevin, Hercubot, Ocelot, Candy Panda, and Nif.
So what do we think is going to happen between these two? And more primarily, let's look at the main guys in this match. For Gambit, you can't really mention Gambit without mentioning Diamond Prox, because clearly Diamond Prox, he is the best jungler in the world, if not, Europe, if not the world, I guess it's safe to say, because he's just, everything he does, everybody else follows.
Yeah, and what really sets him apart is his controlled aggression and ability to carry out successful ganks wherever he pleases. If you don't believe me, check the stats. At the beginning of the week, we had the most kills of any jungler at 61, as well as the least deaths at 36, and you combine that with his 184 assists, it gives him a KDA of 6.8. That is far beyond any other jungler in Europe, as well as North America. He continues to pick up new junglers and catch teams off guard. His continuous innovation makes him so unpredictable, as well as his unmatched aggression puts fears into his enemies.
Absolutely fantastic player, and of course for SK Gaming, it's really all about the man up top, the rock up top, I think it's safe to say. It is Kevin, of course. He has been really put in many situations. He's often asked to go against 2v1, whether he split pushes, whether he goes up against opponents that he really shouldn't be beating. He is the man right now for SK Gaming.
Yeah, you can really put him anywhere, and he will not really lose his lane in any way. Currently trails behind Soaz in the European stats, but he dominates his lane opponent in Darien across the board. He has 21 more kills than Darien, as well as 25 less deaths. And these two top laners have a very similar playstyle, but Kevin, he's been pulling off better. They both like to be very aggressive in pushing the lane, but where Kevin shines through is knowing when to back off and group with his team. We've seen this through the stats, as well as the change build order through Darien with his Sightstone. And not to mention, Kevin is also one of the few people left that still played Aurelia. Out of the 5 games he's played her, he has 4 wins, and he has a KDA of 8.6.
Yeah, and that Aurelia play, it's one that we haven't seen really from anyone, I don't think. You know, there's, I think Mega Zero probably in North America, but he gets it banned against him a lot, so he doesn't really get a chance to play it. But, we've seen him picking up Riven lately and getting quadra kills, so maybe that's going to go towards his next champion. If you missed that action, of course, that is at lolesports.com. That was the North American Week 9. There's some absolute crazy games there, but it is all about Gambit versus SK right now. And we also had a chance to chat with the teams earlier, and they had a lot to say about that mid lane star, Ocelot.
So when we play against Gambit, the most important thing is that we keep the mid lane in control and that we don't fall into Diamond's traps.
The most important thing is that we try to get out of the game Hercubot.
Hercubot is one of the best junglers of LCS.
I don't think the game versus Gambit will be about the jungler. The laning phase of Gambit is very strong. They know how to counter pick.
The mid lane is always a problem because Alex kind of has Oza's number.
Ocelot is a really good player, but I think it's about his temper and he doesn't stick to his own play style. So I think if he would play from his heart, what he wants, what he thinks that will be the best.
When Oza trains hard and we help him as well a bit, then he will be able to beat him.
So it's some strong words, I think, towards Ocelot there. And, Quickshot mentioned it really at the start, the fact that he did not have a very good week against Alex Ich, and it was really about the Kazakhs. Kazakhs just jumping on him, as it were, and causing all sorts of problems. And he actually, that got to him. That game really got to him the next match when they did win, and he played absolutely fantastic. Obviously, wasn't against Gambit though. He had quite an emotional speech on the stage. I remember it coming out, and that was heartfelt words from him. But what do we think they're going to do, really, to deal with Ocelot, or maybe even to protect Ocelot, really, at the start of this game?
Well, we've seen something that EG does is it's protect Froggen. We had Trevor just saying that it's, protect the AD carry in North America, but it might be protect Ocelot, allow him to get the kills he needs to help carry the game because, let's just be honest, he hasn't really shown through this entire LCS season. He hasn't really been the player that he wants to be because you hear him talk about it time and time again, really want to step up for his team. So if they protect him, he might be able to come out big here. And, during that video, one thing that really caught me was SK said, we don't want to fall into Diamondprox's traps because we talked about it earlier about being an amazing jungler, and Diamondprox, wherever he goes, he will pretty much always land a kill, land an assist, or just really force some summoners away. So SK has to be really, really protective of that, and hopefully Ocelot can really work around it.
So let's see what SK have got in their playbook to deal with Gambit Gaming. They are being monsters so far, and they are back in, some would say, rightful spot at the top of the LCS. They certainly were one of the strongest teams during Season 2, and Season 3 seems to be no different for them. Fizz being banned out away from Ocelot because he did use it last week, as well as Alex Ich used it, but they've taken it away. Seems to be one of the strong champions. They've both mid laners favor right now. And of course, from Renekton, that's been taken away from Darian. Kevin's also played it a few times as well.
All I can really think about with that Fizz is 30 points offensive.
Yeah.
Just go all in with that Ignite and with that barrier. But yeah, the Renekton is taken away from Darren, so they really want to control him a little bit. Maybe give Kevin a little bit of an easier time, or maybe make it so their AD carrying support can really go against him and really deny him. The Varus being taken away from Candy Panda, and the Shen also being taken away from Darren. I wouldn't be surprised to maybe see an Elise ban, actually, because Darren's been playing her quite a bit, and it's actually been doing quite well with her.
We'll see whether that does come through. Of course, that Shen ban kind of... Both teams really played Shen as well. Again, this is really against the split push in that both Kevin and Darian, we talked about it just there, the fact that both are very similar in their styles of play. We'll see whether they actually get to go against each other because, Ocelot said a number of times, nobody wants to go head-to-head with Kevin because he's so strong in that solid lane, solid solo lane. Wow, I can't speak. Misfortune being taken away from Candy Panda. Of course, he's played Twitch a number of times as well. We'll see what the final ban is here, though.
Yeah, we will. And like I was saying, I think it would most likely, potentially, I'm not going to confirm it, be Elise. Then again, you're leaving Diamond any kind of jungler he wants to go for. They do take the Kazakh, which is another solid ban of Alex.
Don't want Alex having that, no
got that
way.
pentakill last week. And then Gambit with their first pick here. They have so many different options they can go. To be honest, Thresh is available, and we know how much Edward loves Thresh.
Well, will the Thresh Prince be able to show his wings? Of course he will, and it's first lock straight in there as the crowd goes wild.
Even here, them just cheering, and I'm excited to see it as well because it's always a great game when you see him on that Thresh. Just the game-changing mechanics of Thresh and Blitzcrank are always awesome to see, even when you're casting it. But now SK, the next two picks here, they could obviously go for support, maybe potentially a Sona, though she's not going to work too well against Thresh, but we know how awesome Nif is with her. He's landed so many crucial 4 or 5-man crescendos with her, and we'll see if they actually do want to snatch that up.
Well, let's see what they do pick up here. Of course, there's... We've seen the mid laner selected a number of times, and it's actually backfired every time we see it. Like we saw Diana being picked up there, and there is the Elise. You talked about it possibly being a ban, but it looks like it's going to be picked up. And Hercubot also on that Jarvan, so looking like that may well be either a mid or a top lane Elise.
And, well, that's the thing. You have Jarvan as well. We've seen Ocelot play Jarvan in the mid lane once.
Yes,
it didn't really work out for him completely well in that game, but Hercubot, solid Jarvan jungler.
That was the game he jumped in on at the end of it. Yeah.
A little bit too far, a little bit too aggressive, but still. You have two champions that you could switch around, but I agree. It most likely will be Jarvan on Hercubot, and that at least could always go on either lane. It really just depends on what they want to do, and that just seems to be the way people are playing picks and bans these days. Is just pick some champions that can go anywhere and make the other team react to it.
Yeah, it keeps them guessing, and that's the... I guess the advantage of having the first pick, and technically you are countering the opposition because you get that one, and it's generally going to be one that's everybody will always select, and then you get to see what everybody else is going to pick up on that red side. Currently, it does look like Diamond is going to go with the dog, and it's going to be Caitlyn for Genja.
So you're forcing Candy Panda to either play Ezreal or play Twitch right now, and they have so far a decent comp to protect him with that Jarvan if he wants to go for that Twitch. But the Ezreal is always a safe pick. We've seen him play him time and time again and has always done extremely well on him. There's no way we're going to see Ocelot pick his champion here because he always loves saving it for last. So it most likely will be a support picked up here and the AD carry.
And you can see him having the discussion with Candy Panda. He's trying to ask him, he's like, what do you want? What do you want to go with here? And Candy Panda, he's trying to judge. It's really, he knows he's up against potentially a Caitlyn in lane and that Thresh. So he's thinking, what the hell am I going to do to avoid this long range that they have?
I wonder if we might even see Leona. I don't remember Nif playing her too much, but that would be a perfect champion to pick up because if you get grabbed by Thresh, he's not going to really want to go in too hard against you. You have the Jarvan to set up your perfect ultimate, which you potentially can't miss. I'm not going to say you can't because you always have that ability to, but that would be actually a pretty good pickup. And they want to go with Rumble. Okay, so they want to keep that Rumble for that top lane and run that at least in the middle lane.
So it's going to be Ashe getting locked in along with Rumble. Ashe, you talked about it earlier, the fact we've seen her a few times last week, but so it's a good champion. It's a champion that Candy Panda used, and more importantly, it's a champion that Gambit used when they were in their Moscow 5 days. Of course, when Genji did it, that was really when they shot to fame as the Moscow 5.
Well, I really like this composition they built up. I mean, you have the Jarvan to Cataclysm, hold him there. You have the Roma ultimate to just draw across that, and you have the Ashe to initiate when you need to. And Edward, I'm not even going to fall for that trap because he always loves trolling, as well as, hey, he's got Genji doing it a little bit too with that Mordekaiser.
Yeah, you can see the smile on his face. He's like, hoo. No, I don't think he's going to go for that one. That, actually, I wonder if he could go mid lane there. He's going to be against Elise, isn't he? What would you go against Elise?
Someone kind of range, but that doesn't really fit Darian's playstyle. Someone range. He wants to be in your face, but he has so many champions taken away from him.
You think Ocelot's going to be mid?
I think Ocelot will be mid on Elise.
Obviously, he's going to be mid, but I mean, he's going to be mid on Rumble, yeah.
Sorry, yes. I confused myself there. But against Rumble, the top lane's going to have...
Whoa! Huh. We have not seen Rengar in a long time. It is going to be Alex Ich on Zed. So, Darian on Rengar. It is a champion he used to play in Season 2. We haven't seen him used it. Salmei, of course, probably the most famous player for the Rengar, of course, in that top lane. But the Terror up on top, it used to be. Not quite as terrific as it used to be, but it's still good.
I remember when Joe and I were casting them back in EMS this last season, we saw them experiment with Rengar top lane, Rengar jungle. They didn't really seem to find a niche for it anywhere, unfortunately, then, but it looks like Darren is quite confident in it. And they're against an all-AD team. A Taric wouldn't be bad, also a Lulu to help keep Ashe alive.
Of course, just to throw something out there, we could see Dog being up top and Rengar in the jungle. This could be another sleight of hand from Diamond Prox.
That's true, because he pulled out Elise yesterday and caught us all off guard, as they're going to be going for Kayle. So we might see support Elise.
Yes!
We've seen Crepo do it before.
And it's going to be, oh yes, sneaky Ocelot, sneaky. His little picks and bans charade maybe have worked, but then again, that is going to be Twisted Fate versus Zed. Better get that armor stacked up early.
Yeah, that's not going to be a good lane for Ocelot early on. So we talked about in the pregame, they need to protect Ocelot, see if he can really make big plays for his team. We've seen Twisted Fates do it time and time again, but that is going to be a really big hurting for him. I was going to say, are we going to see Alex on Ringo for a second as you see them switching around champions?
I'm seeing a big grin form on Darian's face as soon as that got locked in there. So I think they knew that was going to happen. I'm pretty sure they read that like a book.
Well, I mean, the problem with Rengar is you're going to stealth, but you can be spotted by the Ocelot ultimate. So it's going to really be a tough time for him, just like when you see Vayne's, what we saw earlier. But that's a really interesting lineup, because I didn't really expect the Elise to be a support this game when you're against a full AD team.
Let's just go through the lanes. Okay, so possibly, if they have that solo lane, Rengar versus Rumble.
Okay, so in that lane, it's going to be... I'm going to have to give it to Rumble. Oh, it depends. It depends on how Darren plays it. If we're going to have a ward for Kevin in the top bush to spot him going in there consistently, stop him from jumping non-stop, I think Kevin should be able to win that lane. Since he has an AoE, Rengar can only hit you once with that Bola Strike, unless he wants to level that up as his main ability. But I'd have to give that to Rumble, especially around level 3 or 4.
Meanwhile, we also have the mid lane, of course. We've just talked about it a moment ago. Twisted Fate Zed.
Yeah, that one should easily go in favor of Alex H. But the problem is, Offset has the ability to roam around the map, has the ability to say, hey, I'm going to concede my mid lane. We're just going to hold it, stop the turret from going down. But I want to interact with each and every other lane to create opportunities there and kills.
And this crazy pairings of duo laners, Caitlyn and Thresh from the Thresh Prince, and well, Ashe and Elise, which actually is a scary thought in itself.
Yeah, it is. I mean, at level 6, you're going to have the stun out of Ashe, and you're going to have the Cocoon, obviously, out of Elise, who does a lot of damage. You have that percent damage out of both your forms. And Genja's not running Cleanse, so if he gets hit with any form of CC, he could go down.
Well, we'll see how this one works out, ladies and gentlemen. We are about to go live into the game. It is the final game of Week 9. Gambit as the blue team, and the red team will be SK Gaming, who have never beaten Gambit in a long time. I think it's a 10-0. They are down without reply to Gambit right now, so the pressure very much on SK Gaming, but they would absolutely delight in getting victory. Currently third in the league, and currently Gambit, of course, first in the league, so first versus third.
And the thing is, this is the only game SK's actually had this entire weekend, so they've been practicing for this game specifically.
Look at this, though. Lots of fortitude pots coming out here from Gambit. I think we're going to see some level 1 action. We do see the ping ward coming out from SK, though. They saw that ward go down, and they quickly counter it.
Wow, I'm actually really surprised to see a red pot on Edward.
Yeah, no messing there, no messing.
I mean, he really wants to take Candy Panda out of the running for KDA, it looks like right here, trying to go for some kills. But SK, they are going to be roaming around here, trying to go towards up an ambush. And they want to create some sort of action. Like I said, I mean, they've had all week to prepare for this. They have a lot of games coming up in the Super Week, but Gambit, they've had to play a couple of different matches, and not sure if they've really prepared as well as SK has for them.
So let's see how this one plays out. Alexic is sat, and are we going to get a lane swap coming out here, or are they simply setting up that position? It's looking to me like Darien may well be in that mid lane as Rengar.
Well, that would kind of make sense with the smile that he had on the screen earlier. He's like, they don't know I'm going mid lane. But Zed should easily be able to beat Twisted Fate. Not sure if there was a reason for him to actually go for that.
I think he may just be a simple case of keeping vision in that mid lane. I don't think they're going to go for anything too crazy. It does look like the top lane will be a switch around, though. You can see the pairing of Nif and Candy Paddy ready to go up top. And meanwhile, Edward and Genja, they will be down that bottom. There is going to be the golem going down. Red pot hasn't been used, as you wouldn't expect, but I'm intrigued. They've gone for these 3 fort pots. You would expect some level 1 craziness, but they're not going to go for it. Instead, they just want to take some lane dominance, I guess.
And the thing is, Gambit has no wards left. So the lane, the dominance they're running is with those red pots, with those health pots, to just stay in lane and try to be a bully. And Demon, we're going to see here, since Kevin will be in a 1v2 situation, what we said about him as a highlighted player. He usually wins lanes he shouldn't. I'm going to see if he can pull that off yet again for him.
Well, let's see. It's going to be 2v1. Nif's going to catch a glimpse of Darien there. May well go straight for it. Instead, it's roles reversed, and Nif immediately putting the damage back down on Darien. Remember, this is Elise. Elise very, very strong at level 1 against Darien there. And actually, Nif winning out that fight.
And now he's delaying right now. He hasn't been in lane yet. We're going to have Candy Panda hit level 2 before him, and he's just still sitting there at this point. He's already at half health. He has a red pot, has 6 health pots as well, but being denied the early level, we're going to have SK be able to zone him a little bit here.
Yeah, and you can see them spiders being thrown in towards him, exploding in his backside. We do see, of course, cards coming out from Ocelot and towards Alexic as well. That's definitely going to be a trade that got to be careful. That's going to be a very explosive trade at that. We do see the red buff going across to Diamond Prox. Hercubot with a double buff as well, looking like he can try and go aggressive on towards Alexic, but I think they spotted it. Yeah, Diamond Prox, look at that. He knows that he's there because he's seen the ward. He's just seen him sliding across, and Diamond just kind of dancing next to him.
Are you sure he was spotted? I didn't check it. Okay, so he was just coming there to slot in for a double or for a counter gank right there. But you see Kevin in the bottom. He's pushed up against his turret, and is also pushing the turret of Alex Itret now, and they're going to go for some damage onto this turret very early on.
Yeah, it's just going to come in, get a little poke towards that turret, see if they can do anything. Alex is trying to bait them in. The cocoon, the arrows on towards Darien, and he takes a hell of a lot of damage in that top lane. He's going to have to keep chugging down those potions.
And we could see if Hercubot wanted to visit this top lane, he has his double bust available, and they have him pushed up already into his turret, still at level 1. This would be a perfect time to gank because it's about the 3:30-minute mark, and he'll pretty much be at that level 1 point when you get that wave pushed up.
Not too sure where that volley was going. It looked like it missed to me, but maybe I didn't quite catch a glimpse of it on the right screen. Kevin, meanwhile, down this bottom lane, he's also being pressured, but he has managed to pick up at least a couple CS. You can see Darien, he's only got 1 CS so far. Finally gets second wild card and stun cards on towards Alexic in that mid lane, and all of the lanes full on aggression coming out. And again, another burst on towards Darien there. He's really struggling in this top lane.
Yeah, he is, but at least he does have that sustain from that W, which is 1 point in currently. We'll keep him healed up nicely. And even with those health pots and the 4-2 pop, they're seeing the bot lane. They're being really aggressive on Kevin, getting very low.
They're going to go in, the lash comes in, and it's Edward the Great picking up a kill, and it's first blood.
And just as we talked about Kevin being able to win lanes, he shouldn't. Fortunately, did get killed right there as the first blood, and that is going to hurt him quite a bit. He's been missing out a lot of CS, and Gambit just made their stamp on this bottom lane.
Absolutely. The Czars, I think they're going to become rather than the Overlords right now. Gambit picking up that first blood. It tends to always come. Still, the red pot's available. Alexic has used his own red pot, though, in that mid lane, but still, and this top lane, get Darien and Edward down the bottom lane. Neither of them used that so far, so Alexic using that red pot to keep himself on top. top of the game against Ocelot, who has just been back and bought. He had that Doran's ring as well as boots now, and you can see there's obviously no items for Alex because that red pot has been used.
And if Alex wants to stick around in lane, he will be 6 before Ocelot, but I'm imagining that he would want to go back and buy really quickly. He's sitting on about 900 gold. It looks like he will commit to this lane. We see Darren in the top, just kind of roaming around, just trying to find some sort of step or foot in the game, because he's just been denied so well already. He's down to 6 CS compared to the 14 of Kevin, and Kevin was already killed.
So Darian back towards top, and he's farming himself up, make sure he gets that siege minion for that extra gold, but he has only got 8 CS right now. Meanwhile, down that bottom lane, Kevin, he's picking up a bunch of CS for free as well, because he went back and bought, got himself those pots early on, and now got that ruby crystal in there for that extra health. Genja, though, he's been back and bought, and look at that, he's gone straight for a pickaxe, so he wants to get a lot of damage down in there. Edward now coming in towards the middle, making sure he picks up all of those souls, make sure they are not lost, and all the gingers of the world will be safe.
And we see in the bottom lane, Caitlyn, he does have 24 armor pen, flat armor pen, so that pickaxe is going to give him so much more damage than you'd really expect, and maybe that caught Kevin off guard earlier on.
So as it is, we do see the wards going out all across the board. So 300 gold being built up, lead by Gambit, and will it slowly but surely keep on growing? That's normally what happens. The two AD carries, they're very even despite the fact they are in different lanes. It's 43 to 46, mid lane very even as well, and actually the two top laners and junglers all even, so it's hard to see where that gold advantage is really coming from, other than the fact that one kill I think is the only difference right now.
Yeah, it is, and I'm really curious to see how well Darren can play Rengar as the game goes on. We haven't seen many Rengars, period, just like what they can really do late game. Obviously we've seen that that build on Reddit, the Sword of Divine Infinity's Edge build, we just run in one-shot the AD carry really quickly. I'm not sure if he will be going for that. We have also come into the top lane, it looks like.
Well, the Cocoon missed, but the stun card won't. He's managed to get it down. The wild card goes in, the ignites on towards him. The hawk shot's been used to make sure they get vision. It's Nif that repelled in there. Now Diamond Prox, he's trying to turn something around, but really it's going to be something for nothing. Alex H coming in, but it's going to be Hercubot in there as well. It's a 4v2, and Gambit realized this tower is going to go to SK Gaming.
So that first blood money meaning absolutely nothing right now, as SK will take the gold advantage. Great play of also right there. We talked about him needing to be a key player for his team, and you saw right there how well it worked out, able to get a kill in that top lane over to Nif.
Well, Gambit trying to keep the pressure on towards this bottom turret to try and return something, but Kevin not falling for it here. He's managing to stay well away. He's missing CS for nothing, but he doesn't know. He's got no vision of that tri-bush, and rightly so. We can see Gambit returning back in that. The moment he comes back in that tower, already low, he's going to try and wipe out that creep wave. The tower's going to turn on towards him. There's only one more, and the tower hit will be avoided.
Yeah, no way they can dive him at this point. He is level 6, which he ran back in there quickly to get, and that's what the key thing was, to keep him alive right there. If they ever go for him, that's going to come down. It's going to save him quite easily, as I see Alex to pick up that blue buff. So with that, obviously it's not amazing on an energy champion, but it leads me to believe that he's going to be very aggressive on Asa right now. He wants that really quick cooldown on that ultimate and really wants to harass him as much as possible.
Yeah, we saw SK stick around a little bit while for that blue buff to see if they could maybe steal it away, but they realized the situation in that bottom lane, the AD carry and support had to react to that, and they have to get down the bottom. Of course, Genja, he's hanging around there. We see Edward lingering. Remember, that arrow is now available from Candy Panda, but trying to get the steal there, not going to work out.
But Hercubot took it on accent from those defensive masteries. That 6 damage of him being hit was enough to keep it on him, and that's going to hurt Ocelot quite a bit, who's going to need that cooldown reduction and the mana, as you currently see right now. But Dragon being started, you have Darren in the top lane, you have Alex who's just conceding it away in the middle lane, and that will be a free Dragon for SK, linking their gold lead even further.
Well, there it is. There's the Dragon going down. Can they turn anything from this? You see the duo lane going back, and that tower is safe now down that bottom. Meanwhile, the top lane, we do see Kevin going back. He's got himself that Haunting Guides. That is going to help him out greatly against Darien in the top lane.
And Darien actually went for cloth armor, I guess expecting to go against the AD carry support of SK a little bit longer. So that's always not going to help. You see Ocelot getting engaged upon the mid lane.
The death mark comes in, but it's not to be, and he avoided the damage very quickly there. Ocelot managed to get out of it with that flash, but flash burnt, and may well see a visit from Darien or Diamond Prox very soon.
He has his ultimate available. He's just backing right now, I guess trying to look confused. Not sure if he is spotted by a ward or anything. Still backing away. He only has 600 gold to spend. It's not really the ideal move for him.
Yeah, he doesn't want to go for anything there. So, we have the duo lanes. They are now up against each other. Has that pickaxe worked out? Has that fortitude pot worked out early on for Diamond? Edward, sorry, he's still got it in his bag. They didn't have a lot of vision, but I think they maybe weren't expecting too many ganks coming out from SK, but of course that top lane gank did work out. But we see a BF sword now from Candy Panda. He's had that advantage. He's had the dragon, he's had the tower up the top, and it's definitely given that gold swing.
But in terms of head-to-head damage, Caitlyn should still win this matchup just because Gendra's running that 24 armor pen, and he also has another ability to use for damage, has a trap if he needs to, and then he has Thresh to lock him down. We do see Diamond coming around into that bottom lane yet again on your mini-map, trying to make something work there, but it does get spotted by the Ashe's Hawkeye, or Hawkshot, and that's the benefit of Ashe. You don't need a ward to really see around the corner.
Yeah, Hawkshot did spot him out there. Kevin continues to clear them waves in the top, so he's gained and back on towards the same CS as Darien. Darien will get a quick advantage here, but Kevin will be passing by, and the ward's giving his position away. Thought about maybe going towards that mid lane. Hercubot is going to come in by the looks of it to try and help out, and they may well try and focus on Darien here.
Darien is very low at this point. We could see Offside ult just to give vision on to Kevin. He could pop the ultimate down. He does have Ignite. That actually could have been a kill if he wanted to commit to it.
Yeah, if he wanted to commit to it. Meanwhile, it's going to be the mid lane. Stun card down on towards Diamond Procs. Hercubot comes in, he gets the slide. The Cataclysm works out, and that is where Diamond goes wrong because he didn't have Flash. He had Ghost, but he couldn't get away.
And that's the downside of always taking that. It's kind of predictable for the other team, and that Jarvan just countering that perfectly. Genja, he ran into that problem a long time ago, taking Ghosts and Cleanse consistently, but now you see him running that Flash, obviously, just to get away from that Cataclysm.
So very nicely started out here from SK Gaming. They've built themselves up a 2,000 gold lead, and they're keeping the pressure on. And look at this, there's going to be the execution. Can he get down? Kevin will finish him off, and that is wham bam, thank you ma'am. Darien going down.
And SK's looking like to break their loss streak right now against Gambit. Overall, they're playing perfectly at this point. Yet Kevin down in CS, but able to pick up that kill with that Haunting, guys. Everywhere. They're just playing phenomenal. Ocelot's been making a giant impact on this game, helping pick up that kill onto Diamond. He already has his Secret Arm Guards and his Ninja Tabby, so he's tanking up at this point to go head-to-head against Zed.
Oh, he made a mistake. He turned around, though. He may be able to take Diamond down. Has he got enough? The Wither's going to run out. He's going to keep the Flame Splinter going, but now it's going to be Alex Itch coming around, and the execution of Kevin will be short-lived. The death mark goes down, and he's going to drop. He tried to take down Diamond Procs, but it wasn't enough. Greed's a killer.
But still, in the meantime, he delayed him long enough for SK to push this middle turret. It's already very low. They should be able to get this and get a lot of extra gold in their pocket. But the bot lane turret of SK is already very low on top of that. But Dragon should be up in about 2 minutes, and that's going to be the next big battle happening.
Well, 2-0 turrets now, gold advantage, continuing to build a little bit more here for SK Gaming. They will be ready and waiting to go for that. You can see Hercubot just off the side here, seeing if he can have a look towards Alex Itch, puts the ward down on him, but there is a pink ward ready and waiting, and he'll clear that out, no problem. Tribush gets warded up in the bottom, and the pings are on towards Genja. He has to be so wary of Candy Panda with that arrow.
And not to mention, Ocelot coming from the side. His ultimate is almost up in about 25 seconds. He didn't get his blue, unfortunately, last time, and it's been hurting him quite a bit as you see him backing over and over. But this is a very real gank that could happen very shortly. They already got the top turret, they got the middle turret, and they all might start, really going towards this bottom lane.
So we see Kevin returning. He's got himself a Dawn Shield now, actually in there, to give him a little bit more tankiness. And, well, we've already seen him just taking Darien down in 2 clean sweeps, so no problems for him to worry about that one. We do see, oh, he's tried to flash in. Edward flashed in. He tried to pull Diamond in, but they read it like a book.
And unfortunately for the Gambit, the communication was a little bit off because you can flash while they grab the lantern into the enemy team and get them even further into Wither range. But unfortunately not working out for them. Great job by SK to disengage, and SK can take advantage in every situation and taking that blue away.
And there is the blue for Ocelot this time. Hercubot not going to get it with that last tick like he did on his own one. And now they're going to go straight across to their own blue. They see Alex Itch making a move in towards that mid lane, and immediately the bottom lane backs away, not giving anything here. Kevin, meanwhile, he's keeping pressure on the top lane. SK Gaming have had a fantastic start here. Can they keep the pressure on? They're diving on towards Alex Itch in mid.
He has his ultimate available. We see Twisted Fate going in with the ulti.
Destiny goes down. He does manage to get the death mark down on towards him. Flashes away. Alex Itch flashes through, but you can see the shield, the cataclysm, the arrow lands from downtown, and Ocelot picks up the kill.
Great job by SK right there to lock him in that area. He followed up with the Ash Arrow. I believe the gold card actually ran out of Ocelot anyways because he actually dodged it with Alex Itch's ultimate, but great job to keep him out of the game. They're really pressuring Alex and really making him make mistakes and capitalizing on them.
That is just executed perfectly there for SK Gaming. They knew and read that situation, and really that was all a case of I guess started out from Ocelot flashing in the right direction, saying that you need to stand here because the arrow is coming up the river here, and it will work perfectly. Kevin now making a run for it. Diamond Procs, but he manages to put his ultimate down. He's going to try and turn this one around. Wither will make him pay, though. He's going to try and pick up the kill, but it's not going to happen. Kevin will go down, but look how much damage he managed to land on Darien, still in a 2v1.
Yeah, and he pretty much stopped building damage, just started building armor, survivability. But you see SK, wait around for Dragon as Diamond was in the top lane, so it will be another free one for them. Second of the game. You might see them start to make a 4-man push on this bottom turret, because that's the last outer one, or tier 1 turret remaining.
Yeah, they're keeping it a 3-man as well, because just off to the side there. Oh, they thought about going towards Edward. The cocoon landed. Can they follow it through? Yes, they can. Nif goes in there. Edward, he does have the fortitude pot, but didn't use it. I don't think he was going to save his life, but that is the Thresh Prince going down to Nif.
And Gambit, in the meantime, responding with a turret of their own. That's just the power of elite support that you saw right there. I mean, the cocoon, you put out so much damage, you have so much utility with your repel. Was able to help pick up another kill. He's now 2-0. And I don't remember Nif ever securing kills this often, but I'm loving it.
Absolutely doing fantastic. That bottom turret is also in the pressure as well. The blue buff of their own just being picked up, and Ocelot taking that one. Destiny will be available shortly. If they were to stick around this bottom lane, they could easily dive on towards Genja because no one's anywhere near. And if he had gone for it, he would have been able to secure it. But it's the Infinity Edge now completed by Candy Panda. 15.5 minutes into the game.
Okay, Steam, I think we can slow it down a little bit finally because it's been so much action happening, but we can kind of go over one major fact that SK's been doing and capitalizing on. With Kevin knowing that he can beat Darren and Darren realizing that as well, Diamond's been visiting that top lane consistently now, trying to help him out. So every time Kevin draws him near, SK makes a play off of it. They take Dragon. They get a kill on Alex. They just consistently trying to react to what Diamond's doing.
Absolutely, and it's one of those situations that where you sometimes say, is it better off to leave him on an island? I think is what we used to call it, and it may well be the case. Darian again getting a little bit of a flame spitter. That spur is getting singed every single chance that the little yordle Kevin managed to get a chance on him, but it's this bottom lane. This is where the tower's going to go down. Destiny available, so I expect to see Ocelot making some moves shortly.
Yes, he will. I mean, he's already circling around to head towards this bottom side of the map, it looks like. And like you said before, the Infinity Edge is down on Candy Panda. The damage difference that he does compared to Genja is just ridiculous. And he could start to go for some engages here. His arrow is up, has the cleanse available, and Nif is obviously sitting on the sideline.
Well, it's a 3-man build up in this bottom lane. Diamond finally has come to pay a visit. Will the dog get a chance though? Because that arrow, and you can see just off the side, Hercubot is ready and waiting. Ocelot ready and waiting. That middle turret down, of course. It is 2-1. And there is the turret finally going down. So 3-1 in turrets. SK Gaming, here it is. It's actually the top lane they're going towards, and they're going to try and shove the turret quick. They realize that there was 4 members gathered down the bottom. They're going to try and put as much pressure down on towards that turret as they can.
And still you see Hercubot, he was heading towards middle. He's going to push that lane or head towards the top side. They should be able to commit a turret off of this if they go for it. But Alex is coming around the bot lane, and it is enough to defend.
It keeps them away there, and it was enough to just back them off. Also, like you mentioned, Hercubot was trying to keep the pressure. Nif, meanwhile, going to keep the pressure on towards Edward, throwing out those spiders as much as he can. The little creepy crawlers. Oh, the hook lands on towards Nif. The Piltover Peacemaker follows it up. He does manage to repel. He's going to go in towards Edward. The box comes out the slow. And he's going to get the arrow straight towards Edward. Edward's getting cocooned. Nif's going to get away from this one. The Ignite running down. Candy Panda now cleanses it off. Remember, Genja doesn't have a cleanse, but he does get taken down, and the Thresh Prince has been defeated once again by Nif.
And Hercubot is getting caught right now by Diamond. He's going to EQ over that wall. He should be able to escape, but Alex and Diamond are going to commit to this. They might be able to pick up a kill on Hercubot and that red buff.
The Wither maybe just slowed him down enough. He's going to get that combo back up. The cocoon lands perfectly. Ace in the hole comes out, but it's only going to just deflect off the armor of Hercubot.
Great job by SK right there. That was all set up by Ocelot popping that ultimate early on just to give them the vision in that bottom lane so they could take that turret securely. And then you saw him go towards the top side. It forced Alex to go up there and really react yet again. But Ocelot, you know, he did some damage to the turret, backed off, and then Alex had to come down to the bot lane. I mean, that's a lot of time Alex isn't farming. That's a lot of time he's not getting kills. And that's a lot of time that he's not able to really help out anyone on his team.
And in terms of build, it's starting to show because you can see Zhonya's hourglass almost complete by Ocelot. Meanwhile, Alex he's desperately trying to get anything completed at the moment. That build toward a Cutlass in there. Could, of course, go to the Runic Bulwark. I expect maybe as the first item. What do you think he's going to head towards there? He's got that Brutalizer in that. That's more a case of getting the armor penetration in.
I believe he will go for the Blade of the Rune King as that because the active on that helps or gets amplified by the damage on your ultimate. So it's going to work out quite well. They're going to try to steal away this blue buff yet again. They've done this so many times to EG, but can they do it to Gambit?
They have the ward in place. They're going to come around there. They do manage to slide the stun card on towards Alex H. He's going to be the target. The repel comes in. Cataclysm comes down. One more hit should do it, and it is. He tries to turn it around. Yes, Ocelot gets the kill. The death mark on towards Hercubot. Now they're going to turn and chase on towards Diamond Prox. Diamond Prox been barely caught so far, though. Can he just run in towards the turret? Is he going to be able to escape into River? No, because here comes Destiny. The stun card, the wild card, the cocoon, the explosive spiders, and finally, surely they will be the ultimate again. So every single member of SK Gaming collapsing in towards Diamond Prox. He's going to go down. The dog will get beaten, and Hercubot's just going to slide through one more time. He's taken a heck of a beating here, ladies and gentlemen, but Kevin will finally pick up the kill.
Demon, no matter how hard Diamond Prox tries, you cannot escape Destiny right there. End up getting killed in the end. Great job of him to delay the time a little bit. I mean, he was able to just hold them back, but still, that's another kill going to SK. 3 kills on Ocelot, 2 kills now on Kevin, and 3 kills on Nif, which is the interesting part. He might actually start building a little bit of damage here. Looks like he is potentially going for a Haunting Guise.
And you know what? The KDA is being hurt by Edward right now. He's in trouble of losing that KDA. Remember, it's Candy Panda that's actually chasing him for that. So there's the 3 assists will help out quite a bit. He could do again a couple more kills in. Dragon's going to spawn in around about 50 seconds time. Remember, SK Gaming, they've had both of them so far. They will go in towards the third one. The arrow comes in. It lands on towards Edward again. The stun card comes through. Another volley comes out, and it's Candy Panda this time that picks it up. Perfect timing, 30 seconds before Dragon. Will they try and secure the red?
Looks like they might be able to, but there's no real point to get out of position right now. They have a huge advantage at this point, and the Ashe pick for them has been working out so well. I talked about, oh, they might go for Twitch or Ezreal, but the Ashe is really proving me wrong here. And it looks like Jarvan will be able to take away the red buff here, just taking away every single thing they possibly can from Gambit. As you see on the screen, 14 seconds left on this Dragon. Expect them to pick that up next.
Yeah, so red buff goes across towards Candy Panda. Dragon is spawning in 10 seconds. They're moving in towards that one. Meanwhile, Kevin has continuing that duel head-to-head against Darian in that top lane. He's 2-3 right now, helping kills. So it is slowly but surely being won out by Kevin.
And that's exactly what they need to keep doing, because every time he does that, he's keeping Darien there. Like, we know Darien as a player, like we talked about it in the highlights, that he likes to push the lane consistently. He likes to just continue to shove that lane in. But Kevin's been matching him head-to-head in this aggression. It's just been a duel between them, and every time someone on Gambit reacts to it, SK capitalizes off it with some sort of objective.
So, blue buff being picked up again. Ocelot in his own jungle right now. They did take away the steal earlier on. Managed to get that away. Ocelot's going to secure that one. This is helped out. You mentioned it earlier on. Hercubot took it away from him, but Ocelot's been able to keep that blue buff going. You can see Kevin with it right now because he just got the kill on towards Diamond Prox earlier on. That's about to wear off. Darian, he's going to try and keep that farm going. He has got the farm advantage over Kevin right now in that top lane, but of course the kill advantage is against him. And Edward, that Fortitude pot did get used out, but really, as a starting item of the support, you've got to question it.
Yeah, it was really unexpected, but it kind of worked out for what they wanted to do, because they were able to get an early kill off Kevin. It would have kept him alive long enough for an extra turret hit or two. And I want to go back to what you're saying about Darien, because he's continuing to farm away, but look at his items. He's pretty much just going tank, so he's not really going to be that effective in fights other than stopping someone with this Bola Strike. That's about it, and ideally it would be over towards Candy Panda, but he does have that cleanse to get away. Ocelot has his Zonias now, so it's kind of limited on what he really can do in these team fights.
Oh my word. Are they setting up for Baron here, SK Gaming?
They're baiting Gambit in.
They're going to try and bait them in. Will it be enough, though? It's the Thresh Prince they're trying to pull towards. Hawkshot comes out. Destiny goes down. They're going to come in. The Sun Card's there. The box comes out, but it doesn't matter. He's going to get decimated. And now the arrow on towards Alexich. Have they got enough? They need to get the Cocoon down on towards him. Instead, they're going to back away and say, no, I think we've done enough. We're going to chase down Darren, the Flame Spitter. He is getting roasted on towards that. He does flash through. It doesn't matter. They're going to go towards Baron.
Holy crap. I'm thinking back to when Edwards talked about just trying to farm Candy Panda's KDA. They're doing that exact same thing to him. They're going to be going for this Baron. It's already down to half-life. Diamond's going to be coming in for a steal here, but I don't know if he can actually pick it up.
It's going to come through. There's the stun card. They are chaining their CC beautifully there. And Diamond Proxy's going to go down eventually. Is it going to be enough? Oh, and Alexis tries to get in, but he can't get a kill down. They do pilt over Peacemaker. SK taking low. They can't take the Baron down, but it doesn't matter. They picked up another kill, and it's Diamond Prox.
And they're just lengthening their lead even further. Oh, Alex, he's going around the side. He wants to go for a potential kill right here. SK is all really low at this point, and he could get it. Genja could have potentially got a kill with his ultimate, but ran back down to that bottom lane, and he wants to farm again.
He wants to try and keep it going there. Meanwhile, the mid lane tower is being pushed. You can see Darren, he's trying to get that one down, and that will still pull them back to 3-2 in turrets. So Gambit trying to take something from nothing right now, and it's seemingly working, but 11-3 is the kill score, and that's where SK Gaming really are making map dominance count. 11-3 working in their favor. Huge, huge advantage, of course, 6,000 gold.
And Damon, I'm looking at this game right now where you said we're 24 minutes in, and we're almost about to run into the problem that SK has been very vocal about.
Yes.
We seem to just throw games around the 30-40 minute mark, and we're gonna get there. Like, it's gonna happen. We're gonna get that far in the game. And I'm curious to see if they worked on enough this past week to really stop that from happening, or able to close out this game versus Gambit.
Well, you got to remember that SK Gaming, they've had an entire sort of weekend preparation just for this game. This is the only match they've played this week. Of course, Super Week coming up next, but They are all about securing that third spot right now. I don't think they're really going to chase down that second or first spot. I don't think that's quite possible unless something absolutely mental happens in Super Week. But with Evil Geniuses losing after beating Fnatic, they're going to be happy. They're going to think this spot, it may be secured.
And then you have to look at the relegation matches where they'll play against either, so if they, can't keep winning, they'll play against potentially Copenhagen Wolves, but if they continue to hold that third spot, it'll be against the Giants or against Authority. So you can say it's a much easier matchup to stay in that third place and go against the 16th than to fall to 4th and go against the 5th.
Yeah, I mean, it's a fact that nobody wants Copenhagen Wolves right now. Nobody wants to face them. They've had so many absolutely amazing games that nobody wants to get near that setup. And we do see the wards coming out from Gambit. They're trying to keep and get vision of that Baron so they don't get caught short. But it does seem that SK Gaming, they have the advantage right now, and they are starting to group up mid.
Let's see what they can do. I mean, they have, so they have the ability to get, or to siege these turrets, I have to say, because if anyone on Gambit dies into the back line with Candy Panda, he has Flash, he has Cleanse, he has Rumble and Jarvan to protect him, they're going to get blown up. So they have potential to siege, but they don't seem confident just yet. And they don't want to give Gambit a chance to get back in the game, so they're trying to bait them over towards this Baron. But, Genja's in the bottom lane right now. They're not really going for the Astro comes out.
Oh, it got whiffed though. It didn't quite land. They're going to try and dive towards Diamond Prox, but he uses that Ghost and gets away. They didn't cataclysm through. They could have maybe dived on towards him there. The rest of the team weren't close enough. Darian was not involved, so they could have got a kill if they wanted it on Darian, but they didn't go for it.
And currently Gambit has no vision on this Baron site, and they're going to have to do something. We see Darren actually ulting just to get vision, it looks like, just to see where they are. That will go to waste, but still, I mean, not getting baited into a fight right there and dying with 3 or 4 members is technically not a waste in the end.
Yeah, so a number of arrows and ultimates used between the teams, so still levels off. No crazy amounts that someone has used just yet. Red buff going across to Genja. He's gone for a Bloodthirst and Last Whisper in comparison to the Infinity Edge and Phantom Dancer that Candy Panda's got.
And it looks like Candy Panda with that No Magic Mantle, I'm not exactly sure what he's going to be going for. Maybe a Hex Drink for that item? Which there's not... Actually, the only magic damage out of Gambit is the W, I believe, out of Rengar, but I guess we'll see where that does go.
Well, Spirit Fire as well, maybe. The dog, but it's not a great deal. We'll see. We'll see. Kevin at the moment, though, is clearing off the top lane. Diamond Proxy's farming out the mid lane, and it is a Baron starting off here for SK Gaming.
Okay, the analysis has pointed out that does go to GA. I totally forgot about that item, so that must be what he's building towards. It makes a lot more sense than a Hex Drinker, but Baron being started, Diamond Proxy sitting on the sideline trying to go for a steal here.
Landed. The Cocoon lands, the stun card lands, they're keeping him stun locked. They've got it! They've got the Baron, and now SK Gaming are turning on towards Darian, but here comes Alex Ich. He does dive in, but he's all on his own. He gets decimated. Hercubot, the hook coming towards Hercubot now, but the box goes down. It manages to hit no one. The stun card, they're keeping chained on towards Diamond Prox. Diamond Prox goes down. You see the arrows coming across there, the hawk shot. There's going to be the decisive strike on towards Genja, and he's just going to get harpooned in the back. Skewered kebab meat for SK Gaming, and they have managed to pick up the Baron and 3 kills.
Great job at SK. I mean, they were so low off that. Looks like they're going to just straight up push right now. They have Kevin to tank this turret. If they want, they will be able to get this turret very easily, and SK in the driver's seat this game, almost up 10,000 gold against Gambit, 27.5 minutes in.
Well, they're going to kite it round, but it's going to be the inner turret going down. Darian trying to just prevent something from happening, but they have got a giant creep wave down the bottom. They're going to rotate towards it maybe and pick it up. Will they just go straight towards Dragon? They will. It'll be Dragon for SK Gaming, and they're going to go back and spend some of that gold.
And look at the flawless play of SK right now. Look at their deaths. They're all on Kevin, and that's for a reason. He died on purpose just to, kind of control, like we were saying before, where Gambit is, and SK has just been doing phenomenal here with that that opportunity that was given to them. They're going to get that Dragon, they're going to get the blue buff on top of that, and they're going to go back and spend a lot of gold.
Yeah, they're going to be happy with that. We'll see what comes out from it. Leandris, of course, was picked up by Kevin just before that fight happened. Lichbane now being picked up. Ocelot, he's going to be happy. He's going to have a hell of a lot of damage. And another needlessly large rod coming in there for the Rabadon's death cap. There's the Iron Locket of Solari. There's the Guardian Angel onto Candy Panda. And now really everybody getting strong on SK Gaming. The Randian's Omen coming out for Hercupot. They are in the driving seat right now. But we do see the Blade of the Rune King on Alex Ich. Will that be enough to try and turn a fight? Can they actually select someone? Honestly, the targets he would have gone for normally would be Ocelot right now. He's 5-0-7, answering everybody in his own team and the enemy team. All the critics up together against Alex Ich, who's currently 1-3-0.
The thing is, you pointed out, who's Zed really going to go for anymore? And there is no one on SK that's an easy target for him at this point. You have the G on Candy Panda, you have the Zonias on Ocelot, and Kevin, he has his Zonias on top of that too. So you really can't kill anyone on the other team with that burst alone. So the Blade of the Rune King isn't going to mean much in the end. they've been having a tough time beating SK at this point when it's 5-on-5, but now it's 5-on-6 technically with that Guardian Angel. As we see, gank in the top lane.
Destiny out there. There's the stun card. You cannot go invisible and escape. He's going to try and turn around. You can see he's just going to flame spit towards him, but he goes straight in towards Candy Panda. He's jumping left. He's jumping right, but you cannot out-jump Ocelot, and he will manage to finish him off with the Lich Bane, and it is 6-0-7 now for Ocelot.
And a great response by SK with Hercubot in the bottom lane. They saw Alex pushing. They sent him back. He was able to defend against it, and that's what Gambit wanted to do. They wanted to draw the attention towards the top side, be able to pick up a turret on the bottom, and maybe get some extra gold income for him, but now they're down over 10,000 gold. SK's closing on this top lane, and it's not looking good for Gambit.
They're piling straight in. Top lane will be the target. Hercubot is a long way off, though, so it's going to be a 4-man push right now, but Nif just around the side there. He's going to see if he can land a cocoon, see if he can get it towards anyone. Instead, they take the turret already. They back off and just take the advantages. Can they catch anyone out? You can see Candy Panda. He's already got that arrow ready and waiting. They're thinking of launching it in there. They do put the ward down, but it's not going to be able to clear out the one that Gambit put.
And no Oracle Curl on SK. That would have given them so much more control in this jungle. They've already baited them into a death once. Weren't able to do it yet again, but still 5 turrets to 3 at this point.
So as it is, we can see whether they can go towards. I was going to see whether the cocoon came out there, but it didn't manage to land.
Ah, okay. Well, they are going to be sieging this top turret. They have the Baron. They have the ability to do it. They're not split pushing, though, because they're afraid of that hard engage coming out of Gambit. We see the Asher coming in, but it's another...
Oh, it's whiffed. It's actually caught Kendra on the back line. It wasn't the target he was going for. He wanted to go towards Diamond Prox, but nevertheless, it landed. So you got to be happy with that. And you see the damage going on towards the turret. Oh, the hook on towards Ocelot. Remember, he's got that Zhonya's Hourglass. They're going to keep on tanking through the turret damage. The Baron above, of course, is about to wear off. He's just gone down, so they're going to back away.
Yeah, they definitely need to back and heal at this point. They got one turret. They got some good damage onto that second, or that inhibitor turret. But still, no point in giving away kills right now, because look how many killing spree bonuses they have. They have one on Ocelot, they have one on Nif, and you cannot afford to give those away, and you cannot afford to let Candy Panda's GA go down, because if that happens, that's a clear target for Alex to say, hey, I'm going to one-shot your AD carry now.
Yeah, Candy Panda rightfully does back away, keeps the Hawkshot out as well, just to secure himself just a little bit more. So, what are we seeing? What can Gambit, who have come back from situations, currently 11,000 gold down to SK Gaming. Remember, this is Gambit, top of the league right now. They managed to take that position away from Fnatic. Fnatic did pick up a win earlier in the day. They are hot on their heels, and I believe this would take both teams to 18-5, if memory serves correct. But I haven't looked at the standings today, so we'll see whether that is exactly how it works out. As it stands, SK Gaming in the driving seat for the first time in a very long time against Gambit.
But like we mentioned before, they've always had problems closing out games. They've said it themselves, and they've done a good job of controlling the game so far, but they're seeming to have a little bit of a tough time getting into the actual base of Gambit here. And we'll see in the next couple of minutes if they have the ability to. They have Baron come up in about 1 minute and 30 seconds, so I would assume they're going to wait for that point to actually make a major play.
Yeah, and you can see it's going to be the bottom lane. Candy Panda's going to clear that one out. He's keeping it shoved. There is wards in the jungle area. He's keeping that Hawkshot out just to double check. So he has full vision, so he knows that nobody's going to come across towards him. Alexic is definitely a potential if he can get in towards that bush. If Candy Panda goes a little bit too far, he would be in danger of being taken down, but he shows himself. They may go for this one, you know. Nif was there. The rest of...
here comes Darian.
But the rest of SK are nearby as well. Here comes Ocelot. He's going to get towards Darian, going aggressive. Can he get towards him? He's got an Oracle. He can see you, dude. He can see you coming. You're not going to be so sneaky.
And they're trying to make a play right there. I mean, you were saying, what can Gambit do to really kind of get back in this? And that was kind of what they needed to do, is potentially get a kill here. Unfortunately, not working out for them. And if SK pushing down this middle lane, looks like they want to get inhibitor turret here.
Gambit completely out of position. You can see SK, they're going to turn straight towards this mid turret. Kevin's going to tank it up, use that shield, and get some damage down on towards it. The volley shot not quite catching him, but they have got minions coming in as well. And they're going to get another couple of hits. Look at that, half health now going down. That Lich Bane working out wonders for Ocelot as he just chunks down the turret. He's going to come in again. The pokes back and forward. The stun card on towards Darian. The wild card's going through. He just heals it off, shrugs it off there. And you can see Edward, he wants them souls. He wants them souls, but he's not going to be able to get them because SK Gaming are baiting him in towards this one.
And Baron is up in 20 seconds. SK's just trying to be really aggressive. If they can get one kill here, they could just back away, take the Baron, or even just take the turret and the inhibitor and then do the Baron right after. But that would definitely be the next major fight breaking out. As you see Ocelot going in just to hit the turret yet again. He gets caught.
The hook on towards Ocelot. He has got the Zhonya's Hourglass and he does it. He does a staying alive stance. But you can see SK Gaming diving in towards it. Edward taken down. And now Diamond low. There's going to be another kill. Darian dropped down there. Diamond goes down. They're changing it towards Destiny comes out. Ocelot's going very deep. Blocked off by Kevin just in time.
time using that shield to block him across. And that is an inhibitor going down for SK Gaming. They're going to turn and burn on towards the top inhibitor. They're going to take this one down. Alex Ich and Genja, they're the two men standing currently for Gambit, but I don't think there's a great deal I can do. Kevin's going to keep them at bay. You can see the boots coming out, but they're going to get poked back, and there it is. It's a second inhibitor down. SK Gaming with a huge advantage building up against Gambit.
Great job right there. Also, it was like an intentional bait, getting caught by that threshold, getting pulled in, popping that Zonus while the rest of his team just piled in with that Cataclysm, with that Rumba ultimate to lock them down, and Candy Panda was untouched for the most of that fight, just sitting in the back, attacking as much as possible. They're going to go and heal right now. They have an Oracle still. They have actually quite a few home guard boots as well, and they're going to head towards this Baron because with that top lane pushing, with that middle lane pushing, they're going to have basically a free Baron, or they're going to force Gambit into a fight that they don't want to have.
Well, if SK Gaming do pick this one up, it's going to set up Super Week beautifully. Honestly, Gambit will not be happy with losing this game and losing their huge streak that they've built up against SK Gaming. SK Gaming, though, they were going into the Super Week with so much confidence. Of course, it would open up the first and second place fight between Fnatic and Gambit. Looking like SK may even be able to secure that position, but it's not safe yet because Super Week, they play 5 matches apiece, EG and SK. So anything can change in that lineup, and of course it does mean it's almost like the battle to dodge the Wolves. Nobody wants to play Copenhagen Wolves right now. They are, of course, securing that position in the top of the table, so they're not going to be fighting for a relegation, or they could
Ash
if
Arrow
they were
catches
to lose
Darian.
it. Ash Arrow does catch it. You can see Ocelot comes in, gets it straight in there. He's not needed. Candy Panda picks up the kill already.
And that is a straight sign for SK to say, hey, let's get this Baron. There's no way they can fight against us. I mean, the problem is Darren wasn't that impactful in these fights anyway, so it really doesn't matter in the end. We might see a nice steal out of Diamond, but the problem is he doesn't have flash, doesn't have a clear way of getting in there, and that should be a free Baron for SK.
And I got to point it out, 6-0-9 for Ocelot, 5-0-8 for Candy Panda. The two carries have played sublimely, but more importantly, Hercubot 1-0-14 and Nif 3-0-7 on Elise.
Yeah, we've talked about Hercubot just kind of coming into his own as a jungler for SK. He's just out of nowhere. He's found some champions he's comfortable with. He's found the strategies that he's comfortable with SK. Nif doing a phenomenal job just from the start of the game with this Elise, which I believe it's the first time he's actually used it so far. And Ocelot, I mean, 6-0-9, what is there else to say about that?
Well,
Just
I mean,
perfect job.
SK Gaming, they've all gone, just straight up decimation, apart from Hercubot who's gone tanky, but it's actually Kevin that's kind of the man that always is in the front, tanking it. Yeah, he's not really built any tank at all. He's now got that Zhonya's Hourglass in there, along with that, he had that Doran's Shield very early on, but honestly, it's all damage for SK Gaming right now.
And the thing is, Gambit can't really defend against. I mean, we do have a GA finally done on Genja, but he still only has 2 damage items, doesn't have an Infinity's Edge yet, doesn't have any attack speed, and there's a Randuin's over in Hercubot, so no attack speed, you're going to have even less now when that gets popped. And Genja's not going to be doing much damage for the next, I have to say, like 5 to 10 minutes. He needs to build up a couple of items, but it might be too late at that point. The top lane is pushing, the middle lane is pushing. They're going to get that inhibitor turret.
The inhibitor turret goes down. Gambit have to back up to their double Nexus turrets, but there's super minions shoving in the middle and the top lane in SK Gaming. They are driving home a victory here. Can they make it count? You're going to see the Cocoon land. Darian's going to get dropped here. Everything's being thrown towards him. Have they got enough? Yes, they have. And now it's Diamond Procs being turned on towards, but the Nexus turrets are dropping. It is going to be SK Gaming breaking their duck against Gambit Gaming. And can they take the victory finally? Alex Ich with one last burst of pace. The Guardian Angel pops. It does not matter. He's going to get decimated. It's Ocelot with another kill. That's going to feel so good for him. SK Gaming, they want kills. They don't want to finish it. They try and hook him onto the fountain. It's not going to happen. SK Gaming beat Gambit Gaming in the last game of Week 9 and finally break with tradition. What a fantastic victory from start to finish.
And not even beat them, they just demolished them 22-3 in the end of that 38-minute game. That was just a systematic play-by-play strategy, perfectly executed out of SK, and Ocelot finishing 8-0-10 in the end of that. Candy Panda 5-0-10. That was just so well played by SK, and that shows that all their hard work, all their practice has really paid off.
It clearly shows that they have been practicing hard in that gaming house and taken full advantage of having setting up a perfect strategy, it seems, against Gambit Gaming. We're going to go over to our analysis desk to take us through exactly how SK Gaming managed to decimate Gambit. Trevor and Quickshot. Trevor and Quickshot.
So, Trevor and Quickshot, was a fantastic game after all.
Just to clarify, which one are you?
I'm not sure. I think he was talking about you and your other guys.
To be fair, D-Man is a bit flustered by the game. We can let that one slide.
We'll let that one slide.
We can let that one slide.
So, into the game. So, SK Gaming brilliant performance. Similar to what we saw from EG yesterday, I have to comment on it. I can draw some kind of real... I want to say Vergleich, which is a German word, and I don't know the English word, which is really strange. Similarities.
That's the word you're looking for,
Trevor. But yeah, EG yesterday looked brilliantly like a team that we'd not seen from them all season. SK here looked so good today. That's something that if they'd been doing all season long, playing like that, they'd be right up there. I mean, they're in third position, but
they'd be challenging
for first, no doubt.
So one of the first things we have to point out first and foremost is that support Elise. It's something that we haven't seen from Nif. He pulled it out, and they were doing very well in the lane swap. SK put their duo lanes top. They allowed Hercubot to roam around and put some pressure and try to pick up some ganks. Even though SK Gaming gave up first blood, it was the one of only 3 kills that they gave up that entire match. They just played perfectly, and Hercubot's ganks were spot on. When they did the tower dive in the top lane, it was Nif that actually picked up the first kill, and you heard Jason saying, you know, scumbag Nif, we're not used to seeing him picking up kills, but he played Elise perfectly. And actually, everybody played their champions perfectly. It was very difficult to see who stood out because there were so many times. Candy Panda's Ash Arrow saved Ocelot in the river around about 10, 11 minutes. Just calling, communication, and timing. It was well played.
His arrows with Ash were actually pretty
He
damn
missed one.
good.
He missed one.
He missed one.
No, that's what I'm saying. That's how good it was.
And there was one where he was like, oh, he's whiffed the arrow, but actually he went straight into the back line and hit the AD carry, which, no, technically is not a bad arrow after all, if you can manage to get it through to the AD carry. Obviously, they weren't in a position to quite build on what that one was. So let's dive into the replays here and have a look at our first one.
All right, so let's jump into the replay. It's at 27 minutes on the clock. It was actually quite difficult to pick one particular moment where the game was really pretty much over. But at this point in the game, once SK Gaming secured not only the Baron, but a number of kills with this engagement, you could pretty much feel what was happening. You can see a number of members from Gambit are starting to move towards the Baron. But let me just get rid of this HUD and slow the game down. First and foremost, Diamond Prox is removed from the battle. He can't get into place because of that great cocoon from Nif. And this is the moment that really turns the entire team fight. Kevin drops the equalizer onto Darian and Genja, forcing Genja out of the fight. And just look at the focus fire here. 5 members jump onto Alex. Before that Deathmark can even pop on Candy Panda, they've dropped him. And when you'll see it explode, it's not enough to take Candy Panda down. The rest of SK Gaming just play this beautifully. And pay careful attention to Kevin. He dances on the outskirts of the box. He waits. He goes, hey, I can auto-attack without triggering it. And the second that box drops, the rest of the team all just collapse on and carry on chasing in. And this was pretty much the story of every single fight throughout the entirety of the match. SK Gaming had better positioning, they had better location, they had better battle decisions, and they landed the abilities they needed to.
It somewhat reminded me of Giants earlier on in the way that they were so team-focused in being around the map together. Obviously, that job becomes a lot easier when you've got the likes of Twisted Fate in there, which Ocelot played a brilliant one today. Moving on to pick an MVP for this one. Again, like the last one, it was so hard because SK as a unit were absolutely incredible. We decided in the end to give it over, though, to Ocelot, especially after the focus that was put on him in that pre-game video from both teams.
Yeah, exactly. He was the main man that really needed to actually step this one up. But we do have to give some honorable mentions to Nifty Elise in the early game, to Hercubot's ganks with Jarvan, and of course to those Ash arrows from Candy Panda who were spot on. It was really just a great team effort, but overall 8-0-10 for Ocelot and Twisted Fate. I think he's really proved a lot of naysayers wrong, so to speak, because I remember reading on the Reddit thread saying, when was the last time Ocelot dominated anybody? Well, now.
Yeah, this one. But we said it so many times this weekend, it feels like that's just one game. You've got to do it next week in Super Week 10 when it really is going to matter. So that's it from us here at the analysis desk. From myself, Joe Miller, from Trevor, and from Quickshot. We will see you next week for Super Week 10. We're going to go over to Shox, who's waiting with Ocelot.
Thank you very much. Of course, I'm here with the MVP, Ocelot. Ocelot, first off, picks and bans. You didn't want to go up against that Kha'Zix. They also banned out Fizz, and then they pulled out a Rengar, and you guys pulled out a support Elise. So what was your strategy?
Well, we knew that Kha'Zix is insane. Like, with Kha'Zix, he's the best player of the world, and we wanted to ban him out. It's really easy to get beaten by him when he plays a champion, so it was a no-brainer.
And about the Fizz ban, I'm not sure. I think I just played a lot of Fizz lately, so he didn't seem comfortable playing against it. So the Elite pick, Nif and Candy Panda were thinking about it lately, and they played in some scrims and it worked out. So.
All right. So, you know, right now it wasn't about Ocelot versus Alex East. It was about SK stepping up as a team. How come that you came together that much that you've been able to be performing so on point in this game?
Well, I think in the last weeks, well, no, I mean, until now, since 1 year ago, we focused in stuff that wasn't the main point of the in-game. Now we know what were our weak points. We are capitalizing on improving our weak points, and basically we know now what is the form to win. You know, like I think our problem before was that individual skill-wise we weren't as good, and we take that in consideration and focus every day on improving individual skill-wise. We are getting better, all of us, so I think it shows.
Right, you guys have been able to win a lot this season, but of course, you know, to get a shot at the Season 3 championship, you gotta beat the big boys. So is Fnatic up next? What is up next for SK?
Up next is, I'm not sure what is the next game, but up next is the Super Week. We have to do good to get third. It is possible to get second, but let's be realistic, it's really hard. Our main goal is getting third, go to playoffs, win the playoffs, go to the next season, and do way better than this one, hopefully first.
Okay. Thank you very much, Carlos. Little love for the crowd there. All right, let's go over to D-Man and Jason one last time to take us through today's matches.
Thank you very much, Shocks, and what a great weekend it's had here in Cologne. I know we say that a lot, but really it has been a fantastic weekend here. So let's check out the results, of course, for the week. And wow, what an amazing day it's been here. Ozone Giants, they started off the day, they took down EG. After EG had such an amazing game yesterday, it's back down to reality. Fnatic, of course, they did manage to take down the Dragonborns in their victory after also being shocked yesterday by Evil Geniuses taking them down.
And of course, the Giants, after that first victory of the day, pull out another one, first against All Authority. And of course, Gambit with that last game versus SK. SK coming out the victor right there in a very one-sided, very dominating match.
And of course, let's check out how the standings are right now, because that has affected things quite drastically, it's safe to say. So Gambit, you can see they're 18-5 now. They went 2-1 this week. Weren't expecting that defeat, that's for sure. And that puts Fnatic right back in it at 18-5 after their 1-1 this weekend. SK Gaming, they stretched their legs. They're now 14-9 and really pulling away from Evil Geniuses, currently residing in 4th place and looking like they're destined to play against the Copenhagen Wolves in that playoff situation. They are 12-11 right now.
And of course, on the bottom side, Against Authority and Ozone Giants are tied up right there. I believe the Giants should be ahead of Against Authority, if I'm not mistaken, but that still shows how close the 6th and 7th place are and how those two, well, even 3 teams with Dragonborns are fighting for that one spot.
Yeah, of course, it all goes down to the matches between each other, I think, now, and I think Against All Authorities maybe
I think they have
slightly
one
up
more,
2-1 still. I think.
Slightly up? Okay.
Okay, I don't know. We'd have to check it. We'd have to check it.
But still, they meet one more time next week.
Well, more importantly, if you do want to find out exactly the standings and the info and stats, of course, go over to esports.com, which is not so easy for me to say these days. There's also the recaps and all the videos of North America and the European scene.
And don't forget, today is the last chance to vote for your favorite player for the All-Star team. So remember to cast your vote. Vote for your favorite top player, mid player, jungler, AD carry, and support. The polls close tomorrow, April 15th. You got to get your votes in there because you got to support your players.
Well, that is it from me and Jason, and of course, Tro and Quickshot, also known as Trevor. Let's hear a final note from Shocks.
Thank you very much, guys. Yeah, amazing stuff here. Once again, there's never a dull moment here in the LCS, but the Giants stepping up to the plate. EG, a little hit and miss, and a very strong performance from SK to close out the day. Now the playoffs are dangerously close by, and we have another super weekend lined up, packed with action. You can tune into the North American LCS on Wednesday, the 17th of April at 1 p.m. Pacific. That's 10 a.m. Central European Summer Time for great matches like CLG versus Team Solo Mid, Curse taking on GGU, and CLG versus Dignitas. And for us, the European action will continue next Friday instead of Saturday at 2 p.m. Central European Summer Time. That is 5 a.m. Pacific for our very own super weekend with Against All Authority versus Evil Geniuses, Dragonborns taking on SK, Against All Authority taking on Giants, Fnatic versus SK, Gambit versus Giants, and Fnatic versus Evil Geniuses. That's it from us here in the Week 9 in the European LCS. Thank you very much, and we'll see you in Super Weekend.